Part 2, Chapters 5 and 6 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 5. Rebellion. That letter from Saltash, written in French, contained the announcement of his approaching return. It was at her urgent written request that he had gone 3 months before. Somehow the very thought of him at the castle had been intolerable after what had passed between them on the day of her return to her husband. But they had corresponded ever since. She could not refuse to receive and answer his letters. Her intimacy with Charlie was like a gem with many facets. He had an adroit fashion of flashing it before her hither and thither till dazzled, she wondered if she had ever truly grasped its full value. Sometimes it seemed to her that it had been cut from the very bedrock of friendship, and at such times the realization of the sympathy that ever pulsed between them was a pure joy to her. At other times, remembering the strange impulses of the man, his sudden gusts of passion, swift misgiving would assail her, and she would tell herself that she was making a terrible mistake. And then again she would catch a glimpse of his careless butterfly temperament, and her doubts would vanish almost in spite of her. How could she take him seriously? His gay inconsequence made the bare notion seem ridiculous. They were pals, no more. True, he had offered to help her. But knowing him through and through as she did, he was the last man in the world to whom she would really turn for help. And since she was so sure of herself, what had she to fear? Charlie was, before all things, a gentleman. There was nothing coarse or brutal about him. In his own words, where women were concerned he did not take, he offered. For that very reason he was the harder to resist. But she knew him to be safe. That was the foundation of her confidence. She had no fear of him. He had always set her at her ease. Without virtue he might be, yet was he not without a certain code of honor? He tempted, therein lay the subtle attraction of the man, but he never compelled. He was selfish. Oh, yes, he was selfish, but he was also strangely whimsically kind at heart. In all her experience of him, she had never found him merciless. And so she did not see why she should wholly deny herself the friendship which seemed to her to be the only good thing left in her life now. She had not wanted to see him, but now that he wrote to announce his return she found that she was glad. The first meeting with him might be a little difficult, but Charlie always knew how to deal with difficulties. He understood her. It would not be really hard. They would be friends again. Just friends. She slipped the letter away with a smile. He always allowed himself a little more latitude when he wrote in French. It was but natural. It meant nothing, she knew. How could anyone take him really seriously? His soul was as elusive as thistledown. It was only in the realms of music that she ever really saw his soul. He did not say on what day he would return. She wondered if Jake knew, wondered if she could induce Bunny to ask him without betraying any interest in the subject herself. She was a little afraid of Bunny. His shrewdness embarrassed her. It was like a microscope, discovering things that otherwise would have escaped notice. She did not want to come under that microscope very often. There were some parts of her existence that would not bear it. She suspected that Bunny was already beginning to find that out. She was sure that he was aware of a lack of sympathy between herself and Jake, and she wished she could have kept it from him. With regard to her mother's affairs also, she would have been glad if the boy had not been drawn into the discussion. It was characteristic of Mrs. Shepherd to fling her burden upon the first shoulder that offered, but Maud was fashioned otherwise, and she wanted Bunny to throw off his precocities and become like other boys. The thought of his education was beginning to weigh upon her. She wanted to talk about it to Jake, but somehow she did not know how to broach the subject. She wondered if she would write to Uncle Edward, but hesitated to do so. Letters were never satisfactory. She was pondering this matter as she undressed that night, when a sudden thought struck her. A thought that darted through her like a flash, leaving a shining trail of possibilities behind. Why should they not accept the old man's invitation and go to him for a little while? He would be glad to see them, she was sure. And she would be glad, oh, unspeakably glad, to get away for a time. Face to face with him, she might even plead for her mother. She would infinitely rather be under an obligation to him than to Charlie. The idea drew her more and more. She wondered it had not occurred to her before. In the end, finding it still early, she sat down at the table and began to scribble a hasty note. She determined that she would not tell Jake until Uncle Edward's reply reached her. She felt convinced that it would contain the invitation she was soliciting. Feverishly she penned her appeal. Would he invite them to spend a few days? Bunny was well, or nearly so. She herself was feeling the heat and would like a change. Jake? No, she found that she could not mention Jake. With trembling fingers she brought the note to an end. She had scarcely finished addressing the envelope when she heard Jake's step on the stairs. Startled, she caught up letter and writing case and pushed them into a drawer. He seldom retired late, but she had not expected him so early as this. Swiftly she turned, shut the door that led into his room, blew out her lamp, and slipped into bed. But he did not pass on to his own room. He stopped at the door of hers, paused a second, then quietly opened it. She heard the creak of his gaiters as he entered. He had a candle in one hand, he put up the other to shield it from the draught, and the door blew gently to behind him. Maud leaned against her pillow and watched him. Her heart was beating very fast. She wondered if he had heard her hasty movements of the past few moments. He came to her side and set down his candle. "Say, Maud," he said, "I saw your light go out, so I guessed you weren't asleep." Maud's eyes, blue-black and somber, looked up to his. "What do you want?" she asked him coldly. He stood squarely beside her. "I wanted just to speak to you," he said, "and I thought if I waited to undress, maybe you'd be asleep." With the words he sat down rather heavily in the chair by her side, and there fell a silence, a dragging, difficult silence. Maud's heart was beating very fast. Had he come to talk about that letter from Saltash? Was he about to make a scene? His stillness began to act upon her nerves. She turned towards him restlessly. "Oh, what is it?" she said, veiling her doubt with a show of impatience. He stretched out a strong hand and took one of hers. "It's you, my girl," he said, and in his voice was the note of anxiety that partly reassured her. "You've not been yourself lately. Guess there's something the matter." "There is nothing the matter," she said hastily. He held her hand closely. "You've no call to be afraid of me," he said gently. "Maybe I've been rough and rude at times. I've never meant it, my princess. I can't live up to you always. But I try. God knows I try." A sudden tremor sounded in his voice. He became abruptly silent. Maud's hand was hard clenched in his. She did not look at him, but the beating of her heart rose up between them, a hard, insistent drumming that she was powerless to control. After a brief space he spoke again, his voice quite steady and controlled. "Reckon you're not happy. Reckon you're not well, either. I've been thinking maybe you'd like to go away for a spell, you and the boy. If so, I'm willing to manage it. It'll be a bit of a rest for you." He paused. The clenched hand he held had made a sharp convulsive movement, as if at a sudden twinge of pain. Maud lay breathing rapidly, her eyes fixed upon the flame of the candle. He waited a few moments, then, "What do you think of the proposition, my girl?" he asked. She turned her head slowly towards him. "Bunny and I alone," she said. "That's the idea," said Jake. Her eyes met his resolutely with a certain challenging directness. "As a matter of fact, I had thought myself that we might go to Uncle Edward for a little," she said. He showed no surprise. "You would like that?" he asked. "Yes." She spoke with instant decision. "Then go," said Jake. He set her hand free with the words, but he remained seated as if he had something further on his mind. "By the way," he said after a moment, "I had a letter this evening." She started. "A letter?" "Yes." Very deliberately he answered her. "I met the postman and took it from him at the door." "Ah." It was scarcely more than a whisper. She shrank against her pillow with a gesture wholly involuntary. Jake's eyes were upon her, alert, unswerving, dominating. "My letter came from Capper," he said quietly. "He is coming to us in a few days. He wants to see Bunny again before he leaves England." "Oh, surely we needn't wait for him." With a sudden rush the words came. She spoke with feverish vehemence. "If we really are going away, let us go soon," she urged. "Why should we wait?" "I thought maybe you'd like to say thank you to Capper before he goes," said Jake. "But I needn't see him for that," she said in growing agitation. "I'll write." Jake was silent. "He will very likely sail from Liverpool," she went on. "He could come and see Bunny there." Jake bent towards her. "Say, Maud," he said in his soft, slow way, "don't be upset any. If you're not wanting to meet Capper, it's all one to me. But, my girl, there ain't anything he could tell me about you that I don't know already." Her face flamed scarlet. For the moment she was furious with an indignation that burned intolerably. Her very soul felt on fire. It was more than she could bear. "Oh, go away!" she cried out, fiercely. "Go, I say, go! You make me hate you more and more every day, every night." He rose on the instant. For a few quivering moments she thought she had roused him to anger, for his eyes glowed in the dimness like a slow burning fire. And then in utter silence he turned away. He went into his own room and softly closed the door. 6. The Problem. "He's going to be a winner, is he?" asked Saltash, flicking the ash from his cigarette as he stood in the training field with Jake. "That depends how he's ridden, my lord," said Jake dryly. "He is a hot favourite." "Pity you can't ride him yourself," observed Saltash, watching the Albatross with a critical eye as he cantered down the field. "Who is in the saddle? Not Vickers?" "No, Vickers is incapacitated. I have put Stevens up. He seems keen for the chance, though I'm not so keen to give it him." Jake spoke with grimness. "He ought to pull it off," said Saltash. "He ought, my lord." Jake's tone lacked conviction notwithstanding. Saltash turned. "What's the matter with the lad? You don't seem over enthusiastic about him." Jake flicked at a clump of nettles with his riding whip. "I've done my best to shape him, but he's a bit of a cur. The animals don't trust him." Saltash uttered a careless laugh. "Oh, you always were an adept at reading the equine mind. Come along and show me the latest offspring. What was it you called him? The 100th Chance? A curious name to choose." Jake's grim face relaxed to a smile. "Oh, he's in the paddock along with his mother. He promises to be the most valuable animal in the stables. He'll carry everything before him when the time comes." "Is that why you've given him such a hopeful name?" asked Saltash. Jake uttered a brief laugh. "Even so, my lord. He carries my luck with him wherever he goes." "You're a queer fish, Bolton," observed Saltash, turning to leave the field. The paddock lay on the further side of the orchard, and here they found the pride of Jake's heart, a frisky black foal who kicked up his heels and scampered at the sight of him. "He'll take some taming presently," commented Saltash. "And he'll knock spots off any animal I have ever had to tame," said Jake. Saltash laughed again with nonchalant interest. "If ever there were the right man in the right place, it is you," he said. "Can we go back through the garden? I believe that's the shortest way." He spoke with a wary glance in the direction whither he wished to go. A white figure was visible on the steps that led into the parlor. "I hear Mrs. Bolton is away," he added, immediately averting his eyes. Jake turned in his sturdy fashion and began to walk towards the house. "No, she is at home for the present," he said. "We are expecting Capper. In fact, the lad has gone to the station to meet him." "What, Bunny? Is he really all right? Capper must be a magician," ejaculated Saltash. "He is the biggest man I know," said Jake simply. They approached the house. The white figure had disappeared. Saltash chatted inconsequently, strolling along with a cigarette between his lips and a confident smile on his dark face. He had come down as usual unexpectedly, but she was probably aware of his advent. His car was awaiting him in the stable yard. He did not think she would suffer him to pass the window unnoticed. Yet as he drew near she made no sign. Chops came smiling down the steps to greet him, and he paused at once to fondle the dog. Jake paused also, but he did not invite him to enter. He stood pulling at the lash of his riding whip, stolidly patient, awaiting his patron's pleasure. Suddenly Saltash looked up. "I believe your guest has arrived, Bolton. You'd better go. Never mind me." There came undoubtedly the sound of wheels from the other side of the house. Jake glanced towards the gate that led thither. Saltash bent again over the dog. "You'd better go," he reiterated. "I won't show. Don't let me keep you." Jake raised a hand to his cap and turned away. Instantly Saltash straightened himself. He uttered a low, clear whistle, and almost immediately Maud, clad in white, came to the window. He sprang up the steps in a single bound and caught her hands into his own. "I had your letter," he said. "Quick! When can you meet me?" Maud was gasping a little. Her face was deeply flushed. "Charlie, you are so sudden. I only want a few minutes alone with you." He held her hands. "When?" he said. His eyes were gazing into hers freely, ardently. But he was laughing as he always laughed, ready to turn his ardor into a joke at a moment's notice. She hesitated. "Quick!" he said. "They are coming, and I must go. Come down to the orchard gate after dinner to-night. Jake and Capper will be smoking. No one will know, Queen Rose. That is settled, then. I shall be at the gate alone." He laughed under his breath, lifted her hands to his lips, made a wild gesture as if he would clasp her in his arms, laughed again as she drew back, and wheeling, sprang down the steps and was gone in a moment round the side of the house. Maud's cheeks were burning. She turned to meet the visitor with the feeling of one who has a sudden rapid fall through space. She was not sure of the ground beneath her feet. She did not know how she greeted Capper, but somehow the difficult moment passed. She was convinced afterwards that her manner had been perfectly normal, for the atmosphere was quite natural and free from strain. In a very few minutes they were all seated round the tea-table, and to her relief, Bunny and not she was the centre of observation and general topic of their talk. She feared that when tea was over Capper would seek her out, but he did not. He went round the stables with Jake. She went to her own room to rest and recover her composure. It was true that she had wanted to see Charlie alone. In fact, it had become essential to her mother's interest that she should do so. But she had not altogether expected so prompt a reply to her request. She wished she could have made some more ordinary arrangement. She wished with all her heart that she had had the presence of mind to veto his suggestion. It had never been her intention to meet him secretly and at night. Not that she cared personally how or when she met him. Their friendship was too old for that. But she did not like secrecy. Small as was the confidence she extended to her husband, she yet had no desire to exclude him deliberately from the knowledge of her doings. She did not wish to commit any act, however innocent, which might appear suspicious in his eyes. The thing was unavoidable, however. The appointment was made. She could not leave Charlie to wait in vain. For this once she must run the risk and trust to luck to bring her through. It would not be a long interview. She was fully determined upon that point. And she would never agree to another on the same clandestine lines. She must assert her independence and meet him openly. Jake must learn to trust her. She must not suffer him to interfere with her liberty of action. If he were ridiculous enough to be jealous, that was his affair. She would not allow herself to be influenced by such an absurd attitude. She never questioned his doings. She must not suffer him to question hers. So she sought to reassure herself the while her uneasiness grew. She put on a dress of black lace when the supper hour drew near. It made her look even paler than her wont, but she gave scarcely a thought to her appearance. Her mind was weighed down by far more serious matters. Even the prospect of a tete-a-tete with Dr. Capper hardly disquieted her, and when she discovered him on the garden steps of the parlor, she went forward to join him without hesitation. His greeting of her was full of kindness. There was nothing disconcerting about his attitude. "I was just thinking about my friend Rafford," he said. "You remember him? And how mad he went over that piece of statuary at Birchester Castle. But, strange to say, it's not the anatomy that interests him any longer. It's the face." She felt herself color a little. "If it bears any resemblance to me, it is purely accidental," she said. "Or rather a coincidence," amended Capper. "It's a fine piece of work, anyway. But he is nothing of a judge. Guess it's just the humanity of the thing that gets him." "It's rather a painful study," Maud said. "Ah, but it leaves endless possibilities. That is where the genius of the sculptor displays itself. Rafford saw that. 'The hotter the furnace, the purer the gold,' he said to me. If I had the naming of that work, I'd call it The Crucible, or 7 times Purified." "What a peculiar point of view!" Maud exclaimed, almost in spite of herself. Capper assented. "Raff is highly imaginative. He has a very long perspective. A bit of a dreamer, too. If it weren't for that I should prophesy a great future for him. But there's no time for dreaming in this world. You must either hustle through or be content to stand aside. You can't do both." "I don't like hustling," Maud said with a smile. He made her a bow. "No, you are English. But Raff has not that excuse. That's why I doubt if he ever gets there. He needs to be up against a thing before he considers it worth while. That's not the way to win out handsomely. It's the way to get whipped off the field." "Always make for the crest of the wave," said Jake's voice behind them. "You may get there some day, if you're lucky. Though it's more likely you'll be dragged under and swamped." Capper turned to him. "Not you, Jake," he said. "You're a born winner. I'm sure Mrs. Bolton will bear me out there." Jake's hand descended upon his wife's shoulder. "Mrs. Bolton doesn't know my capabilities in that respect at present," he remarked dryly. "She has only witnessed the start." Maud did not turn her head. "You are all invincible, of course," she said. Bunny's advent diverted the conversation. He could think and talk of nothing but the forthcoming races at Greydown, which had been fixed for the end of the week, and which he had prevailed upon Jake to allow him to attend. Capper, though not particularly enthusiastic, was to remain for them, "just to see Jake come out on top," as he expressed it. It was taken for granted by all that Maud would go too, and she supposed she would do so. But she took no part in the conversation which Bunny found so all-absorbing. She was too occupied with the thought of Charlie. There was no need for her to talk. She sat silent and abstracted while the protracted discussion went on around her. Bunny had learned more about the animals in 10 days than she had discovered in as many weeks, and Capper listened with amused indulgence. It all went over her head, and no one seemed to notice her aloofness. Bunny would gladly have sat up till late, but Jake would not permit this. He ordered him off to bed on the stroke of 9, and Bunny went without demur. He was learning to obey his brother-in-law without any thought of rebellion. Maud noted the fact bitterly. It was another proof to her of the despotic mastery of Jake's personality. He ruled them all. She herself rose from the table upon Bunny's departure, and as she did so, she was for the first time conscious of Capper's critical scrutiny. It passed almost immediately as he sprang to his feet to open the door. "I shall have the pleasure of seeing you again?" he asked. She bent her head. "I am only going to fetch a wrap for the garden." He smiled and bowed her out. Jake was in the act of lighting a cigarette when he returned to the table. He proffered the end of it to Capper, and as the latter stooped to kindle his own, their eyes met. Capper's held a question that could scarcely be ignored. Half reluctantly, Jake removed his cigarette and spoke. "It's the biggest problem I've ever been up against." Capper puffed forth a cloud of smoke. "What's troubling you?" Jake sat down heavily. "She ain't pleased. Not any. Life is damnably difficult. I thought I was going to make her happy, but I've made an almighty failure of it. She used to just tolerate me in the old days, but now she hates the very sight of me. The mere thought of bearing me a child seems to drive her clean crazy." He ceased to speak and sat bowed in his chair, his chin on his breast, his eyes gazing somberly forth under bent brows. Capper was still on his feet. He stood cracking his fingers one after the other with meditative regularity. His eyes, very green and shrewd, rested upon Jake's head, that shone like copper in the lamplight. There fell a silence of several seconds. Then, at length, with another great puff of smoke, he spoke. "Guess it's just a question of patience, Jake, my lad. These things right themselves, you know, when the time comes. It's wonderful how childbearing softens a woman. And you love her. That'll make a difference, too, when the time comes." Jake did not look up. "God knows I do," he said slowly. "But you know, Doc," he seemed to be speaking with something of an effort, "I don't fancy she knows it." "Oh, shucks!" Capper exclaimed. "She wouldn't be a woman if she didn't." Jake shook his head despondently. "I suppose I'm just a brute beast. She thinks so, and I can't show her anything different now. Maybe I am more flesh than spirit. But for all that, she is the one woman I want, and none other could ever satisfy me now. But I haven't got her. Even when I hold her in my arms, she ain't there. And she has never kissed me. Never once." Again he ceased to speak, and Capper pulled at his beard and said nothing. There fell a long silence between them, through which the grandfather clock in the corner ticked with a melancholy beat. It was like the heart of a tired man. Jake's cigarette hung neglected between his fingers, which almost trailed on the floor. His eyes still stared before him, as though they saw one thing, and only one. Capper smoked with scarcely a pause. His yellow face was very thoughtful. His cigarette came to an end, and he dropped it smoldering onto a plate. Then he turned and laid a kindly hand upon Jake's shoulder. "Keep a stiff upper lip, my son. I guess she's yours for the winning, or she will be. It's no good trying to understand a woman's moods. You will never do that as long as you live. But she'll come to you in the end, sure. Give her all the rope you can. If she hasn't any use for you at present, it'll come." "Will it?" said Jake rather bitterly. "I reckon I'm further away from winning her now than I've ever been. Once, it's ages ago, she came to me and cried out her troubles on my shoulder. She'd no more dream of doing that now than she'd dream of flying. She'd be more likely to—" He broke off short. "What?" said Capper. Jake sat slowly up. His eyes still seemed to be fixed upon some definite object. "I was going to say," he said in a voice that had become peculiarly soft and deliberate, "that she'd be more likely to carry her troubles to Saltash. But I don't think exactly that. He's too crooked to hold a woman's confidence. No woman with any sense would trust him." He grasped Casper's hand and looked up with a curious smile. "It would be a pity to have to shoot a freak like Saltash, wouldn't it?" he said. "Reckon a good many women would miss him." His eyes shone red for a moment, then he uttered a laugh that seemed to dismiss the subject. "Come into the garden and see the moon rise," he said.
This audiobook is brought to you by Full Audiobooks. Please like, subscribe, and click the bell icon if you love audiobooks.
Part 2, Chapter 7 and 8 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 7. The Land of Moonshine. The dew was thick on the orchard grass as Maud ran down under the trees. An orange moon was rising behind them, and the shadows lay deep and mysterious across her path. The wind blew fresh from the sea, sweeping the wide down, bringing relief after the heat of the day. She was trembling as she went, yet as she neared the trysting place, she checked herself and walked with some dignity. She did not want to arrive in a state of agitation. She was sure he would be waiting for her. She was sure. Yes, he was there. They saw each other simultaneously, and in a moment he had sprung to meet her with the ardor she knew so well. Her hands were in his almost in the same instant. He held them closely, lingeringly. "At last," he said. Rather breathlessly she made response. "Yes, but I can't stay. I want to speak to you, only to speak to you, about my mother." "Good heavens!" said Saltash. His hold relaxed for a second, then tightened again. "My dear girl, how absurdly prosaic of you to come to me on such a night as this and talk about anybody or anything on earth besides ourselves. I won't allow it, and that's a fact." She laughed a little unsteadily. "But it is just that I have come for, Charlie, and nothing else. And I can't stay either. You must let me say what I have to say quickly, and then go." He drew her gently through the gate and led her to the summer house close by that overlooked the down. The moonlight filtered in upon them through a lattice work of leaves. "Don't tremble, ma belle reine," he said. "You shall go whenever you will. But need we waste to-night? I will call upon you formally in the morning if you desire it, and talk about anything you wish." She sat down with the feeling of one who moves beneath a spell, and after a moment he sat beside her, still lightly holding her hand. Yes, she was at liberty to go whenever she would, and yet she could not. She could not. The witchery of the hour was upon her. It was not the first time that they had sat thus, he and she, hand in hand, wrapped in the mystery and romance of a summer night. Her thoughts went back, with a bitter pang, to the old dear dream. Ah, why had she sent him from her? She had obeyed the instincts of her soul, perchance. But she had wrecked her life to do it. Why? Why? He was speaking, leaning to her, his swarthy face against her shoulder. "Maud, let us forget the world to-night. Never mind what brought you. Just remember that you are here, in the land of moonshine, with me." She turned at his voice. She yielded ever so slightly to the subtle drawing of his hand. "But let me speak, Charlie," she whispered. "I am so troubled. I want your help." "It is yours forever," he made answer. "You have but to command." "That is a promise?" she urged. "My solemn promise," said Saltash. "Now, shall we forget?" His voice was full of a tenderness that stirred her to the depths. A piteous sob caught her throat. She put up a swift, silencing hand. "Oh, if only I could," she said. "You can," said Saltash. He, moved also, slid a gentle arm about her. "Close your eyes, dear heart, and forget all your troubles," he whispered. "I can charm them all away." She shook her head. Her eyes were full of tears. "I am caught in the whirlpools, Charlie," she whispered back. "I shall never get away. All the romance is gone out of my life. Forever." "I can bring it back," he said. Her tears overflowed. She could not hold them back. "I wish I were dead," she said. The arm that encircled her grew gradually tense, like the tightening of a coil. "Come to me," he murmured. "Listen to your own heart, and come. What does it matter what lies behind? Put it all away from you, and come." She suffered his arm, but she yielded herself no further to it. "I can't," she said hopelessly. "I can't." "Why not?" he urged. "Haven't I waited long enough? Are you afraid?" She bent her head, covering her face. "Oh, yes, I am afraid. Afraid. Life is so dreadful. It is full of terrible consequences." It had come upon her so suddenly. She had, as it were, stepped out of prison into a world of seething temptation with the passing of that gate. Never before had she felt so lured and drawn by that which was evil. The swift spell had caught her in a moment, and it held. How it held her! His arms were about her. He drew her to his breast. "What do I care for consequences?" he whispered passionately. "Come to me, queen of my heart. I have been cheated of my right long enough. Yes, my right. My right. You have belonged to me always, and you know it. Oh, what are we to fight against destiny? Do you think I don't know how you have suffered? Do you think I haven't suffered too? All because you loved me and sent me away. You will never do that again, Queen of the Roses. You have called me back to you. You are mine. Turn your face to me, sweetheart." There is no love in all the world like ours. How can we resist it? It is greater than we ourselves." But she kept her face covered, hidden low against the throbbing of his heart. His words went into silence, a silence that was stark and cold, the very shadow of despair. It bound them both for a while, then shudderingly she spoke. "It is no good, Charlie. I can't do it now. If I had known, 3 months ago, what was before me, I think I would have come. But the whirlpools caught me, drew me down. I realized too late. Too late. I can't come now. I am bound, hand and foot, in outer darkness. I can deliver you," he said. "No one can deliver me." The bitter conviction of her voice silenced even him. "It is what you foretold. I am a slave, and I have got to bear the yoke of my slavery. I shall never be free now, never as long as I live. I am bound to the oar by a chain that, even you, could never break." She moved in his arms. She raised her head at last. "Say good-bye to me, Charlie," she whispered, "and go." He caught her to him. He looked closely into her quivering face. "You love me still," he whispered with passionate insistence. "Tell me you love me still." She seemed to hesitate, as if reluctant or irresolute. She seemed about to draw back. And then something magnetic in his face or his touch must have moved her, or was it the weird enchantment of the night? She gave him her lips without a word, and so he had his answer. There came the click of the orchard gate, the sound of a quiet voice. "Come round to the summer house, Doc. There's a fine view from there." Maud stiffened in Saltash's arms as if turned to stone. He set her free with the utmost coolness and rose. The next instant she was sitting alone in the checkered moonlight. He had vanished without sound round the side of the arbor farthest from the orchard gate. She sat with a thumping heart, waiting. There had been something almost eerie in his disappearance. She knew he must be standing pressed against the wall by which she sat, but yet his going had been so silent that, even though her lips still burned with the memory of his kiss, she felt curiously as though the whole episode were as incredible as a dream. She made no attempt to move. Her limbs felt like lead. Only her heart raced so madly that she gasped for breath. She heard again the quiet, drawling voice. "The gate was open. Very likely my wife is here." A great shiver went through her. She felt suddenly cold from head to foot. She clasped her hands tightly together, striving with all her strength for self-control. There fell the tread of feet upon the grass, and Capper's tall, thin form came round the side of the arbor. He saw her in a moment, for the moonlight was on her face. She stared at him with hunted eyes. Where was Jake? He accosted her at once. "Ah, Mrs. Bolton, so here you are. Say, do you think you're wise to sit here with the frogs? It's cold, you know. Where's that wrap you were going to fetch?" She stretched out a hand to him instinctively. "Yes, I am cold," she said, and her teeth chattered upon the words. Is Jake there?" Capper glanced over his shoulder. "He was there, but, Columbus, how cold you are, child. You will be sick if you stay here. Come, let me take you in." He drew her to her feet. Then, as she tottered, leaning upon him, passed a wiry arm about her. As he did so, she saw Jake come round the other corner of the arbor and stop upon the threshold. She turned suddenly giddy and clung weakly to Capper. He had seen. He must have seen. But why had there been no encounter, no challenge of any sort? Where was Charlie? She went through an agony of apprehension during those few moments. She thought the awful suspense would kill her. Then Jake's square figure advanced, blocking the opening. His voice pierced through her agitation. "So you have found her, Doc. I thought she would be hereabouts. I see there is a mist coming up. We had better go in." There was nothing in the words, but she shivered uncontrollably at the sound of them. That soft, slow speech was as a veil that hid unutterable things. With a great effort she mastered her weakness and spoke. "Yes, it has turned quite cold. I think it is the dew. "Did you come here to admire the view, Dr. Capper? It is one of the best in the neighborhood. I often think I should like to come and camp out here on these summer nights." "You would want plenty of blankets," said Capper. "There is a creepy chill in the atmosphere that reminds one of the fall." He took his arm from about her and drew her hand through it. "Come, we must go. It isn't right for you to take risks. A glass of wine before you turn in is what I should recommend." She made an attempt to laugh, but she did not feel it to be a success. "That is Jake's invariable remedy for all ills," she declared. "But I thought it had ceased to be popular with your profession." She emerged from the summer house holding his arm, but a new strength, born of terrible expediency, seemed to have entered into her. She moved without effort, Jake stepping back to let her pass. "Do admire the beauties of it before we go," she urged. "It is so romantic by this light. The Brethaven lighthouse is over there. It has a revolving light. Do you see it?" She turned and spoke over her shoulder. "Jake, come and show Dr. Capper all the different points of interest." But Capper would have none of it. "I shan't be satisfied till I've got you indoors," he said. "What have you got on your feet? Nothing but light slippers. Say, Mrs. Bolton, you ought to take more care of yourself." "Oh, but I never have," she protested. "I am wonderfully strong. Jake will tell you that." "I think as Dr. Capper thinks," Jake said. "You ought to be more careful." She felt herself flush. Now that her agitation had subsided she was capable of feeling resentment once more, and there was that in the quiet utterance that stung her. She made no rejoinder, but her face burned hotter and hotter as they began to walk back. She was sure, quite sure, that she had been made a subject of discussion between her husband and Dr. Capper. Jake walked on her other side. She had the feeling of being a prisoner between two warders. And she wondered if Charlie were watching with that mocking humor in his eyes. She set her teeth as the memory of his voice, his touch, went through her. She wondered with a sinking heart what she would have to tell him when they met again. 8. The Warning. Half an hour later Maud stood in her bedroom, waiting. The window was wide open, and the night air blew in cold and pure, with a scent of dew-drenched roses and the salt of the sea behind. There was a large moth in the room. It had been attracted thither by the light of the candles, but it seemed to be dashing to and fro now in a wild search for freedom. She watched its futile efforts with a vague pity. But she was powerless to help it. Every moment it was circling closer and closer to the flame, and would probably perish there in the end. She supposed it didn't matter. It was born to die in any case, and surely death was kinder than life. She had often thought so. If she could have chosen death in that moment, instead of this numb waiting for an ordeal which she felt would be beyond her strength, she believed she would not have hesitated. This continual battling against a will so immeasurably stronger than her own was wearing her down. The bare thought of an open conflict made her sick. And that an open conflict was before her she felt convinced. He had not chosen to confound her in the presence of Capper, but she knew that the reckoning was only deferred. She had come to know him as a man of unerring justice, and she had long ceased to hope for mercy from him. "Ah!" She heard his step at last, and turned, bracing herself. The moth was flitting dizzily round and round the candle. Her eyes followed it, fascinated. Suddenly it made a headlong dash for the flame, there came a sharp crackle, and then the dull thud of its fall upon the floor. A great shudder caught her, almost convulsed her. And in the same instant the door that intervened between her room and Jake's opened, and he stood before her. She faced him stiffly, in utter silence. One glimpse she had of his face, and only one, for she could not look again. The red-brown eyes were alight with a fire that seemed to consume her even from afar. She stood, and numbly waited. He came straight to her. "So," he said, "you have decided to make a fool of me, have you?" His voice was very low, but it had in it the sound as of an angry animal. There was something of the animal in his pose, also something from which her whole being shrank affrighted. Yet she was not without courage. She forced herself to a certain calmness. "Will you tell me what you mean?" she said. He made a slight gesture that seemed to cry aloud of a savagery scarcely restrained. "I guess you can do that," he said. "What do I mean? Tell me." She drew back from him with an instinctive movement of recoil, but on the instant, as though she had stepped into a trap, his hands came out and caught her by the wrists. He held her firmly before him. "Tell me," he reiterated. But she took refuge in silence. She had no words. He held her so for many seconds, and she knew that during those seconds his eyes remained immovably fixed upon her. She made no attempt to resist him. She knew beyond all question that resistance would be worse than useless. But she refused with mute determination to meet his eyes. Crush her, conquer her, as he would, he should not force his way past every barrier unopposed. Her submission was physical, but not mental. She had always held back from him her soul. He spoke at length, and still in his voice she heard that terrible deep menace, as of a savage force that gathered and gathered under the thinning surface of his civilization. "I reckon you think I'm easier to fool than I am. Old friends must have their privileges. Ain't that so? And if they include a little genteel love-making, where's the harm? Who is to raise any objection? Not the husband, who has been too big an oaf ever to make love to you in his life. The husband who just takes what he wants and leaves what's over for the lover. He should be the last person to interfere, I reckon. Ain't that so?" She shivered in his hold, but she spoke no word. Had they not always been utterly at variance with one another? How could she hope to make him see anything but evil, now that his brutal passions were aroused? How could she ever attempt to convince him that he alone was responsible for the fact that temptation had become even possible to her? And so she stood in silence, while the dreadful force of the man mounted and mounted, menacing her. He waited for several seconds for some response from her. Then at last, as she made none, he moved, drew her locked wrists behind her, forcing her slowly back till her face was turned up to his gaze. She felt the scorching fire of the eyes she would not meet, and in a moment her whole body seemed to burn in a furnace of shame. The hot blood stung her from head to foot, pricking every vein. Crimson and quivering, she hung there in his hold, waiting. "So you won't speak to me," he said. "Won't even try to defend yourself? Well, maybe you're wise. Maybe explanations would do more harm than good. I know well enough how it is with you. You've got to the pitch of enduring me like a loathsome but incurable disease. You never reflected, did you, that in so doing you were making your own hell? You hate me, but you don't realize that the thing you hate is not me at all, but a brute of your own creation. And because of that, perhaps it's a natural consequence, you've come to prefer another man's love to mine." His hold was tightening upon her. She felt herself being drawn to him, felt the warmth of his body like the glow of an open fire. And a sudden wild wave of rebellion went through her, goading her into action at last. She had never resisted him before. She resisted him now, fiercely, passionately, striving with all her strength to free herself from that pitiless hold. "You never offered me love," she panted, straining back from him even while he mastered her. "Love is a very different thing." Her voice went into a gasp that was almost a cry. He was holding her crushed to him in a grip that nearly suffocated her. His eyes blazed down into hers, terrible in their intensity, cruelly, appallingly bright. The savage in him had leapt free of all shackles at last, and had her utterly at his mercy. "Well," he said, speaking with lips drawn back, showing his set teeth, "and what is love as defined by you and Saltash? Something peculiarly holy?" The taunt pierced her like a knife, with a pain so unbearable that for the moment she was almost beside herself. For an instant she winced from that intolerable thrust, but only for an instant. The next, with a furious wrench, she freed one hand and struck him across his grim, menacing mouth. "How dare you say that?" she cried. "How dare you? How dare you?" She struck him afresh with each repetition, so stung to frenzy was she by that sneer. But when the sudden realization that he stood to endure her blows without the smallest attempt to check or avoid them came upon her, the spirit went out of her. She became passive again, trembling from head to foot, so that but for his upholding arms she must have fallen. "Let me go," she whispered voicelessly. "Let me go." He was still gazing at her, but his look had changed. His eyes still burned, but they no longer threatened. Rather, she read in them a slow gathering wonder, as of a man who has picked up some strange substance of which he does not know the value or properties. He held her a while longer, and then, very gradually, he let her go. She drew away from him, her bosom heaving, her lips panting, and leaned upon the dressing-table for support. She had withstood him, indeed, but it had cost her every inch of her strength. She did not know how she endured his silence. It seemed to pierce every nerve, while he still stood observing her, as it were appraising her. Then at length, very slowly, he spoke. "I take back what I said about Saltash. I see I was wrong." He paused a moment. She had made a sharp gesture of surprise, but she spoke no word. He went on. "I realize, now, that you do not know what love is. If you did, you wouldn't be so ashamed. Maybe you will never know. It isn't given to all of us. Not that sort. But let me tell you this. Your friendship, or whatever you call it, with Saltash must end. There must be no more letters, no more secret meetings. Saltash is not a white man. I believe in your own heart you know it. Trust him, and he will let you down, sure." He spoke with somber force. She heard him in utter silence, her head bent, still striving to call back her vanished strength. He came a step nearer to her. "Maybe you think you can hoodwink me, disobey me, and I shan't know. You haven't a very great opinion of my intellect, I guess. But, you may take it from me, I shall know. And if you try to deceive me, you will repent it. You wouldn't fancy life on a lone ranch, with not a soul but me to speak to, and all the dishes to wash." A grim note that was not without a hint of humor crept into his voice. "That's what it will mean, my girl, if you don't obey your husband now. I'm a man of my word, and I think you know it." He was standing close to her. She felt the vitality of the man, encompassing her, enthralling her. Her brief resistance was over. The very heart of her felt too tired to beat. He had not forcibly quelled her rebellion, yet in some fashion he had taken from her the power to rebel. He waited for her to speak, but still she could not. Only after a moment or two she drew back from him again and sat down in a chair by the table. He had delivered his ultimatum. There seemed nothing more to be said. She wished dully that he would go. Surely he could see that the game was his, that she had ceased to move or to attempt to counter that final stroke. Yet he still stood motionless, almost as if he were waiting for something. Suddenly he spoke again with an odd, restrained vehemence. She felt that he spoke in spite of himself. "That's a prospect that doesn't attract you, I reckon. You've no use for me, never have had, save once. My love is just an insult to you. You even call it by another name. But I tell you this." His voice deepened with a strong vibration that affected her very strangely, gripping her close attention. "Whatever it is, it's a driving force that I can't restrain. It may be an obsession, it may be a curse. But there is no getting away from it. It simply is, and it has got to be. And if any man ever dares to come between us, you had better mark what I say. I'll shoot him." He spoke with a fatalism that sank deep into her soul. It was no savage threat, but the clear pronouncement of a man who knew exactly what he would do under given circumstances. And she was sure in that moment, absolutely sure, that no dread of consequences would deter him. She did not answer him. There was nothing to say. But there swept over her another dreadful wave of apprehension, such as had caught her in the summer house an hour before, turning her cold from head to foot. What would he say if he knew what had passed between them, if he knew that their lips had met? She pictured him selecting his weapon with the deadly determination that had inspired his words, saw the cruel set of the mouth, the ruthless glitter of the savage eyes. And she shivered uncontrollably, convulsively, as one in the grip of an ague. He saw the shiver, he could not fail to see it, and his attitude changed a little. A measure of softening came into it, even a tinge of kindliness. "There, you're overwrought," he said. "It's time you got to bed. Reckon you understand me, so we'll give the matter a rest." He turned with the words, turned in his sturdy, purposeful fashion, and went back to his room. She did not watch him go, but she listened with straining ears for the closing of the door between them. It did not come to her. There was to be no relief from his presence that night. The door remained half open. She sat on motionless for a moment or two, listening in a numb, hopeless fashion to his quiet, methodical movements. She got up sharply at length, and began with quivering speed to undress, not daring to linger lest she should have to meet again the straight, unsparing scrutiny of those terribly bright eyes. Once only, and that just at the last, did she stay a moment and stoop over a small dark object on the floor. Something she fancied she had dropped. But the next instant a wild fit of trembling seized her. She stood up again, feeling giddy, physically sick. The thing on the floor was the charred remnant of the moth that had fluttered impotent wings to escape but so short a time before. It lay there, shriveled, lifeless, the wings that had beaten so madly for freedom shattered and consumed in the flame. She caught her hand to her throat. What evil fate had decreed that such things should be? Even the tiniest thread of life could not escape the seething whirlpool of destruction. Sick at heart, she turned and extinguished the candle that had wrought so cruel a doom. The moonlight shone whitely into the room. She went to the window and pulled down the blind. Then, trembling, she crept to bed. And the darkness covered her soul. Part 2, Chapters 9 and 10 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 9. The Invitation. Saltash did not come to her on the following day, and for her own sake she was thankful that he did not. But the problem of her mother's difficulties had begun to vex her sorely. Without communicating with him she knew that it could not be solved. He had given his promise to help her, yet somehow she did not feel the task before her to be a very easy one. Charlie was so curiously elusive in some respects. It was not always a simple matter to detach him from the whim of the moment, and she had many a time heard him declare that he was not a business man. She watched the post with nervous anxiety, but nothing came for her. She was relieved to have nothing to conceal, but her mother's anxieties weighed upon her. She hesitated to write to Charlie, but told herself she would have to do so if no word came from him. It was all highly unsatisfactory, and behind her uneasiness there lurked a deep sense of self-reproach, self-distrust. She had suffered him to go too far, too far. It might be difficult to recover a normal footing. It might be he was even now planning some deep game, some master stroke to follow up the advantage he had gained and win her for his own. He would not succeed. He could not succeed. She would not so much as allow her thoughts to wander in that direction. She had been mad that night. There had been witchery in the very air. But now she was awake to the crude realities of life, awake and sane and bitterly ashamed of her weakness. He might plot and intrigue, but he could not overthrow her reason a second time. The madness had passed, and it would not return. But the necessity for seeing him remained, and it was an urgent one. She found it hard to wait in inactivity. The whole day passed without a sign from him, and her patience began to wear thin. Surely he could not fail to keep that solemn promise of his. Surely he could not have forgotten, or be waiting for her to make the first move. She went for a walk on the down with Capper in the evening. She did not greatly want to go. She was a little afraid of his shrewd insight. But she found that she had no cause for fear. He was full of kindly commonplace topics, and he touched upon no intimate subject whatever. She returned from the walk feeling soothed and refreshed. They went through the training field on the way back, and here they came upon Jake giving Bunny his first riding lesson. It was good to see the boy's eagerness, his flushed face and shining eyes. He was utterly fearless, and even impatient of Jake's care. They stood a while and watched, then turned and walked up through the garden. "He is very happy," Maud said. Capper smiled. "Jake is an A1 companion for him, Mrs. Bolton. He is thrice lucky to be in the care of a man like Jake." She agreed without enthusiasm. "Yes, Jake is very kind." "That's so, and he won't spoil him either. Also," Capper spoke with emphasis, "he'll never learn anything that isn't clean and straight from Jake. Guess he'll make a fine man some day." "Thanks to you, doctor," Maud said. "No, madam, thanks to Jake. My part was a very small one. I am just a mechanic, but Jake is a driver of engines, a maker of men." Maud said nothing, and he changed the subject. They lingered in the garden till Jake and Bunny joined them. Then they separated, Bunny, contrary to custom, attaching himself to Maud, and Jake taking possession of Capper. Brother and sister ascended the steps into the house and entered the parlor. Bunny was still flushed and excited. Life was full of absorbing interest to him. He had actually been off the leading rein most of the time. Yes, and he had cantered, too. Jake said he was to go and have a warm bath and then do his time on the floor. It was a great bore, but he supposed he'd have to. What was Maud looking so sick about? Wasn't she well? This amiable inquiry was made just as Maud's eyes had fallen upon the letter lying on the table. She almost snatched it up, and then found with a mingling of relief and disappointment that it was not from Saltash. The crabbed writing was wholly unfamiliar to her. She stood gazing at it while her sudden agitation subsided. "Who's it from?" said Bunny, coming to peer over her shoulder. "Liverpool postmark. Why, that's from that queer old codger who was down here in the winter, I'll bet. What on earth does he want?" "To be sure, Uncle Edward," Maud said. She opened the letter with Bunny looking on. They read it together. "My dear grand-niece, I am pleased to acknowledge your letter of the 4th instant, and I write to inform you that I shall be delighted to receive you and your brother on whatever date it may suit you to come. I am glad to hear of the latter's excellent progress. I presume you are capable of keeping him in order. You will, of course, be prepared to find your own entertainment. Should your worthy husband care to join the party by any chance, I have room for all. Your affectionate uncle, Edward Warren." "Holy Christopher!" ejaculated Bunny. "What on earth did you want to write to him for? I'm not going there, jiggered if I am. And to be tied to your apron strings, too? Not much." Maud folded the letter. "I thought you might like to go away with me for a little," she said. He stared at her. "What, away from Jake? Not much?" She tried to smile. "You're not very flattering, Bunny." Bunny was still staring. "I can't think what's come to you. Jake's the best chap in the world, and yet you don't seem to get on with him. Say, what the blazes is the matter with you, anyway?" She bit her lip. "I wish you wouldn't be so horribly imitative, Bunny. You never used to talk like that." Bunny flared up on the instant. "I'll talk as I damn well please. It's no affair of yours. As to leaving Jake, I'm hanged if I will. You can jolly well go by yourself." "And as to behaving like a beastly bounder, you'll apologize for it before you leave this room," a soft voice said. Both started violently. Jake had come up the steps from the garden. He walked over to the mantelpiece, searched for and found a box of matches, then turned. "If we were alone, my son, I'd punch your head for you. Maud is quite right. You've no call to talk like a cowboy. Now apologize, quick." But Bunny stood sullenly silent. Maud turned to the door. "Pray don't trouble to make him do that," she said. "I am accustomed to cowboy manners." The door closed upon her, and in the same instant Jake's hand closed upon Bunny's shoulder. "Go after her," he commanded. "Catch her up and say you're sorry." But Bunny resisted him. "I won't, Jake. I'm not sorry, and I won't go away and stay with Uncle Edward. There. If you send me, I'll run away." Jake shook him. "I'll be mad with you in a minute, my son. Go after her, do you hear? Go after her and make it up before she starts crying." "She won't cry," said Bunny incredulously. "She never does." Jake swung him round to the door. "Bunny, don't you be a skunk. If you don't go there'll be trouble. Bad trouble." "But it was her fault," protested Bunny, stung to remonstrance. "She set on to me first." "I don't care whose fault it was," said Jake. "You're to go." Bunny writhed in his hold. "You're beastly unfair, Jake. If I do go I shan't apologize." "You won't," said Jake. "No, I won't." There was a faint note of apprehension in Bunny's voice, notwithstanding its defiance. He stood up to Jake, but his eyelids quivered ever so slightly. His hands opened and shut in the old nervous fashion. Jake was holding him fast. "Think it over," he said. "Think it over." His voice was steady, his grip inflexible. His eyes never left the boy's hot face. They held a stern warning that could not be ignored. Bunny straightened himself to meet it. "I suppose you'll thrash me," he said. "Well, you must, that's all." A faint gleam crossed Jake's face. It was hardly a smile, and was gone on the instant. "No, I shan't thrash you," he said. "Now will you go?" And Bunny capitulated, struck his colors unconditionally, flung his arms round his brother-in-law's shoulders. "All right, Jake. I'll go, old man, I'll go. Don't look so confoundedly grim." Jake held him back with one hand on his rough, dark head. "Be off with you, boy. I'll see you later. Maybe when you're in bed. Go now." He smiled upon Bunny, for there were tears in the boy's eyes, patted him on the back, and turned to go as he had entered. 10 seconds later Bunny was beating a rousing tattoo on his sister's door. "Say, Maud, let me in. Quick, quick." He wriggled at the handle, for the door was locked, and meeting with no response, beat again. "Maud, I say, let me in. I've come to say I'm sorry. Don't be waxy, old girl. Open the door." There came a lagging footstep. The key turned. Bunny burst into the room headlong. "You're not crying, are you? I knew you weren't. There. It's all right, isn't it? What makes you so touchy nowadays? You never used to be." Her arms held him tightly in a mute embrace. She kissed him with a yearning tenderness. Bunny drew back and looked at her with sudden close attention. "Maud, what's the matter? Tell me what's the matter." She was smiling, a strangely drawn smile. Not for the first time he became conscious of the veil of reserve that hung between them. He strove with it indignantly, seeking to tear it aside. "Maud, tell me, I say. You would have told me in the old days." She caught back an involuntary sigh. "You were older then, Bunny." "I wasn't," he declared. "What rot!" "Ah, well," she said gently, "things were different in those days." And suddenly there came to Bunny, who had lain and watched life so long that his eyes had grown tired with watching, one of the old shrewd flashes of enlightenment solving the mystery. He held her very tightly, his face burning red. "Say, Maud, old girl, is it I know what it is." "Don't, Bunny," she whispered inarticulately. He kissed her with the warmth of renewed understanding. "That's why Jake's so beastly worried about you. Poor old boy, he's getting as lean as chops. Have you noticed?" She had not. They sat down together on an ottoman near the window, Bunny's arm protectingly around her. "He sent me up after you in such a hurry because he was afraid you were going to cry," he went on. "He was furious with me for vexing you. Poor old Jake." A curious little pang of resentment went through her. "You seem to think he is very much to be pitied," she said. "I do," said Bunny instantly. "He looks so down in the mouth nowadays. I saw it directly I came home. He's got a sort of hurt look at the back of his eyes, as if he wasn't getting on with himself. I sometimes wish you'd be a bit kinder to him, Maud. I'm sure he mopes." This was a point of view so new to Maud that she hardly knew how to regard it. Somehow it had never occurred to her that Jake could take her attitude to heart. Jake, who trampled down all rebellion with so merciless a heel. She had always told herself that Jake had all he really wanted. That he was aware of any need of the spirit she had never seriously believed. Bunny's assertion brought to mind Mrs. Wright's kindly assurance that there was a whole lot of reserve in Jake. And for the first time the old woman's words recurred to her. "He won't show you his heart so long as he thinks you've no use for it." Was there a measure of truth in those words, she wondered. She wondered. "Guess I must be going," said Bunny. "I've got to have a bath. You might turn on the water for me like a brick, while I go and undress." There was a subtle tact in the suggestion. Bunny knew, none better, that to wait upon him was his sister's dearest privilege, and he judged by her sad face that it was time to change her thoughts. When he arrived in the bathroom a few minutes later, he found everything put ready for his comfort, and Maud waiting to turn off the water at his command. He was attired in a large bath towel, which he held artistically draped about his person. He thrust a bare, warm arm about her neck. "Thanks, old girl. You're jolly decent to me. I don't know how I managed to be such a beast. Guess my temper must have got warped in its youth. By the way, there's a letter for you from Charlie on my dressing table. He told me to give it to you when we were alone. I suppose it's something to do with the mother's affairs." "Oh, perhaps," Maud said. And she hoped he did not note her sudden start or the quick flushing of her face. "When did you see him?" "He came up the garden way this evening, just before I was riding with Jake. You were out with Dr. Capper. He was in a rather decent mood," said Bunny. "He gave me half a sovereign. Not a bad sort, Charlie." He began to emerge from the enveloping towel, and Maud turned to go. "You can stay if you like," said Bunny graciously. "I've no wish to make a stranger of you." But she smiled and declined the invitation. "You do better without me now," she said. And as the boy's small thin figure slipped down into the bath, she went out and crossed the passage swiftly to his room. The letter from Charlie was not on his table, but tossed carelessly on the bed with his clothes. She shivered at the thought that Jake and not she might have found it there. The purple crest stood out conspicuous on the white envelope. A fox's head with the motto "Sans vertu" underneath. She wondered what wild ancestor of his had designed the cynical device. Her hands were trembling as she tore open the flap. She was half impatient, yet half afraid. Her heart throbbed hard at sight of the dashing scrawl, once so familiar and so dear. "Ma belle reine des roses." Her heart throbbed a little faster. The old sweet name. How it brought back to her those free, happy days of her youth. How she marveled now at the high, girlish pride that had sent him away. How cruel had been the cost of that same pride. She read on. It was a characteristic epistle, half mocking, half tender throughout. Would she meet him again? But of course she would. Had she not said that he could serve her? But they would not risk another interruption. Would she be going to the Greydown races? If not, he would manage to return early and come to her by the garden way. They would thus be sure of at least half an hour together before anyone else got back. He seemed confident that she would not refuse, and she knew even as she read that she could not. She must see him somehow. She must somehow get back to normal relations with him. She could not sacrifice his friendship to that one night's madness. Besides, there was her mother. A trampling of hoofs in the yard below drew her to the window. She looked forth. It was the Albatross being led out of his stable for the evening canter. Dick Stevens held the bridle. He wore a heavy, glowering look. She remembered, and the memory seemed to scorch her, that morning after her wedding day when she had stood and listened in petrified horror to Jake pouring forth terrible invective upon the lad's head. He was standing by now, watching with a frown, as though the boy's movements displeased him. And even as she looked, he went forward and took the bridle into his own hand. Stephen stood aside sullenly, while he readjusted the bit with set lips. The Albatross nuzzled against him, and after a few moments Jake's hand went to his pocket and brought forth a piece of sugar. Then while the animal munched it, he turned round upon the sulky stable boy and spoke. "If any harm comes to him through any damn carelessness of yours, I warn you, and I'm a man of my word, I'll leather you to a jelly if it costs me £50. His words were quiet, but absolutely distinct. His right hand was hard gripped on his riding whip. Stephen slunk back a step, not speaking, his face crimson and defiant. Maud, at the upper window, clasped her hands suddenly and very tightly upon the letter they held. Yes, he was a man of his word. And what if he kept that other promise he had made to her? Life alone on a ranch, with Jake. Her whole being rose in revolt at the thought. She turned away with a shudder. 10. The Mistake. The day fixed for the race for the Birchester Cup was inclined to be showery. Jake was up at an early hour, and when he was gone Maud rose also. But she felt too languid to bestir herself very greatly. She sat by the open window, breathing the pure morning air, and wondering what the day would bring forth. Since the receipt of Saltash's letter she had been making up her mind. That she must see him alone that day was inevitable, but she had formed a strong determination that for the future she would put bounds to their intercourse. It could but lead in the one hopeless direction. Moreover, open friendship between them had become, owing to Jake's prohibition, impossible. She did not blame Saltash for what had happened, but bitterly she blamed herself. She had been carried away by the moment's madness. Her feet had slipped. But the determination to retrace that false step was strong within her. For Charlie's sake, as well as for her own, she knew that they must not go on. With fatal clearness she realized that it was the downward path leading to destruction. It had never attracted her before her marriage, that downward path. The care of Bunny had absorbed her life. But now that her life was empty of all but the bondage she hated, she faced the fact that her resolution had begun to waver. She could no longer trust herself to stand firm. Sitting there, drinking in the refreshing coolness of the rain-washed air, feeling the sweet morning chill all about her, something of that innate purity of hers seemed to revive. Some of the bitterness went from her soul. She was very, very tired. But after long meditation she had begun to see her way more clearly. Perhaps dimly the future had begun to draw her. Yes, her life was empty now. But in a little while. A deep, deep breath escaped her. The memory of Mrs. Wright and her confident words of wisdom came to her. Her life would not be always a dreary wandering in a desert land. Prisoner she might be, but even so, the flowers might bloom around her within her reach. A little tremor went through her. Ah, yes, it might be there were compensations in store even for her. Her life would not be always empty. A kind of waking dream came upon her. It was as though a soothing hand had been laid upon her, stilling her wild rebellion, giving her hope. The kaleidoscope of life was changing every day. Why should she despair? When she descended to breakfast she was calmer, more at peace with herself than she had been for long. She found Capper waiting alone. He gave her his quick, keen look, but characteristically he made no comment upon what he saw. "I am wondering how I shall catch the boat train tonight," he said. "Must you do so?" she asked. He nodded vigorously. "Indeed I must. I have trespassed upon your hospitality quite long enough. And there is work waiting across the Atlantic that only Maurice Capper can do." She smiled at him. "How indefatigable you are. Won't it wait a little longer?" "Not a day," declared Capper. And neither of them dreamed that that same work would have to wait many days ere Maurice Capper was at liberty to handle it. They sat down alone to breakfast. Jake and Bunny had had their meal long before. "There's no holding the boy this morning," Capper observed. "It will be a good thing now when you get him off to school, Mrs. Bolton. He'll grow quicker there than anywhere." Maud looked up quickly. "You think so?" He smiled. "I have told Jake so. He, I believe, is waiting till these all-absorbing races are over to consult you on the subject." Maud's eyes fell. "He won't do that," she said in a low voice. "He and Bunny will settle it between them, and I shall be told afterwards." "That's so," said Capper. "Then if I may take the liberty to advise you, madam, I should consult them first." She shook her head in silence. How could she even begin to tell Capper of the utter lack of sympathy between herself and Jake? "And you really think he is fit to go to school and fend for himself?" she asked after a moment. "Do him all the good in the world," said Capper. He added kindly, "Guess you'll miss him some, my dear. But believe me, you won't be sorry when you see what it does for him." "Oh, no, I shall never be sorry on his account," she said. And there the subject ended. But before she left the breakfast table she found an opportunity to acquaint him with her decision to remain at home that day. He expressed regret, but not surprise. "You are wise not to overtire yourself," he said. She became aware again of the green eyes surveying her for a moment, and colored. "I am not sleeping very well," she said with an effort. He nodded as one who fully understood. "Take things easily," he said. "Don't fret over 'em. Let the world go by." She got up, moved by an impulse curiously insistent. "Dr. Capper," she said, It's rather a difficult world, isn't it?" Her voice had a quiver of wistfulness in it. He reached out a hand at once that sought and held hers. "My dear Mrs. Bolton," he said, "we live too hard, all of us. That's 9/10 of the trouble. It's because we won't trust the hand on the helm. We're all so mighty anxious to do our own steering, and we don't know a thing about it." The hold of the thin yellow fingers was full of kindly comfort. There was nothing disconcerting in the shrewd green eyes that looked into hers. "I think you'll be happier presently, you know," he said. "It seems to me that two people I'm mighty fond of have got wandering off their bearings in the wilderness. They'll find each other presently, and then, I guess, that same wilderness will blossom into a garden, and they'll settle down in comfort and enjoy themselves." He pressed her hand and released it, making it evident that he had no intention of pursuing the matter further without definite encouragement. And Maud gave him none. Something in her shrank from doing so. He was Jake's friend before he was hers. The day seemed very long. It was oppressive also, gleams of sunshine alternating with occasional heavy thunder showers. She was lying in a hammock chair under the trees in the orchard with Chops at her feet, when Jake came striding through at the last moment to find her. "Capper tells me you don't feel up to coming," he said. She barely glanced up from the book in her lap. She did not want to meet his eyes. "I didn't tell him so," she said. "But it is so," insisted Jake. "I have decided not to come, certainly," she said, feeling her heart jerk apprehensively as she made the statement. He stood a moment in silence, then bent unexpectedly, took her by the chin, and turned her face up to his own. It was flooded with scarlet on the instant. Her eyes flinched away from his. He held her so for several seconds, looking at her, mercilessly watching that agonizing blush, till it faded under his eyes, leaving her white to the lips. Then, without another word, he let her go. She heard the jingle of his spurs as he went away, and for a long time after she lay as he had left her, too unnerved to move. What could he know? How much did he suspect? She felt cold to the very heart of her, stricken and sick with fear. He had not so much as kissed her in his brutal, domineering way, and that fact disquieted her more than any other. Though she hated the touch of his lips, she would have welcomed it thankfully in that hour of sickening apprehension, only to feel reassured and safe. The patter of rain roused her to activity and drove her back to the house, in time to meet Mrs. Lovelace hastening forth with an umbrella to her rescue. "You shouldn't be sitting out there, ma'am, on a day like this," the old woman said. "And lack a massy, you do look bad." Maud tried to smile. "I am not bad, Mrs. Lovelace. It's only the heat." Mrs. Lovelace pursed her lips and looked severely incredulous. "You'd best lie down, ma'am," she said. "I'll bring your lunch immediately." She bustled away, and Maud sank on the couch in the parlor and strove to compose herself. But she could not with that awful fear coiled like a snake about her heart. A terrible restlessness possessed her. It was impossible to remain still. If she could only send a message to Charlie, warning him not to come. But that was impossible. She knew that no message could reach him now. He would have to come, and Jake would know of it. Maneuver as she might, those lynx eyes would wrest from her the secret. She knew herself powerless to withstand them. She made scarcely any pretence to eat the luncheon that Mrs. Lovelace brought her. She had never before been in such a ferment of disquietude. Those few awful moments of Jake's silent scrutiny had shaken her to the very foundations of her being. She felt that he had ruthlessly forced his way past her defenses and looked upon her naked soul. And she realized that he had spoken the truth when he said that she could not deceive him. He could tear her reserve from her like a garment and expose her most secret thoughts. She spent most of the afternoon in pacing to and fro, for she could not rest. Her feet were soaked with the drenched orchard grass, but she did not know it. Her limbs were strung to a feverish activity. There were times when she thought she would go mad. The hours crawled by leaden-footed. She did not know in the least when Charlie would come, but she began to expect him long before he could possibly arrive, and the waiting became a torment that chafed her intolerably. If he would only come soon, so that she might make her petition and let him go. Back and forth she wandered, conscious sometimes of a dreadful physical sinking, but for the most part too torn with anxiety to be aware of anything else. And Chops paced with her in mute sympathy with her distress. The afternoon was beginning to wane towards evening when Mrs. Lovelace came forth once more in search of her. Mrs. Lovelace with prim set lips sternly disapproving. "You'll make yourself bad if you go on, ma'am," she said. "And if you please, Mrs. Wright is here, and I'm laying the cloth for tea." "Mrs. Wright?" Maud looked at her with dazed eyes, bringing her thoughts back as it were from afar. "There she is," said Mrs. Lovelace. And even as she spoke, Maud caught sight of the comfortable, portly figure standing on the steps. She gave a gasp that was almost a cry, and began to hasten toward her. Mrs. Wright, on her part, bustled down to meet her. "Don't hurry, my dear, don't. I've only just come. Why, how tired and white you look. There, run along, Sarah, and get the tea like a good soul. I'll take care of Mrs. Bolton." Her arm was already around Maud's waist. She looked up at her with round eyes full of kindly concern. Maud bent to kiss her. "How good of you to come," she said. She herself was divided between relief and dismay. But the relief predominated. It would not matter now if Charlie came. She would have to write to him on her mother's behalf. It was the only way. She believed she could evade Jake's vigilance with a letter, so long as Charlie did not write to her. The anguish through which she had passed had made her realize that she must not, could not, take such a risk again. She clung to Mrs. Wright as to a deliverer. "Thank you for coming," she said. Mrs. Wright had begun to steer sturdily for the house. "Lor bless you, dear, I'm as pleased as anything to come," she said. "Jake dropped in this morning casual like, and happened to pass the remark as they was all going to the races but you. So I sent down to Tom's young lady to be so kind as to come and mind the shop for me this afternoon, and after dinner I dressed myself and came along to keep you company. I could have got here an hour ago, but I thought as you'd be resting, and I knew as Sarah would be busy." So it was Jake's doing. He had taken this step to circumvent her. Maud was conscious of a throb of anger against him, but her visitor's guileless chatter made her stifle it. Mrs. Wright was so obviously unsuspecting. They ascended the steps together, Mrs. Wright's arm stoutly assisting her. Then in the parlor she turned and looked at Maud. "If I was you, my dearie, I should lie right down and have a rest. And I'll give you a drop of brandy in your tea." She sank upon the sofa without protest. The reaction from those hours of feverish suspense was upon her. She felt exhausted in mind and body. Mrs. Wright attended upon her with the utmost kindness. She did not talk a great deal, for which forbearance Maud was mutely thankful. She was so unutterably tired, too tired even to protest against that drop of brandy in her tea upon which Mrs. Wright insisted. Another hour went by, but there was no sign of Saltash's coming. The evening was turning dark and wet. Maud lay on her sofa, sometimes dozing, sometimes talking abstractedly to her visitor. For Mrs. Wright was determined to remain till Jake returned, and briskly said so. Maud did not want to combat the decision. She was glad to have her there. It seemed that Charlie was not coming after all. Something had detained him. Her anxiety had spent itself, but she felt terribly weak. The comfort of the old woman's tender care was too great to refuse. She scarcely knew how the time went, so overpowering was the languor that possessed her. The rainy sky brought down an early dusk long before the setting of the sun. A brooding stillness hung upon all things, through which the patter of the rain sounded with unvarying monotony. "Dearie me, they will get wet," sighed Mrs. Wright. Slowly the heavy clouds gathered and hung. Slowly the darkness deepened. Suddenly Maud raised herself, sat up, tensely listened. "What is that?" she said. Mrs. Wright looked at her. "I hear nothing but the rain, dear." Maud broke in upon her impatiently. "Yes, that. Don't you hear? What is it? Oh, God, what is it?" Her voice rose wildly. In a moment she had sprung from her couch and was standing with caught breath, listening. "My dearie, it's only the rain," said Mrs. Wright soothingly. "Don't let yourself get jumpy. There's nothing there." But Maud paid no attention to her. With a movement incredibly swift, she reached the door and threw it open. Then indeed Mrs. Wright heard sounds, muffled but undeniable, of some commotion in the stable yard. "I expect they've just got home, dear," she said. "And very wet they'll be. Hadn't you better tell Sarah to get a nice hot brew of tea ready for 'em? Little Sir Brian will be sure to want his tea." But the rush of Maud's feet along the oaken passage was her only answer. The girl went like the wind, urged by the most awful fear she had ever known. The front door was open. Bunny was on the step. But she brushed past him without so much as seeing him, tearing forth bareheaded, ashen-faced into the rain. For there, in the murky twilight, terrible as a lion newly aroused, stood Jake, gripping by the collar a struggling, writhing figure, the while he administered to it as sound a horsewhipping as his great strength could accomplish. His right arm moved slowly with a deliberate regularity unspeakably horrible to behold. She had a glimpse, only a glimpse, of his face, and the savage cruelty of it was such that it seemed no longer human. Of his victim she saw very little, but of his identity not the smallest doubt existed in her mind. And as the sound of those awful blows reached her, the last shred of her endurance was torn away. She shrieked and shrieked again as she ran. Those shrieks reached Jake as the cry of its mate in distress might reach an animal intent upon its prey. He flung the prey from him on the instant and wheeled. He met her a full 10 yards from the spot, just as her feet slipped on the wet stones of the yard. He caught her, she almost fell against him, and held her hard in his arms. She was sobbing terribly, utterly unstrung, hysterical. She struggled for speech, but the wild sounds that left her lips were wholly unintelligible. She struggled to free herself, but her strength was gone. In the end her knees suddenly gave way under her. She collapsed with a gasping cry. And Jake, stooping, raised her, and bore her in senseless out of the drenching rain. Part 2, Chapters 11 and 12 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 11. The Reason. "You've only yourself to thank," said Capper. He tugged irritably at his pointed yellow beard. His eyes were moody under brows that frowned. "You might have known what to expect if you'd had an ounce of sense." "Guess I always was an all-fired fool," said Jake. The great doctor looked down at him from his post on the hearth, and his eyes softened a little. For Jake's dejection was very thorough. He sat as it were in dust and ashes. "Not always, my son," he said. "But I guess you've surpassed yourself on this occasion. Well, it's done. She may get over it, but she won't love you any the better for it. It'll be up to you to make a fresh start presently." Jake was silent. He was not smoking. He sat with bent head and lowered eyes. Capper contemplated him a while, till at length a faint glint of humor began to shine in his green eyes. He moved and laid a long, wiry hand upon Jake's shoulder. "Say, Jake," he said, "don't take it too hard, man. Let it be a lesson to you, that's all. And the next time you want to whip a stable boy, do it on the quiet, and there'll be no misunderstandings. Guess you'll have to sink small for a bit, but it's not a hanging matter. She'll forgive you by and by." "Why should she?" Jake did not move his head or respond in any way to the friendly touch. "Because she's that sort." Capper spoke with stout conviction. "She won't hold out against you when she sees you're sorry. Don't be afraid to tell her so, Jake. Don't hide your soul." Jake raised his head suddenly, looking full up at Capper with eyes that glowed red and somber. "You don't quite grasp the situation, Doc," he said. "She won't be sorry for this when she comes to herself. She never wanted to bear a child of mine. She loathes the very ground I walk on. She'd do most anything to get quit of me. No, I reckon she won't be sorry any. She'll be sort of glad." "Oh, shucks!" Capper's hand suddenly smote him hard. "You don't know women. I tell you, you don't know 'em." "I know one." Jake's voice was deadly calm. His eyes shone like a still, hot fire. "I thought I could win her, though the odds were dead against me. I staked all on the chance, the 100th chance, and it's gone. I've lost. There's no sense in pretending otherwise. Now this has happened I shan't hold her any longer, unless it's by brute force, and I reckon there's more loss than gain that way. And yet I know, his voice suddenly took a deeper note, that where I've failed, no other man has ever yet succeeded. No one else has ever got to the heart of her. That I know." He spoke with grim force, as though challenging incredulity on Capper's part, but Capper made no attempt to contradict him. He even nodded as if he held the same opinion. "Then I guess it's up to you to find the way," he said. "There's a better way for all of us than brute force, my son. There is a power that all the violence in the world can't beat. It's greater than all the devils. And you'll win out, on the strength of it." He paused. Jake's eyes had kindled a little. He set his hands on the arms of his chair as though about to rise. "You get me?" Capper asked. A faint smile came over his face. "You speak as one who knows," he said. "I do know." Capper's voice was very emphatic. "It's not an easy world to live in. It's a mighty difficult one. But we've been given a compass to steer by, a divine compass, Jake, my lad. Guess it's our own faults in the main, if we fail to get there." He waited. The light was gradually growing in Jake's eyes. He had a speculative, half-doubtful look. "And yet you advised me to jump the hedge," he said. Capper smiled somewhat ruefully. "I didn't tell you to burst your way through, did I?" he said. "You didn't take it the right way, my son. You blundered, and it's left a nasty breach. It's not beyond repair, mind you. But it'll take some patience and some faith before it's all filled up. Set to work on it right now. You've got the materials. Use 'em, all you know. Show her what love, real love, is worth. She's a woman. She'll soon understand." Jake got to his feet with the quiet, purposeful movement of a man who has work before him. He gripped Capper's hand for a moment and looked him straight in the face. "I reckon you're right, sir," he said, speaking rather heavily. "I've made a damn muddle of the whole show. I was nearer to her, several lengths nearer, in the old days, when we were just friends. Just friends." His voice quivered slightly. "Than I am now. Well, I reckon I must get back to the old footing. We'll be just friends again." He turned from Capper with the words, went to the mantelpiece and took up his pipe. The doctor watched him for a while silently. There was a greatness about the man's simplicity that commanded his respect. There was even an element of the superb in it. "I take off my hat to you, Jake," he said at length. "You're a white man." Jake's head was bent over his pipe. He made a brief, contemptuous sound and rammed it into his mouth. "We don't all think alike," he said. "Well, I must be going anyway. So long, Doc." "Where are you off to?" Capper asked. He made a gesture as of one who contemplates an unpleasant task. "I must go up to the castle. I said I would. I've got to tell Lord Saltash how the Albatross failed this afternoon." "But, man, he knows!" exclaimed Capper. "He was there." Jake turned round. His pipe was alight. He puffed at it grimly. "Maybe he does. But it's my duty to tell him all the same. It may interest him also to hear that Stevens won't be fit for the saddle again for a week or two. I'd have marked the young blackguard for life if I hadn't been stopped." His brows suddenly met fiercely. "I'd have got out of him what he did it for, too, though I guess I know. When a hot favorite like the Albatross gets left behind like that, there's always a reason, a damned substantial reason, at the bottom of it. Oh, it's a foul business," he said bitterly. "I ought to have scratched sooner than run the chance of having him pulled. I never trusted Stevens. Never. I'll see him drawn and quartered before he ever rides another horse of mine." "But you've no evidence," suggested Capper. "I've the evidence of my own eyes," said Jake bluntly. "And there'll be further evidence presently, or I'm a nigger." "What do you mean? He'll never own it." "No." Jake spoke with a savage disdain. "He won't have the spunk for that. And he won't have the spunk either to take out a summons for assault. He'll just take it all lying down. I know. He swung round on his heel to go, went as far as the door, then suddenly wheeled and came back. "Say, Capper," he said, and all the savagery was gone from his voice. It held a note of pleading. "She'll get over it, sure." Capper's yellow face was full of kindness. He reached forth a hand that gripped hard. "Please God, she'll live to be the mother of your children yet, Jake," he said. Jake drew a sharp breath. "God knows I don't want her just for that," he said with husky vehemence. And then abruptly, as if ashamed, he pulled his hand free and departed. Capper's fingers sought his beard as the door closed. "You're learning, Jake," he said. "You're learning. Wonder how soon she'll begin to find out that there's another man in the place where her husband used to be." He coiled himself down into a chair, bending and cracking his long fingers with meditative zest. But the frown remained between his brows. If Capper the man were satisfied, Capper the doctor was very much the reverse. He was not dismayed, but he was anxious, more anxious than he deemed it necessary for anyone to know. "She'll pull through," he muttered to himself once. And again, "She must pull through." But in his heart he knew that it was more than possible that his patient's life might ebb out on the bitter side of disappointment and misery, even when the worst danger seemed to be over. She was so lonely in her trouble, so piteously bereft of all desire or incentive to live. Up in the room above Maud lay, white and still, her dark hair all about her eyes closed, an aloofness that was almost like the shadow of death wrapping her round. Mrs. Wright sat by her side, very alert and watchful. It was growing late, but she had long ago signified her intention of remaining for the night. Very practical and sure of herself was Mrs. Wright. She and Dr. Capper were already firm allies. The night was close, and the windows were flung wide. The door in the adjoining room was wide open also, and a faint current of air eddied about the room, stirring now and again the chintz hangings of the old-fashioned bed, rustling occasionally the white muslin curtains at the window. The wash of the sea came up vaguely from the dark distance. It sounded like the far splashing of mighty oars. Near at hand, down in the dim garden, there came sometimes the mysterious movements of some small creature creeping stealthily through the bushes, and once or twice, down in the orchard, an owl hooted its weird half-human signal. Mrs. Wright did not like the voice of the owl. She shivered whenever she heard it. But Maud lay as one oblivious of all things, drifting, drifting on a grey lonely sea, on which no sun ever rose or star shone. Someone came into the adjoining room and stood in the open doorway. Mrs. Wright looked swiftly round. Jake's eyes met hers. He made a brief sign for silence. Then, without sound, he crept in and stood against the bed curtain, looking down mutely at his wife's still face. Several seconds of complete silence followed, then quite suddenly, as though someone had called her, she opened her eyes wide and turned her head. He drew back behind the curtain on the instant ere she could catch sight of him, standing motionless as a statue, not seeming so much as to breathe. The troubled frown gathered on Maud's face. She made a restless movement. At once Mrs. Wright bent to her from the other side of the bed. "What is it, my dearie? You're not in pain?" Maud was panting a little. She tried to raise herself, but was gently checked by a motherly hand. She took and held it with trembling fingers. "Mrs. Wright, please, you won't go," she begged. "Surely not, my dear," stoutly Mrs. Wright made answer. "I'm going to take care of you all night long." But Maud was not wholly reassured. She clung faster to the plump, soothing hand. "If Jake comes in, he will want to send you away. Don't let him, Mrs. Wright. I can't be alone with Jake tonight." She was becoming agitated, but Mrs. Wright gently hushed her. "You shan't be, dearest. Jake wants me to be with you tonight. He is very unhappy about you, poor Jake. Goodness knows you needn't be afraid of him." "Oh, how can I help it after what he did to Charlie? Did you see? Is Charlie very badly hurt?" "Charlie?" questioned Mrs. Wright. "Charlie Burchester, Lord Saltash. Didn't you see what Jake did to him? Oh, it was terrible. Terrible." A great shudder shook her at the remembrance of what she had seen. My dear," Mrs. Wright leaned to her, smoothing her pillow. "Why, what a mistake, to be sure. And to think you've put yourself out like this all for nothing. Dear, to be sure. That wasn't Lord Saltash, darling. Whatever made you think it was? It was just one of them pesky stable boys as he was giving a jacketing to, and richly he deserved it, I'll be bound." "Oh, Mrs. Wright," Maud's voice was suddenly eager. "Are you sure? Are you sure?" Her dark eyes, wide and beseeching, were raised in earnest questioning to her old friend's kindly face. She clung to the sustaining hand. "My dear, of course I am sure. I came along behind you. I saw it all. It was that young dog, Dick Stevens. I know him well, never did like him, and I'm sure he deserved all he got, probably more. Now you mustn't worry yourself any longer. Leave it all to old Mother Wright, and go to sleep. Will you, my dearie?" "You're sure Charlie is safe?" Maud said quiveringly. He was coming, don't tell Jake, to see me today. But he didn't come. And I thought, oh, are you sure Jake isn't listening?" She broke off in sudden terror, starting up as if she would tear aside the curtain. But Mrs. Wright was swift to interpose. "My dear, you mustn't upset yourself like this. It's very wrong. What if Jake did know? Surely he would understand. He would know that there could be no reason why Lord Saltash should not drop in and see you in a friendly way now and then. Didn't you tell me you were old friends?" "Oh, you don't know Jake," moaned Maud. "He is so terrible, so terrible. He would shoot Charlie, if he knew." "My dear!" Mrs. Wright was genuinely shocked. She threw a sharp glance towards the curtain. "But there is no reason. There can be no reason. You're talking wildly. You can't know what you're saying." Maud had sunk back upon her pillows, white-lipped, exhausted. "There is a reason," she whispered. "There's a reason. I love Charlie. I have loved him for years. And Jake would kill him if he knew. He does know a little. That's why I'm so afraid. Oh, I wish I were dead." She ceased to speak, and a dreadful pallor crept up over her face. Mrs. Wright, anxiously watching, saw that she was slipping into unconsciousness, and across the bed she issued a sharp command. "Quick, Jake! Go and fetch the doctor." The shadow behind the curtain vanished. Mrs. Wright reached for a fan. The heat was intense. The darkness hung before the window like a pall. And the good woman trembled a little in spite of herself. She felt as if the angel of death had suddenly entered the quiet room to share her watch. 12. Refuge. "So you've come to see your old uncle at last? Dear me, you've been a precious long time about it. Tut, tut, child, what a close peg, to be sure. Sit down, sit down. You don't look fit to stand." Old Uncle Edward pulled out a chair from his dining-room table and almost thrust his visitor into it. Then he turned, seized a decanter, and poured some wine into a large, old-fashioned glass goblet. "You drink this. It's good stuff, older than you are. It'll turn to blood in your veins, and a good thing, too. You look as if you hadn't got more than a thin half-pint in the whole of your constitution. There, that's better. Don't be afraid of it. Don't be afraid of it. Take another dose before you start talking. I know what you women are once your tongues get going. Take another dose, I say. You're looking half dead. What have they been doing to you? Starving you?" His gray whiskers seemed to bristle with indignation as he asked the question. His eyes glared at her like the eyes of a terrier on the hunt. Maud sat in the red velvet chair with a feeling of vast unreality. It was true that she was feeling almost too weak to stand, and her weakness imparted to her an odd desire to cry. The gruff kindliness of her reception made her feel like a lost child brought home to a kind but somewhat severe parent. She drank the wine in almost unbroken silence. Uncle Edward stood looking on, sternly critical. "So you've been ill, have you? I can see you have. Poor girl, poor girl. Well, we must see what we can do to get you strong again. And you haven't brought your young brother along? How is he? Quite cured?" "Yes, quite cured." Maud put out a hesitating hand and somewhat shyly slipped it into her uncle's. "He is quite cured," she said, forcing a difficult smile. "And he would have come, too. It was so good of you to ask him, only it is September, and the school will soon be opening. And it seemed a pity not to let him go at the beginning of the term. We all thought so." Uncle Edward grunted as if not wholly pleased. But his old knotted fingers closed very kindly about her own. "So your good husband is going to pay for his schooling, is he? That's very generous of him. Very generous indeed. He's a man of property, is he, your Jake?" A quick flush rose in Maud's upturned face. She averted it swiftly. "I don't know. He seems to be able to do anything he likes. He is very kind to Bunny." Uncle Edward grunted again. "Well, and how do you amuse yourself, now that the all-important Bunny is off your hands? I suppose you play the busy housewife, do you?" Maud uttered a faint laugh, as forced as her smile had been. "Oh, no. I don't do anything. There is an old woman who cooks and does everything. I really can't think of anything that I do. Of course, just lately, I haven't been able to do things. But everything goes very well without me." Uncle Edward squeezed her hand and released it. "You've too humble an opinion of yourself, my dear. Most women get uppish when they marry. I don't as a rule like young married women for that reason. They think all the world stands still to admire 'em. But you, well, you're different. You and I will get on together." He smiled upon her so suddenly and so genially that she felt as if a burst of sunshine had warmed her tired soul. She lifted her face with a gesture that was half instinctive, and he stooped at once and kissed it. "You're a very pretty young woman," he said, patting her cheek paternally. "At least you might be if you weren't so painfully thin. You've been very ill, I can see. You're hardly fit to travel alone now. Why didn't you tell me? I'd have come and fetched you if I'd known." "Oh, I didn't travel alone," she said. "I had Dr. Capper with me. I shouldn't have come so soon but for him. He was going to the docks, and he offered to bring me and take care of me. He knew how dreadfully I wanted to get away." "And who may Dr. Capper be?" Uncle Edward demanded grimly. "He is a very great American surgeon, a friend of Jake's. He was with us when I began to be ill. And I have been in his hands ever since." Maud spoke haltingly. "He is a very kind man," she said. "I don't think I should have lived if it hadn't been for him. He made me live." "Oh, he's one of your quacks, is he?" Uncle Edward spoke with a mighty contempt. "Well, I thank heaven I've never called in a doctor all my life, and I consider it's one of the chief reasons why I've lived so long. People think a deal too much about their health nowadays. The world is getting neurotic. Plenty of fresh air and exercise and good wholesome food. That's my motto. No beastly doctor's messes for me. Now that man of yours, he's a healthy animal, I'll be bound. I liked the looks of him, and the ways of him, too. A bit offhand, but straight and clean. He's been good to you, has he?" He shot the question with an abruptness that found Maud wholly unprepared. She made an involuntary movement of shrinking. "Oh, that's it, is it?" said Uncle Edward. "He's been high-handed, I gather. Just what I expected. If a man doesn't make love to a woman before he marries her, he'll never be bothered to after. Silly fool! Silly fool! Still, you might have done worse. Don't take him too seriously, my dear. Tip him off his perch if he crows too loud." Maud smiled her faint sad smile and rose. "I am not complaining of anyone, Uncle Edward. You mustn't jump to conclusions. And you mustn't call Dr. Capper a quack, for he has healed Bunny. Now, may I please go up to my room? I know you are busy, and I shall be glad to rest for a little if I may." "Go by all means," said Uncle Edward. "You're to do exactly as you like in this house. Consider the whole show at your disposal. Come and go exactly as you will." He drew her to him abruptly and kissed her a second time. "Be happy, my dear," he said. "Be happy. You won't be young always, and there's not much fun to be had when you're old, especially if you're alone. But you'll never be that, please heaven. You'll have your children and your children's children growing up around you, even when you're old." He paused, holding her, for Maud had suddenly hidden her face against his shoulder. "I can't look forward like that," she whispered. "I often think that I'd rather live alone." There was a pathos in her words that bordered upon tragedy. Uncle Edward thrust a protecting arm about her, rasping his throat as if something had made it smart. "Tut, tut," he said. "You wouldn't enjoy it for long. There's precious little fun in the lonely life, I can tell you, for I know. I sit here on a Sunday and listen to the quiet till even the racket of a dog-fight would be welcome. We're all the same, I expect, wanting what we haven't got, instead of making the best of what we have. I should think the Almighty must smile sometimes at the very contrariness of us." He patted her shoulder as she lifted her head, looking at her with his keen grey eyes that held humour as well as sympathy. "You'll have plenty of solitude in this establishment, anyhow," he said. "You can soak yourself in it all day long. There's a library that may amuse you, but that's all I can offer in the way of entertainment." "Oh, I don't want entertainment," Maud assured him. "You're singularly unlike your mother," was Uncle Edward's comment. He did not ask how her mother was faring, and she did not feel that the moment for speaking of her affairs had arrived. There was a touch of the formidable about the old man, all his kindness to her notwithstanding. And she felt too tired and ill for a difficult discussion. She wanted to lie down and rest for a long, long time. This visit to Uncle Edward meant deliverance to her from a yoke too heavy to be borne. All through her illness she had yearned for, striven for, this escape; and because of this intense longing of hers, Capper, realizing that disappointment could but retard her progress, had set himself to further her desire. Jake had offered no opposition to it. She had scarcely seen Jake since the night of the races, and not once had they been alone together. He had bidden her farewell that morning in Capper's presence briefly, almost coldly. There had not been even so much as a touch of hands between them at parting. He had got into the carriage after them, it was true, and had wrapped a rug about her knees, but he had done it without any personal solicitude or show of sympathy. Only at the very last, just as the train started, had he looked her in the face. And then, as it were half against his will, he had turned his eyes upon her. And the memory of that look had gone with her throughout the journey. It was to haunt her for many days with a strange poignancy. For the red-brown eyes had held no mastery, no passion, only a dumb misery that had somehow gone to her heart. Why had he looked at her like that? Why was he so unhappy? Had he wanted to speak to her and failed for lack of words? Did he blame himself at all for what had happened? Did he desire in any way to make amends? She had thought that to escape from his proximity would have been sheer relief, but now that she actually found herself free from all possibility of seeing him, she was curiously perturbed by the thought of him. She had an odd little regret that she had not waved a hand to him as the train had borne her away. Just a friendly wave to show him that she harbored no resentment any longer. She might have done it but for an overpowering shyness that had prevented any expression of farewell. Ill though she was, ill and weary, she could have made him that sign of friendship and been none the worse for it. But reserve had held her back. It towered between them, a barrier more insurmountable than it had ever been before. And behind that reserve her whole being crouched in fear. For she had begun to tell herself over and over, over and over, like a panic-stricken child, that once away from him, she could never return, never face again that which she had faced. Possibly he had begun to realize this also. Possibly that was why he had looked at her so. Would he accept it as inevitable, she wondered? Would he, now that she had dragged herself free for a space from a bondage unendurable, be merciful and let her go altogether? There was her promise. Oh, yes, there was her promise. But might not that promise now be regarded as fulfilled? She had striven to do her duty, but it had proved too hard for her. Surely he must see that now. Surely he could not wish to hold her any longer against her will. The thought tortured her. She was like a hunted creature in a temporary refuge, all exits from which were barred. If she made a final dash for freedom and the open, she would almost certainly be trapped. Against her will the thought of Charlie went through her like a flaming sword. Charlie, who had sworn to be a friend to her. Charlie, from whom she had not heard one single word since that awful day that she had awaited him in vain. No one had spoken to her of him, but that he was no longer at the castle she was fairly convinced. He had, as it were, darted like a firefly into her ken and out of it again. But he would return. She was sure he would return. And when he came, what then? What then? She did not ask herself why he had gone in that sudden fashion. It was so characteristic of the man that she saw nothing in it. That there had been no encounter between him and Jake she was now certain. Perhaps he had gone away for her sake in order to avert Jake's suspicion. His complete silence seemed to point to this. But it was quite useless to speculate. His ways were past understanding, so vague was her knowledge of the motives that governed his actions. Meanwhile the problem of her mother's difficulties remained and was becoming more and more acute. The place had been mortgaged by Shepherd to Saltash's predecessor, who had had a fancy for possessing the whole of Fair Harbor, and the affairs of the landlord of the Anchor Hotel had been on the downward trend ever since. Occasionally a good season would arrest this decline for a space. But good seasons were becoming more and more rare. Giles Shepherd sought consolation too often in his cellars, and the management was no longer what it had been. Regular visitors were beginning to desert him in consequence, and the downward slope was rapidly becoming precipitous. Saltash's man of business was tightening his hold, and Shepherd's tenure of the place was becoming week by week more uncertain. All of this Maud knew. Her mother was growing desperate. Her life, it seemed, had been nothing but a series of misfortunes, and this threatened to be the greatest of them all. Giles had deceived her outrageously, and now that he had secured her he cared for her no longer, save when his frequent libations rendered him tipsily amorous. Something of a vixenous nature was beginning to develop in Mrs. Shepherd. She was no more the gentle, plaintive creature she had been. She had once, and only once, approached Jake on the subject of financial help. Maud was unaware of this. Jake's reply had been perfectly courteous but uncompromisingly firm. He would give Mrs. Shepherd shelter if she ever needed it, but he would have nothing to do with her husband or his affairs. Mrs. Shepherd had turned from him with a bitter look that had said more than words. And since that day she had steadily avoided all intercourse even with her daughter, declaring herself far too busy to get as far as the stables. Maud had not needed her, but none the less she was uneasy about her. She wished she knew where Charlie was. But she could not risk sending a letter to the castle. There seemed to be nothing more she could do. She had begun to tell him of her trouble. He knew she needed help. Possibly even he might without further persuasion refrain from carrying matters to extremes. She had mentioned her mother to him. He must have understood. He would surely remember her distress. And yet whenever her thoughts turned towards him, the memory of Jake's words awoke within her, tormented her. "Trust him, and he will let you down, sure." Why had he spoken so certainly? What did he know of Saltash and his ways? Was it possible, could it be, that he knew a side of Charlie's whimsical nature that had never been presented to her? Or was she so blind that she had failed to perceive it? It was true that in the old days he had failed her, he had wavered in his allegiance. But he had come back. He had come back. Always she remembered that. And because he had come back, her heart had warmed to him again, against her will, against her judgment, even in spite of every instinct. He belonged to her. That was the thought that flashed with such a burning intensity through her soul, the thought that refused utterly to be stifled or put away. He belonged to her, and to none other, trifle or intrigue as he might. She was his fate. How often he had said it. And so he would return. She was sure he would return. And when he came, what then? Ah, what then? Part 2, Chapters 13 and 14 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 13. The Lamp Before the Altar. Life at Uncle Edward's was, as he had predicted, a very quiet affair indeed, but Maud slipped into it very easily with a sense of comfort at her heart. It had a healing effect upon her. It stilled the fevered unrest of her spirit. It was all so well ordered, so methodical. It soothed her, gave her a sense of normality and peace. Her physical strength came back to her with a rapidity that surprised herself, and with its return she found herself beginning to look upon the world with new eyes, found herself able to thrust dark thoughts and problems into the background, found herself at rest. At Uncle Edward's suggestion she wrote once a week to Jake. It was not easy to write, but when her uncle remarked that the young man would probably come tearing hell for leather across England to find out what was the matter if she didn't, she deemed it the wiser course to follow. Her letters were very brief, very formal, and the letters she received in reply were equally so. She was sure that they were penned in that cheerless little den of his that faced north and overlooked the stable yard. Bunny's letters were very few and far between. He was completely engrossed with the thought of the new life at school upon which he was about to enter, and it was very plain to Maud that he missed her not at all. The fact had ceased to hurt her as poignantly as when she first discovered it. Empty though her life was, she had learned by degrees to do without him. She was learning day by day to endure that emptiness with patience, for by some secret instinct she knew that it would not be her portion forever. Not far from her uncle's house, at the corner of a busy street, there stood an old grey church. The doors were always open, and one day she dropped in to rest. It was the first visit of many. The place was infinitely peaceful, full of silence and soft shadows. A red light burned ever before the altar, and there were always beautiful flowers upon it, white lilies that never seemed to fade. She loved to draw near and smell the incense of those flowers, to gaze upon their shining purity, to feel with awe that the ground beneath her feet was holy. She did not often turn her eyes upon the lamp that burned so still and red. It was always the flowers that drew her, the fragrance of them that comforted her soul. Once, on a golden afternoon in mid-September, she came in late and stayed for the evening service. And then it was that, sitting in the body of the church, she found herself gazing not at the flowers, but at the red mystic flame that burned unflickering before the altar. It reminded her of something, that still red flame, something that made her want to flee away and hide. It came between her and her prayers. It lay in wait for her in dreams. And yet, when Sunday evening came and Uncle Edward prepared to sally forth alone, she put forward a tentative suggestion that she should accompany him. He was delighted with the proposal, and as they fared forth together, his horny old hand was on her arm, making her glad that she was with him. They sat near the door, and she was secretly relieved. In the glare of many lights all down the body of the church, the gleam of that one red light was swallowed up, and she saw only the flowers. It was a beautiful service, a harmonious whole in which no individual note was struck. The man who officiated was young and very quiet, and not till he ascended the pulpit was she aware of anything out of the ordinary in his personality. It came to her then instantaneously, like a flashlight piercing her soul. He struck no attitudes, made no visible attempt to gain the attention of his audience; but it was fully his from the moment he began to speak. He preached, not as one delivering a discourse, but with the absolute simplicity of a man who speaks from his heart. "Let your lights be burning," were the words he first uttered, and then, without preamble, he began to talk of love, love divine, unconquerable, eternal, love that stoops, but is never small, love that soars, but is never out of reach. He spoke of the great warfare of the spirit, of the thousand difficulties holding back the soul. And he declared that love was the one great weapon to meet and overcome them all. "We do not know the power of love," he said. "We only know that it is invincible and undying, the very essence of God." He spoke of spiritual blindness, and swept it aside as naught. "We may not all of us be able to believe, but we can all have love. Nothing counts in the same way. However blind we may be, we can keep that one lamp burning in the darkness, burning in the desert, giving light to the outcast, and guiding the feet of the wanderers." It was while he was speaking thus that the lights in the body of the church went down, and the red flame before the altar shone clear and unchanging in the gloom. Maud's eyes were drawn instantly to it, became riveted upon it. She sat with bated breath, almost as one who watched a miracle. And by some strange telepathy the man in the pulpit became aware of it also. He turned towards it. "Look at that light," he said. "It is kept burning perpetually, the symbol of undying worship, undying love. Every one may keep such a light as that burning always. The spark is ours for the kindling. It may be placed before the altar of an unknown God. But none the less is it offered to his glory and immortal. It is not faith or hope that the soul needs above all things. It is love, the power to love, and the power to create love. The will to offer love perpetually before the altar of love. It is only love that counts in the long run, only love that survives. There may be 1,000 other things around us when we die, good and evil, but the only thing we shall carry with us beyond is that lamp that we have always kept burning before the altar, and never suffered to go out. It is no easy thing to keep it always burning in this world of many failures. It is bound to flicker sometimes, even to die down. But while we live, the power to revive it is still ours, the power to worship God with love." He paused a moment, turned slowly back to face the dim nave, and then very quietly he gave utterance to words that Maud was never to forget. "We all want love, hunger for it, starve for it. Our lives are mere ash heaps without it. But do we all realize that love is only gained by love, that we must pour out all we have to win it, that we must purge our hearts of all selfish desire, sanctify ourselves by self-sacrifice, by the complete renunciation of self, before the perfect gift can be ours? Love is a joyful sacrifice. There are people whom everyone loves. They are the people who realize what love means, who give and give without measure, not counting the cost, rejoicing only in the power to give, till it all comes back to them 1,000-fold. It is then that the plowman overtakes the reaper, for plowman and reaper are one. When Maud lay down that night, those words were still running in her mind. That unstinted giving, that measureless pouring out, that utter sacrifice, were these indeed the means by which the desert could be made to blossom, even for her? She slept sooner than usual, but the echoes of that quiet voice still followed her down through the deeps of slumber, till she dreamed that she was back before that shining altar of flowers. And a radiance that was not of earth was all about her, a radiance unimaginable that was warmth as well as light. And looking up, she saw that it came from the red lamp above her, the symbol of undying love. As in a trance, she waited, for the wonder of the thing held her spellbound. And while she waited she became aware of someone else in the holy place, someone who moved stealthily, as if half afraid. And turning by the light of that revealing glow, she saw her husband, with that look of silent misery in his eyes. It pierced her then, as it had not pierced her before. She was conscious of an almost fierce impulse to comfort, an impulse that urged her to him, banishing all hesitation, all doubt. She went near to him, she gave him both her hands. And even as she did so, the look in his eyes changed. She saw a deep still fire come into them. It seemed to be reflected from the red lamp above. He moved forward with her into the glow. And suddenly her own eyes were opened, and she knew that he loved her. He loved her. Then she awoke with a palpitating heart, and realized that it was a dream. 14. The Open Door. Not till she had been in her uncle's house for close upon 4 weeks did Maud brace herself to speak to him of her mother. She had been on the verge of doing so many times, but always in his bluff fashion he had managed to convey to her that the subject was not to be broached. But for an urgent letter from Mrs. Shepherd herself, she would scarcely have summoned the courage to break through what was almost a prohibition, for Uncle Edward was not an easy man to resist. And even as she did so, she knew with absolute conviction that her effort was foredoomed to failure. She scarcely knew how to make it, so uncompromising was the old man's attitude, and when at last it was made, when in desperation she forced herself to tell him of her mother's pitiable plight, she regretted it almost immediately, so curtly was her information received. She saw that Uncle Edward was really angry, though he said but little. She also saw that what she said on her mother's behalf made not the smallest impression upon his will. He heard her out, indeed, but so grimly that at length, feeling that she was presenting the matter quite inadequately in face of his total lack of sympathy, she gave him her mother's hysterical appeal to read. He shook his head at first, but finally, as she pressed it upon him almost tearfully, he took and read the letter. Then, while anxiously she watched him, he tore it across, and flung it back to her over the table. "Pshaw!" he said. "The woman's a hypocrite! A confounded impostor! I know her. You don't. Leave her alone, and let her sink." And with that he stumped angrily from the room, with beetling brows and fiery eyes. Maud sat very still after his departure. She had known in her heart that it was hopeless to appeal to him, but now that the appeal had failed she was utterly nonplussed. There was no doubt in her mind that matters were desperate. Her mother had made her realize that, and she felt she could not write and tell her that she could do nothing. Slight as was the bond of sympathy between them, still were they mother and daughter, and she could not fling her off as Uncle Edward recommended. In a fashion the old man's anger reacted in her mother's favor, for she was conscious of indignation on her behalf. Whatever Mrs. Shepherd's faults might be, and it was quite possible that insincerity was among them, he had no right to abuse her to her daughter. It aroused her own anger, and it aroused also that protective instinct which was never very far below the surface with her. When she rose at length her face was very pale and determined. She had not wanted to write to Charlie, but it seemed that she had no choice. It was a still, warm afternoon in October. She went into the drawing-room, a stiff apartment upholstered in gold brocade, and sat down at a writing-table in a window recess to write. It was the most difficult letter she had ever composed, and yet she had never experienced the smallest difficulty in writing to him before. She could not express herself freely. Words would not come. She desired to avoid all reference to what had passed between them on that night of witchery on which they had last met. She wanted to blot it out of her mind and heart, to address him, to regard him as only a friend. Ever since that Sunday evening, now nearly a week ago, she had kept her thoughts rigidly from straying in his direction. Had it been possible, she would have put him altogether out of her life. It was not possible, and she knew it. But it was with the greatest reluctance that she set herself to write to him, and her reluctance displayed itself in every sentence. She sat over that letter for the greater part of the afternoon, and when it was finished at last she felt utterly dissatisfied with it. She had an urgent desire to tear it up, but she could not face the writing of another. With a weary sigh she closed and stamped the envelope. It was then that there fell a step outside the drawing-room door, and Uncle Edward's discreet elderly maidservant peeped in. Maud turned in her chair. "What is it, Martha?" Martha was about to explain, but broke off with a gasp and drew back. There was a muttered word in the doorway, and the next moment Martha had disappeared, and a man's figure stood in the opening. "Hullo," said Charlie, with a smile of gay effrontery. "May I come in?" Maud sat for a second or two as one in a trance, and stared at him. It was as if the afternoon's labour had suddenly taken concrete form. He did not wait for her greeting, but came lightly forward with hands outstretched. "Ah, Queen of the Roses," he said. "What a peculiarly unbecoming setting you have chosen for yourself." Why, what is that? A letter to me? How many times a day do you write them?" With a lithe, elastic movement, he drew her to her feet, held her a moment, looking at her, then bent his smiling, swarthy face to hers. "Greeting, Queen of the Roses," he said. She awoke then, came out of her trance, drew swiftly back from him. "Oh, Charlie, is it really you?" she said, rather incoherently. "You? How you startled me!" He let her go, as always, at her desire, but with a faint, monkeyish grimace of disapproval. "You were always easily shocked," he said. "But on this occasion I assure you there is no need. I found myself in the neighbourhood, and thought it would be the correct thing to pay you a morning call." His queer eyes mocked her openly as he made the explanation. She felt discomfited, painfully embarrassed, and withal conscious of an almost desperate longing to tell him to go. But she knew she could not do that. Too much hung in the balance. "Sit down," she said, mustering her dignity with an immense effort, "and I will tell you why I have been writing to you." "Wouldn't it save trouble to show me the letter?" he suggested with easy audacity. "Or have you decided, now that you have had a further opportunity of considering my personal charms, that you really can't?" She flushed at the implied suggestion. "You can read the letter if you like," she said somewhat stiffly. "It is on business." She held it out to him, and he sank upon one knee to receive it. "Merci, ma belle reine. Do you wish me to read it in your august presence?" "Please," she said. He sat facing her, and read it. She watched his mobile brows as his eyes travelled over the page. She saw amusement turn to humour, and humour to merriment on his face. When he looked up at her at length he was laughing. "You write as a serf appealing to a feudal lord," he said. "Did you mean to write like that?" She shook her head at him gravely. "It is not a laughing matter," she said. "What I am laughing at is," he rejoined, still smiling, with a hint of derision. "By the way, have you heard from our worthy cow-puncher lately?" She flinched sharply before she was aware. Her whole body tingled with a sudden burning blush. And Saltash laughed again wickedly. "I saw him yesterday. He was in a fiendish temper for some reason or other. Naturally, I asked after you, when he was expecting you back. What do you think he said?" "What?" Maud breathed the words through lips that panted. Her heart was beating violently, she knew not why. Saltash's dark face seemed to exult over her agitation. "He said, you know his soft, drawly way, 'I guess I shall go shortly, and fetch her back, my lord.' I wondered if you were aware of his amiable intention. There was the most deadly air of determination about him. I thought you might like to know." Maud's face was no longer burning. She was white to the lips. But she turned from the subject with composure. "How did you know where to find me?" He laughed teasingly. "You are curiously curious, Maud of the Roses. Don't you yet realize that I always know everything? For instance, I know exactly why you are treating me to this wet blanket reception. But you would be angry if I told you, so I won't. I also know—" He paused suddenly. "Shall I say it? No, perhaps I had better not." She smiled faintly. "Perhaps it is beside the point, Charlie. Do you mind coming back to the subject of that letter? It is that is troubling me now more than anything else." "Really?" he said. "But why should you be troubled? It wouldn't trouble me to see my arch enemy in dire straits." "It is my mother I am anxious about," she said. "If Giles Shepherd goes under, she will go too." Saltash raised his brows in amused interrogation. "Oh, does that follow? I should abandon the sinking ship if I were Mrs. Shepherd. She has nothing to gain by sticking to it." Maud received the remark in silence. He leaned forward, his dark face still smiling. "Do you know, I love you for that," he said. "Chère reine des fleurs, lady of the golden silences. Do you ever say what you really think?" She shook her head. "Charlie, I am learning, very slowly, a hard lesson. Don't, please, make it any harder for me." "What?" he said. "You are really going back to him?" She put up a hand to her face, almost as if she would hide it from him. "I don't know yet what I shall do. But I do know that it would be wrong not to go back." "Mais vraiment!" he protested. "Is life so simple as that? How do you arrive at that conclusion? Do you follow always the easy path of virtue?" She looked at him quickly. "It is not easy," she said. He lifted his shoulders. "No, but it is, safe at least. And you do not possess the adventurous soul. You like to be safe, ma belle, even at the sacrifice of your very heart. Do you remember that night of moonshine? But of course you do. Do you know that I prowled in the garden half the night for your sake, just in case you should deem it worth while to be true to that poor heart of yours? You went through a good deal that night, my Maud." His voice changed subtly. The half-scoffing note went out of it, a faint warmth of pity took its place. "And yet you endured it all in silence. Why didn't you break free and come to me? You knew, and so did he, that I was waiting, or you might have known." Maud's head was bent. She did not attempt to answer him. He got up abruptly and came to her. "Good-bye, Maud of the Roses." She started slightly. "You are going?" "Yes, I am going. I have received my discharge. My faithful service is at end, unless, or may I say until, that message comes to call me back." He bent towards her. "Even I cannot wait forever," he said. "Do you know I stood by the orchard gate in the rain for 2 hours on the day of the races? You had a visitor, and so I would not intrude upon you. But you, chère reine, you knew I was going to be there, and yet you never came." She raised her head sharply, moved by something in his tone. "But how could I? How could I?" she said. "Besides, Jake knew." He laughed. "Yes, Jake knew. He saw me that night of moonshine. He nearly challenged me. And then he changed his mind and passed on. I conclude it didn't suit him to quarrel with me. But what of that? He was bound to know some day." She clasped her hands tightly together. "If he knew all, he would shoot you," she said with a sudden hard shudder. But Saltash only laughed again and touched a wisp of her hair. "Oh, I don't think so, Queen of the Roses. I think he would have pity on my innocence, if he knew all. But that isn't the point, you know. The point is that you choose bondage with him rather than freedom with me. And that being so, I can only bow to your ruling. Once more, good-bye." She parted her hands with an effort, and gave him one of them. "What about my mother, Charlie?" she asked. He pressed her fingers lightly. I commend her to the kind care of her worthy son-in-law." She raised her eyes to his almost incredulously. "You are going to let them be ruined?" He smiled at her, flashing his strange eyes. "It wouldn't do for you to be under an obligation, a personal obligation, to me, would it? Jake, you know, Jake might object." She rose quickly and stood facing him. "Charlie, please don't jest," she urged him, her voice low and very earnest. His smile became a grimace. "It rests with you," he said, "whether I jest my way to the devil, or whether I live a godly, righteous, and sober life for evermore. If it is to be the latter, then I am quite prepared to fulfil my virtuous devoirs to my prospective mother-in-law. But if the former is to be my portion, well, I don't think even St. Peter himself would have saddled himself with anyone else's. That is the position, chère reine. Tu comprends maintenant?" Yes, she understood. There was nothing complex in the situation. She stood looking at him, her hand still in his. "Then I cannot look upon you as a friend," she said at last, almost under her breath. He smiled upon her, a sudden baffling smile. "But ask yourself that question, Maud of the Roses," he said. "You will find the answer there, in your own heart, if you seek for it." She quivered at the words, feeling the subtle attraction of the man even against her will. "You have refused to help me," she said. He bent towards her, his dark face glowing. "I offer you all I have," he said. "It is your own to do with as you will. But you must take all, or leave all. Maud, Maud," his speech quickened to sudden vehemence, "you love me. Why do you cling to your prison when the door is standing wide? Now is your time to escape, if ever. I will take all your cares, all your burdens. You shall be free as air. Only, now that the door is open, come." "Yes, I should shut the door another time, if I were you," a gruff voice commented behind them. "It's a rash thing, young man, to leave the door open when you're talking confidences. What are you doing in this house, I wonder? Did you come in at the door?" Both Maud and Saltash had faced round at the first sentence, she with a sharp exclamation, he with a laugh. Uncle Edward, his eyes very bright under the beetling brows, stumped up to them with the air of an old watchdog investigating the presence of a suspicious stranger. He rasped his throat ferociously as he came. "Who may you be?" he demanded. "I?" Saltash was laughing still, facing the situation with his hands in his pockets, the soul of careless effrontery. "I don't suppose you have ever heard my name before. I am Saltash." "Who?" Uncle Edward turned for explanation towards his niece. "Lord Saltash," she said in a low voice. "Oh, Lord Saltash." The old man turned back to him with a sound like a snarl. "Yes, I have heard of you before. You were correspondent in the Cressedy divorce case a few years back." Saltash laughed again with easy nonchalance. "You have a good memory, sir. If it serves you as it should, you will also recall the fact that the case was dismissed." "I remember all the facts," said Uncle Edward, with ominous deliberation. "And as it is not my custom to admit man of your stamp into my house, you will oblige me by quitting it without delay." Saltash turned to Maud. "I am sorry you have been caught in such bad company," he said. "Pray explain that I came uninvited. I shall be at Birchester for the present. When you come back, you and your husband must come and dine. Good-bye." With the unabashed smile still on his ugly face, he turned to go, moving with the easy arrogance of the ruling race, royally incapable of discomfiture. Uncle Edward followed him to the door, and grimly watched his exit. Then still more grimly he came tramping back. "And now to pick a bone with you, my niece," he said. Part 2, Chapter 15 and 16 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 15. The Downward Path. She stood erect, facing him. Her face was very pale, but her eyes were quite unflinching. There was about her a majesty of demeanor that might have deterred a less determined man than Uncle Edward. But he stood upon his own ground and grappled with the situation quite undismayed. He was, moreover, very angry. "You young hussy," he said, bringing out his words with immense emphasis, "how dare you have your lover here? Thought you were safe, eh? Thought I shouldn't know? Oh, you're like the rest of 'em, crafty as an eel. What's the meaning of it, eh? What have you got to say for yourself?" She did not attempt to answer him. Where her mother would have been loud in self-justification, she uttered not a word. Only after a moment or two, she turned slowly and sat down at the writing table, leaning her chin on her hand as one spent. Even so, there was an aloofness in her attitude that conveyed to the wrathful old man beside her an unpleasant sense of being at a disadvantage. He stood looking down at her, grievously resentful, striving to select a weapon sharp enough to pierce her calm. "I thought you were to be trusted," he said. "Goodness knows why. You didn't seem to have any leaven of your mother about you. But I see now I was wrong. You are just your mother over again. But if you think you are going to pursue an intrigue with that aristocratic blackguard in my house, you're very much mistaken. No doubt I'm very old-fashioned and straight-laced. But there it is. I object. I object strongly. The man's a liar, and a thief, and a scoundrel. Don't you know it, eh? Haven't you found him out yet?" He stopped so pointedly for an answer that she could not maintain her silence any longer. She moved a little, turned her head slightly without raising her eyes, and spoke. "I know him very well. But forgive me, Uncle Edward, I can't discuss him with you. I am sorry you thought it necessary to insult him." "Insult him?" Uncle Edward's anger boiled afresh. "Didn't I catch the hound making love to you? Here, in my house, where I have lived decently and respectably for over 50 years? Didn't I catch him, I say? He a well-known profligate, and you a married woman? Didn't I actually hear him trying to tempt you from your husband and your duty? And you were calmly permitting it? Look here, young woman, I've been too kind to you. That's the fact of the matter. You've had too much liberty, too much indulgence, too much of your own way. You married in a hurry, against my judgment. But, by heaven, since you are married you shall stick to your bargain. You take a pen now, do you hear, and a sheet of paper, and write to your husband this minute, and ask him to come and join you here. I won't be surety for you any longer. Tell him to come to-morrow." But Maud only stiffened as she sat, making no movement to comply. She looked like a marble statue of despair. Uncle Edward came a little nearer to her. He was not accustomed to being set at naught. Most people regarded him as formidable even when he was in a comparatively genial mood. "Are you going to do as I tell you?" he said. She glanced up at him momentarily. "I think," she said, "we will wait till to-morrow." He stamped a furious foot. "Will we indeed, madam? Well, you may wait as long as you please, but I tell you this, if you don't write that letter instantly, I shall go straight to the post office round the corner, and send your husband a telegram to summon him at once. He will be here by the morning if I know him, and then I shall tell him exactly why I sent for him. So now you can take your choice. Which is it to be?" He had moved her at last. Maud rose to her feet with a suddenness that was almost suggestive of panic. "You would never do such a thing," she said. "You could not be so wickedly cruel." He snapped his jaws like an angry terrier. "Oh, that would be wicked, would it? You have some odd ideas of morals, that's all I can say. But wicked or cruel, it's what I mean to do. So take your choice, and be quick about it, for I shan't go back on what I've said. When a woman starts on the downward path she usually takes it at a run, and I won't be responsible. So which is it to be? Your letter or my telegram? Make up your mind. Which?" His manner was almost menacing. She stood facing him, with an awful sense of impotence growing at her heart. To summon Jake herself was a proceeding that she could not for a moment contemplate, but the bare thought of Uncle Edward's alternative pierced like a poisoned knife. She felt again that dreadful trapped feeling of former days. The liberty she had enjoyed of late made it all the more terrible. "I can't decide anything just now," she said at last, and she knew that her voice trembled painfully. "Please, please, let us wait a little. There is really no need to send for Jake. Lord Saltash has gone, and he will not come back." "Don't tell me," said Uncle Edward truculently. "Even if he doesn't, how am I to be sure that you won't take it into your head to go to him? No, my niece, I've heard too much. Why, he'd have had his arm round you in another second. I know. I saw. If I'd waited another 3 seconds he'd have been kissing you. And not for the first time, I'll be bound." The hot color rushed to Maud's face. She turned sharply aside. "Ha! That touches you, does it?" snarled Uncle Edward with ferocious triumph. "I guessed as much. Now, which is it to be? Are you going to write that letter?" It was hopeless to carry the discussion further. A burning wave of anger went through her, anger that buoyed her up above despair, stimulating her to a fierce rebellion. She drew herself to her full height, and faced him with supreme defiance. "I will not write that letter," she said. "I will not be forced into a false position. If you are tired of me, I will go. I will not stay, in any case, to be insulted." And with that boldly, with the carriage of an outraged princess, she swept by him and out of the room, leaving him staring after in a fury too great to express itself before the closing of the door. Up to her room she went, outwardly calm, inwardly raging. All the old hot rebellion against destiny had awaked within her. It had died down of late, soothed into quiescence by the peaceful solitude in which she had been living. But now it had sprung afresh to quivering life. Her freedom from bondage had given her new strength. She would not be bound again hand and foot, and thrust back into the old bitter slavery. It was too much. Too much. She had her life to live. It was hers, not Jake's. She had a right to do with it as she would. With hands that trembled, she began to pack. Uncle Edward had made it impossible for her to stay. If he had not set her feet upon the downward path, he had sped her upon it with an impetus that drove her irresistibly. She worked in a fever, not pausing for thought, conscious but of the one urgent desire to be gone, to escape, she had scarcely begun to think whither. No one came near her during those evening hours. The daylight waned, and she realized that it was nearing the dinner hour. Then suddenly it came to her that she could not face her uncle again. She must make some excuse. Her work was done. She rang the bell. After a pause Martha came to her. There was a scared look on the woman's face. She seemed half afraid to meet Maud's eyes. "Did you ring, ma'am?" she inquired. "Yes." With an effort Maud made reply. Is my uncle in?" "He's just come in and gone upstairs to dress for dinner, ma'am," Martha told her. "Ah!" Maud's heart contracted a little. "He has been out some time," she said. "Yes, ma'am, a long time. He seems a bit out of temper about something." Martha's round eyes suddenly conveyed sympathy that shone out to Maud like a beacon in the darkness. "I shouldn't take much notice of him, ma'am," she said. "He often says what he don't mean when he's in one of his tantrums. He'll be better in the morning." Again that awful sense of impotence assailed Maud. She leaned her head against the doorpost, closing her eyes for a second. What would the morning bring forth? The thought turned her sick. "Is there anything as I can do, ma'am?" asked Martha. "Yes." Abruptly Maud pulled herself together. A sudden resolution had sprung up within her. She could not face another storm such as that through which she had just come. Above all, she could not face the morrow and its possibilities in this house. She turned back into the room and took a half-sovereign from the table. "Martha," she said, "I have packed everything up, and I am going away. I want you, please, to call a cab now, at once, to take me away before my uncle comes downstairs. I will write him a note while you are gone. Please, please, Martha, be as quick as you can." The sympathy in Martha's eyes became a sort of tragic friendliness. "I knew as you wouldn't stay, ma'am," she said. "Not after the way he hollered at you. I wouldn't myself in your place, ma'am. No, that I wouldn't. But you see, I've been with him so long, I don't mind his rough ways. I'll go at once and thank you kindly, ma'am. It won't take me 5 minutes. But mind you, I think he'll be sorry to lose you." "I can't help that," Maud made answer. "It is quite impossible for me to stay. He will know why. But I will write him a note all the same." And when Martha had gone she sat down and scribbled 2 notes. The first she addressed to her uncle. "Dear Uncle Edward, I do not think you will be greatly surprised at my leaving you. After what has passed I could not stay. I am very sorry for what has happened, but I suppose it had to be. I wish I could thank you for all your kindness to me, but I know this is not the time, so I will only say good-bye. Yours, Maud." The second note consisted of 1 sentence only. "I am going to my mother, Maud." And when she had written it she picked up a tiny packet of tissue paper that lay beside her and dropped it into the envelope with the note. She addressed the envelope to Lord Saltash, Birchester Castle, and later she sealed and registered it, stopping at a post office to send it on its way. She believed it would reach its destination almost as soon as she did. And that packet, that tiny object wrapped in tissue paper, would convey its own message. No further words were needed. She herself went for the night to a small hotel in a back street that was not far from her uncle's house. There would be a train in the early morning. She would not travel by night. Something held her back, some instinct she did not attempt to fathom. But she believed that Charlie would travel by the night train, and she did not want to see him again until he had received that packet. Afterwards, well, that afterwards would rest with him. Her sleep was fitful and troubled that night, broken repeatedly by the persistent chime of a church clock. Towards morning she slept and dreamed again that strangely haunting dream of the flower-decked altar and the red shining lamp above. For a space she held herself aloof from that dream, refusing to yield to it. But at length it seemed to her that someone came and took her hand, drawing her forward, and she had no choice. Straight into the wondrous glow she went, and presently she knelt before those flowers of dazzling purity. The quiet hand still held hers in a calm and comforting grasp. She felt that she would have been frightened but for that sustaining hold. And then, suddenly, she saw that the candles also were burning upon the altar, knew that she was kneeling there with Jake, heard a voice above their heads, very low and clear, that seemed to be speaking to their hearts. "Those whom God hath joined together, let no man put asunder." And turning, she found Jake's eyes upon her, alight with adoration. She awoke with a gasping cry to a seething, passionate regret. Because in those first wild moments she knew with an awful certainty that her feet were set upon the downward path, and she could never turn back again. 16. The Revelation. The autumn dusk was falling as the Fair Harbor train crawled at length into the station. A sea fog hung clammily along the shore, and a smell of burning weeds was in the air. Maud shivered with cold and weariness as she descended to the platform. It had been a long, long journey. Her whole body ached with fatigue. There were not many travelers, and they had all disappeared before she had collected her luggage and made her way out into the dank chill of the station yard, where a rickety cab stood waiting. She shivered afresh as she got into it. The dampness and the cold seemed to penetrate to her very bones. She sat huddled in a corner. "Where to, miss?" The porter thrust a cheery face in upon her, and albeit she was veiled, she shrank back with an instinctive desire to avoid recognition. "The Anchor Hotel," she said, through teeth that chattered in spite of herself. She heard him give the order, and in a moment the ramshackle conveyance was on its way. They clattered forth over the stones into the clinging billows of mist. The cold caught and pierced her anew as they neared the dreary front. She heard the muffled roar of the sea splashing dully against the wall. The mist became a wet drizzle beating in through the window. She tried to close it, but the strap was broken. She could only draw her wrap more closely about her. The cab horse stumbled, and was dragged up by his driver with a curse. They were nearing the Anchor Hotel. She wished she had prepared her mother for her advent. She had not dared to do so in case, just in case, it should come to Jake's knowledge, though she believed that Jake must be well on his way to Liverpool by now, if he had not already arrived there. It was possible that he had not been able to leave at a moment's notice, and she had not dared to take the chance of any rumor of her coming reaching him. But now that she was so nearly at the end of her journey, she wished earnestly that her mother were expecting her. The thought of meeting Giles Shepherd, asking his hospitality, was hateful to her. It would not be more than that one night. Of that she was convinced. Charlie would be swift to answer her summons, if indeed he had returned to the castle. But he was so erratic in all his ways that she had some doubt on this point. If he had not returned. But she could not think of that possibility. She turned from it with a sick foreboding. Surely fate could not play her so hideous a trick. They lumbered on. Suddenly the light from the swinging lamp that hung in the porch of the Anchor burst across their path. The horse stumbled again, recovered itself, jolted on a few yards, and stopped. They had arrived. Maud gathered her energies for one supreme effort, though she felt almost too stiff with cold to move. The cabman shambled down and opened the door. "No one about, seemingly," he remarked. She controlled her quivering nerves. "Perhaps you will get down my trunk," she said. "You can leave it in the porch." The man grumbled to himself, but proceeded to comply, she standing on the step to watch him. The mist was beating in from the sea. Her face was wet with it. And yet her dread of entering that house was such that she could hardly bring herself to open the swing door, debating with herself if even then she might not run up the hill to the house in which they had lodged a year before. Only a year before, and obtain shelter for the night there. The darkness and the rain deterred her. Her courage seemed to have quite left her. In the end she turned with a species of dreary desperation and pushed back the heavy door. The entrance hall was empty, vaguely lit by one flaring gas jet round which the fog wreaths curled and drifted in the draught, cold as a vault, and smelling of stale tobacco smoke. The place looked bare and poverty-stricken, almost squalid. The rugs were gone from the floor, the pictures from the walls. The door swung closed behind her, and she felt as if she stood inside a prison. The office window was shut, and no sound came from any quarter. Only through the desolate silence there came the sullen thump of the sea against the wall, like the waning struggle of a giant grown impotent with long and fruitless striving. The utter solitude of the place began to possess her like an evil dream. She stood as one under a spell, afraid to move. And then, quite suddenly, she heard a step. The impulse came to her then to flee, but she did not obey it. She stood stiffly waiting. Even if it were Giles Shepherd himself, she would meet him before she went out into the dripping dark outside. It was not Giles Shepherd. A man in a tweed suit and brown gaiters, square-shouldered, rather short than tall, a man of bulldog strength, came suddenly upon her from the interior of the house. She heard the jingle of spurs upon the stones of the hall, caught one glance of a sunburnt dominant face and hair that shone like burnished copper in the light, and then she was tottering blindly backwards, groping for the door by which she might escape. He came to her ere she could open it, and in a moment she became rigid, as one fascinated into passivity. He took her ice-cold hands and held them. "Why, Maud, Maud," he said, in the tone of one who would comfort a child. A great shiver went through her at his touch. But she stood speechless. His face swam before her shrinking vision. She felt sick and faint. "Snakes," he said. "You're perished with cold. Say, why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Then, as still she could not speak, "Come along into the office. There's no one there, and I'll soon have a fire for you. You lean on me, my girl. It'll be all right." His arm went round her. He supported her strongly. The warmth of his body sent a faint glow through her. Almost without knowing it, she leaned upon him. He took her into the deserted office, put her into a chair by the empty fireplace, lighted the gas, then knelt to kindle the fire. The wood was damp. He coaxed it to burn, blowing at the unwilling flame, his head in the smoke. "Say, that's better," he said softly at length. "Now I'm going to give you something you'll hate, but I reckon you'll take it to please me. Won't you?" He still knelt beside her, but there was no hint of authority, no possessiveness in his bearing. Rather, there was about him a curious something that was almost like humility. She watched him dumbly as he pulled a small glass flask out of his pocket and withdrew the cork. He turned to her as he did it, and for an instant she met his eyes. The old hot glow was wholly gone from them. She missed it with an odd sense of shock. Only kindness shone out at her. Only friendliness was in the clasp of the hand he laid on hers. "You'll take it?" he said in his voice of soft persuasion. "It's raw spirit, but it's not going to do you any harm. Just a drop, and then I'll feel easier about you. There now, if that's not real good of you." He was pressing it gently upon her, and she could not refuse. She took the flask from him and drank a burning drain. "Has it gone?" said Jake. She nodded silently, feeling the glow of the spirit spreading through her veins, and the deadly coldness at her heart giving place to it. He smiled upon her his pleasant sudden smile, and took the flask back into his own keeping. Then he bent again to the fire, blowing at it persistently, patiently, till it shot up into a blaze. She watched him as one in a dream from which all nightmare horror had been magically banished. This was the old Jake to whom she had once turned in trouble, in whose arms she had sobbed out her misery and despair. This was Jake the friend, into whose keeping she had given her life. He straightened himself again, coughing a little. She caught again the gleam of the red-brown eyes seeking hers. "Better now?" he asked her. She bent her head. "Yes, I am all right now. I didn't expect to see you here." "Guess it was a mutual surprise," said Jake. "What brought you, anyway?" Her heart gave a sudden quick throb of dismay. Actually, she had forgotten the desperate resolution that had urged her for so long. She turned her face quickly from him. "I came to see my mother," she faltered. He raised his brows momentarily. "She wasn't expecting you, sure," he commented. "No." She felt her cheeks burning and strove still further to avoid his look. "No, it was a surprise visit." There fell a brief silence upon her words, and while it lasted she sat in tense suspense, waiting for him to pounce upon her secret and drag it to the light. She dared not look at him kneeling there beside her, dared not meet that awful scrutiny of those lynx eyes. Such was her agitation that she scarcely dared even to breathe. And then an amazing thing happened. Jake's hand was suddenly laid upon her knee, pressing it reassuringly. "Well," he said in his casual drawl, "I reckon you've come in the nick of time so far as your mother is concerned. Your amiable stepfather has cleared out bag and baggage and left her to face the music. He pawned everything he could lay his dirty hands on first, and the place is empty except for the old ostler who is serving behind the bar till further orders." "Oh, Jake!" Startled, Maud turned back to him. "And what is my mother doing?" There was a faintly humorous twist about Jake's lips as he made reply. "Your mother has gone to bed in hysterics. I can't get out of her exactly what she means to do. Perhaps you will be more successful. I came down this morning as soon as I got the news of Shepherd's departure, and tried to persuade her to come along to the stables, but she wouldn't hear of it. She's got some idea at the back of her mind, I gather, or maybe the stables aren't aristocratic enough. Anyway, there was no moving her. I've been up at Tattersall's all day, only got back half an hour ago. I thought I'd look in again here and see how things were going before I went home. But they haven't moved any since this morning, and she is still in bed with hysterics." He had not been home all day. He had received no message. The thought darted through Maud with a suddenness that nearly made her gasp with relief. He did not know of Uncle Edward's summons. And then she remembered that it must be awaiting him, and her heart sank again. "You're shivering still," said Jake gently. "It's nothing," she made answer. "It's nothing." And then desperately, You didn't get a telegram from Uncle Edward last night?" I, said Jake. No. What should he wire to me for? She hesitated a second, then feverishly faced the danger that menaced her. I expect he will find a message waiting for you. We had a disagreement yesterday. That's why I came away. Jake's brows met abruptly. Hasn't he been treating you properly? Oh, it's not that. I can't tell you what it was. But he said he should wire to you, to go to Liverpool. Maud's hands clasped each other very tightly. She was striving with all her strength for composure. But she could not bring herself to look him in the face. And so you came away, said Jake slowly. She nodded, swallowing down her agitation. I didn't want to meet you like that. I didn't know what was in the telegram. Jake's fingers patted her knee gently. And so you came back here for refuge. All right, my girl. You needn't be afraid. Uncle Edward may go to blazes. I shan't read that telegram. He stooped with the words, picked up a fragment of burning stick that had fallen at her feet, and tossed it back into the flames. Maud uttered a sharp exclamation. Jake, you'll be burnt. He looked up at her with a smile. I guess not, he said. And now that matter is disposed of, you'll, maybe, like to go and see your mother. She met his eyes with a feeling that she could do no less. You're very good, she said with an effort. His smile broadened. Then it's the cheapest form of goodness I know, he said. If your Uncle Edward were a little younger, I'd give myself the pleasure of accepting his invitation just for the sake of administering the kicking he deserves. However, we won't waste time discussing him. Are you going to spend the night here along with your mother? He seemed bent upon making things easy for her. His attitude amazed her. She kept asking herself again and again if this could be the man from whom she had fled in bitterness of spirit all those weeks ago. She hesitated to answer his question. She was painfully uncertain of the ground beneath her feet. Almost she expected it to cleave asunder at any moment and reveal the raging fires that once had scorched her soul. But Jake did not suffer her to remain in suspense. Very quietly he filled in her hesitation. Maybe you'd sooner stay here, he said in his soft, rather sing-song voice. It's up to you to decide. Guess I shan't interfere any with your movements. His one hand still lay on her knee. It pressed upon her a little, as though seeking to convey something that she was slow to grasp. Her doubt subsided under the steady touch. She suddenly knew beyond all questioning that she stood on solid ground. Yet it was not without difficulty that she answered him. I think, perhaps, for tonight, I will stay with her. Jake nodded with his face to the flames. It's up to you, he said again. She looked at his bent head, conscious of a new distress. How was she going to repay him for this, his goodness to her? He was trusting her blindly. He had refused to let his eyes be opened. For she knew he would keep his word about that telegram. Jake always kept his word. Her distress grew, became almost unbearable. She saw herself in a new and horrible light, and shrank in anguish of soul from the revelation. It was as if upon that downward path she had suddenly caught a glimpse of the precipice at the end, the cruel rocks, the dreadful fall, the black seething whirlpool below. And her whole being revolted. All that was pure in her made swift outcry. If Jake had climbed back to the old high ground, surely she could do the same. Surely she could do no less. He trusted her. He trusted her. How could she go on? The wild tempest of feeling rushed through her and passed. She was left very cold, striving desperately to suppress a fit of shuddering that threatened to overwhelm her. Jake was not looking at her. He seemed unaware of her agitation. After a moment he took his hand away and rose. He began to feel in his pockets, produced his clay pipe and tobacco pouch, then suddenly paused. Do you mind if I light up? I'm just going. Oh, please do, she said. He began to fill the pipe with minute care. "Don't let your mother take too much out of you," he said. "Have a meal and turn in as early as you can. Guess you're needing a good rest." She leaned her head on her hand. "Yes, I am tired." Jake was silent again for a space. Finally, he put the pipe into his mouth and shook the tobacco back into his pouch. Then in a curiously hesitating voice he spoke. "Say, Maud." She gave a start and raised her head. He was looking down at her with a faint smile in his eyes, a smile that struck her as being whimsical and yet curiously wistful also. "I just want to tell you, my girl," he said, "that you're not to be scared of me any more. Reckon you've had a hell of a time all your life, but it's come to an end right now. For the future, you do the asking and I the giving. You're boss, and don't you forget it. I'm your man, not your master, and I'll behave accordingly. Guess I'll even lie down and let you kick me, if it'll make you happy any." Maud was gazing at him in open amazement long before he had finished his astounding speech. The slow utterance, half sad, half humorous, was spoken with the full weight of the man's strength of purpose. Every word came with the steady force of unwavering resolution. There was a touch of the superb about him even with that unlighted pipe between his teeth. And every word seemed to pierce her with a deeper pain, pain that was well nigh unendurable. As he uttered the last deliberate sentence, she rose quickly with a gesture of protest. She could bear no more. "Jake, you hurt me," she stammered incoherently. He put out a hand to her. "No, no," he said. "That was not my intention." It was almost as though he pleaded with her for some species of clemency. She was sure she read entreaty in the red-brown eyes. But she could not lay her hand in his. She could not. She could not. She stood before him, panting, speechless, shaken to the very foundations of her being. His hand fell. "I just want you to be happy, my girl. That's all," he said gently. "Happy after your own notions of happiness. Maybe there ain't room for me in the general scheme of things. If that's so, I reckon I'll stay outside." He turned aside with the words, and struck a match to kindle his pipe, with the air of a man who has had his say. Then, while she still watched him, he puffed a great cloud of smoke into the air, straightened himself, and made her an odd, clumsy bow. "I'm going now. So long," he said. And so, without further parley, he left her, striding away in his square, purposeful fashion, without a backward glance. Only when he was gone did it flash upon her that this was her dream come true. All unknowing, wholly without intention, he had opened her eyes. And she knew that he loved her. He loved her. Part 2, Chapters 17 and 18 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 17. The Last Chance. "It's a cruel world," complained Mrs. Shepherd. "Nothing ever goes right, and no one ever thinks of anybody but themselves." She wiped her eyes pathetically. "I'm sure I've always tried to consider others, and this is the result. In my hour of need I am forsaken by everybody." "It's no good fretting," Maud said very wearily. "We must think what is best to be done." She realized that her mother was in her most unreasonable mood, and she felt herself powerless to cope with it. Yet the situation had to be faced, and with a heavy heart she faced it. "My dear, I've thought and thought till my brain refuses to work," said Mrs. Shepherd plaintively. "What is the good of it? You know as well as I that if Charlie refuses to help all hope is gone. And you say he has refused?" "Yes." Maud was stooping over the kettle that she was boiling in her mother's bedroom. "He has refused." "Unconditionally?" Mrs. Shepherd sent a sudden keen glance across at the slim, drooping figure, and noted the weariness of its pose. "Maud, tell me. Unconditionally?" Maud remained bent. "I am not going to accept his conditions," she said after a moment. "Then he made conditions?" The question came sharp and querulous from the bed. "One condition." Maud bent a little lower. "What is it? My child, you must tell me. I have a right to know." Mrs. Shepherd raised herself to a sitting posture. "What was this condition?" Maud did not turn. "What does it matter what it was, as I am not going to accept it?" she said. "You have refused." "I am going to refuse." There was utter weariness in her voice. She spoke as one to whom nothing mattered any more. "Maud, then you haven't actually refused him yet." Mrs. Shepherd suddenly flung out her arms. "Maud, darling, come and tell me all about it," she urged. "There is something behind that you haven't told me yet. Come here, dearest. Come to me." Maud turned an unwilling face over her shoulder. "I am too tired to-night, mother," she said. "Besides, there is really nothing to tell. Charlie made me a certain proposal which I thought for a little that I might accept. I now realize that I can't, and a faint quiver of vehemence crept into her voice. "I want to forget that I ever thought I could. Please let me forget." "My dear child, do you mean that he made you a proposal of marriage?" The eagerness of Mrs. Shepherd's query was scarcely veiled. Her eyes had the look of one in search of treasure. "Yes, just that." The emotion had gone out of Maud's voice again. It sounded flat and mechanical. She leaned her arm upon the mantelpiece for support. "I ought not to have suffered it. I was to blame more than he. He has always been that sort. I haven't." "But, my dear, you have always loved each other. Why should either of you be to blame? The fault was certainly yours in the first place for sending him away long ago. But now " "Now I am married to another man," Maud said. Mrs. Shepherd clasped her hands together in a sudden access of impatience. "A man for whom you have not the smallest respect or affection. A man of intemperate habits, who took advantage of a weak moment to marry you, who has made you utterly miserable, and deserves nothing from you but the utmost contempt. My dear Maud, I always thought that you were proud and fastidious. Didn't Charlie always call you his Queen Rose? How can you regard that farcical marriage of yours as binding? How can you contemplate ruining your own life and Charlie's also now that another chance has been given to you? It is sheer wilful folly. It is madness. Or is it that you are just afraid?" Maud shook her head. "I don't suppose you would ever really understand, mother," she said. "Anyhow, I don't know how to explain. But I can't do it now. I thought I could. I came back because I thought I could. But now I am here, now I have seen Jake, I find I can't." "That is because you are afraid," declared Mrs. Shepherd. "He has terrorized you. But, oh, my dear, do try to break away from that. Do think of yourself, and of Charlie, who has loved you all these years. One great effort, only one, and you will be free from this horrible unnatural bond. I know that Charlie will be true to you. You are the one woman so far as he is concerned. And he is the one man, dear, isn't he? Surely you can't, bear to disappoint him now. Think of the years to come. Think of the life happiness waiting for you if you only muster the strength now to grasp it. Maud, my darling, my own girlie, can't you be brave just this once, when so much hangs upon it? He will take you away in his yacht, and you will be all in all to each other. You will find all the good things you have missed till now, and this dreadful year will fade away like a dream. Oh, darling, surely you will make this one great effort to gain so much. The chance will never come again to you. It is the one chance of your life, the last. How can you bear to throw it away?" "And what of Jake?" Maud spoke the words as though uttering her thought aloud. She was gazing downwards at the steaming kettle and the red-hot glow of the fire. "Jake?" Mrs. Shepherd's reply was instant and contemptuous. "He will marry a girl in his own station who will satisfy all his desires. You can't honestly imagine that you have done that he regards his marriage with you as a success. He may be annoyed at your preference, but he will be as glad as you are to be rid of his bargain. It will be the greatest kindness you can do him, if you want to be kind. You know you hate him from the bottom of your heart. Mother, you're wrong." Sharply, as though stung to action, Maud turned. "I don't hate Jake. He is too good a man, too upright a man, to hate. It is true I haven't been happy with him, but that has not been his fault. Our ideas of happiness are not the same, that's all." Mrs. Shepherd stared in momentary discomfiture at this sudden display of strength. She had not expected serious resistance in this quarter. But she was quick to rally her forces. "Oh, I don't blame him entirely," she said. "As you say, you are utterly unsuited to each other. But it is sheer nonsense to call him a good man. I know that he is often the worse for drink. I have seen him myself flogging his horses down on the beach as no man in his sober senses would dream of doing. He is an utter brute at heart. There is no getting away from that fact. He may not be a wholly bad man. I have not said that he is. But he is a man of violent impulses. He knows nothing of the refinements of life. He is a brute." Mrs. Shepherd paused. Maud was standing mute and motionless, with tragic eyes fixed before her. After a moment or two to give her words time to sink in, Mrs. Shepherd continued on a note of pathos. "You may say to me that I have made exactly the same mistake myself. But then I did it for you children, and it was not the whole of my life that I had to offer. But you are young. Your good time is yet to come. And think, dear, think how much depends upon you. If Charlie dies unmarried, there will be no one to succeed him. He is the last of the Burchesters. And if he doesn't marry you, I am sure he will never marry any other woman. He loves you so devotedly. Through all his peccadilloes he has always remembered you, come back to you. Are you going to let him be lonely always, because of his love for you? He has laid the greatest gift in the world at your feet, dear. Oh, grasp it while you can. Don't let the whole of his manhood, your womanhood, be one long and fruitless regret." It was the climax of her pleading. The tears were running down her face as she reached it, and she did not check them too readily, though she knew that she had made an impression. Victory would not come at once, she fully realized. The stony immobility of Maud's attitude told her that. But she had laid her plans with craft. She believed that by the exercise of extreme patience victory might ultimately be achieved. "There, darling, you're very tired," she said as she slowly dried her eyes. "Much too tired to see anything in its proper light to-night. You must go to bed and sleep. You will see things much more clearly in the morning. And shall I tell you a secret?" She smiled a wistful, loving smile. "Charlie will be at the castle to-morrow afternoon." "How do you know, mother?" Maud spoke quickly, as one suddenly awakened. "How do I know? But everyone knows," Mrs. Shepherd answered vaguely. "The yacht is in the harbor, and they are getting her ready for a trip. Darling, the kettle is boiling at last. Mind how you take it off." "Oh, dear, I'm very tired. I hope I shan't end my days in the workhouse. So trying to have to make one's bed every day. Good night, darling. No tea for me, thank you. I haven't the heart to drink it. There's a bed made up in the room next to this. I hope you will find it comfortable. Good night, dear." "Good night." The words went into a deep sigh. Mrs. Shepherd sank down upon her pillow. And Maud turned with a set face and prepared to leave her for the night. Yes, her mother's words had made an impression upon her. They had voiced all the doubts and turmoil in her own sad heart. But they had not blotted out that vision of the precipice, the rocks, and the black, black whirlpool that awaited her at the end of the downward path. Neither had they wholly taken from her the memory of a man's eyes, straight and honest, and strangely appealing, that had looked into hers only a couple of hours before. Above her mother's warnings, above all the trouble and the tumult of her soul, she heard a voice within, clear, insistent, indomitable. "Love is only gained by love. We must pour out all we have to win it, purge our hearts of all selfish desire, sanctify ourselves by the complete renunciation of self before the perfect gift can be ours. The perfect gift! The perfect gift! She had almost ceased to believe in it. But that night she dreamed that she had it in her grasp. 18. The Whirlpool. "Well, Billings, you're looking as cadaverously blooming as ever. How do you do it, man? Did someone give you an overdose of respectability in your youth?" Saltash leaned back in his chair, smiling up at his wry-faced servitor with insolent humor. Billings the decorous betrayed not the smallest sign of surprise or resentment. It was said of him that when Saltash had once in a fit of anger flung a wine-glass at his head, he had knelt and collected the fragments, and mopped up the wine before he had dreamed of retiring to attend to the cut on his face that the glass had inflicted. On the present occasion he made response with the utmost gravity. "I can't say, my lord. Shall I light the fire, my lord?" "Oh, yes, it's a filthy day, typical of a filthy climate. Yes, light the fire, and pull down the blinds, and let's be comfortable." "It won't be dark yet, my lord," observed Billings with a glance at the clock. Saltash's eyes went in the same direction. It was not quite 3:00. "What of that, good Billings? I please myself," he said. "By the way, you might take coffee up to the music room. Leave it to brew up there. And when Mrs. Bolton calls, tell her I'm out, but I shall be back in a very short time. Ask her to wait in the music room, and pour her out some coffee. Light the red lamp by the piano, but leave the rest. Is that quite clear, Billings?" "Quite clear, my lord." Billings was on his knees before the fire. Saltash leaned forward in his chair. "Be sure you get her to have some coffee, Billings," he said. "Tell her I especially recommend it." "Very good, my lord." Billings spoke with his head nearly touching the logs of wood he was seeking to kindle. "I quite understand, my lord." Saltash got to his feet. "I'll give you a gold watch if you succeed, Billings," he said. "You're very good, my lord," said Billings. Saltash wandered down the hall. He had a cigarette between his lips, but he was not smoking. He reached the marble statue near the grand staircase, and pressed a switch that flooded it with light. Then he stood before it, silent and intent. White and wonderful the anguished figure shone, but it was rather a figure of death than life. Its purity was almost dazzling. Its very agony was unearthly. Saltash frowned abruptly and switched off the light. Then for a space he stood in the gloom, staring at the vague outline. Billings came up behind him, soft-footed, unobtrusive. "The rose light, my lord, was placed on the other side, according to your lordship's orders," he said deferentially, and passed on as if he had not spoken. Saltash glanced over his shoulder momentarily, and resumed his silent contemplation of the figure in the shadows. Several seconds passed. Then, very suddenly, he moved again, bent swiftly, and pressed another switch. In a moment the figure was fully visible again, but no longer did it dazzle the eyes with its whiteness. A soft rose radiance surrounded it. It glowed into life, pulsing, palpitating flesh and blood. And the man's eyes suddenly kindled as they passed over the naked, straining form. "I have you now, my captured angel," he murmured. He stood and feasted upon the vision. Once he stretched a hand to touch the faultless curve of the breast, but checked himself with an odd flickering smile, as though he did reverence whimsically to a sacred element in which he had no faith. The agonized shame of the thing, poignant, arresting though it was, seemed wholly to pass him by. His queer glancing eyes saw only the unveiled voluptuousness of the form, the perfect contour of the limbs, the exquisite moulding of each full and gracious line. He dwelt upon them all with the look of an epicure. He moved again at length, drew near to the statue, reached a hand to the dark panelling of the recess behind. It slipped inwards noiselessly, disclosing a narrow doorway. In a moment he had passed through, and the great hall was empty. Empty, save for that figure of tragic womanhood, rose-lighted, piteously alive, standing out against the shadows. It was nearly half an hour later that an electric bell sounded through the silence, and Billings, the respectable, came noiselessly through the hall. He swung the great door open with a well-bred flourish. A woman's figure clad in a streaming waterproof stood on the step, and in a low voice asked for Lord Saltash. Billings stood back with a deep bow. "Will you walk in, madam?" She entered and stood on the mat. He took her umbrella and set it aside. "Will you permit me to remove your waterproof, madam?" he suggested. She seemed to hesitate, but in a moment yielded. "But I can only stay a few moments," she said. "Please tell him so." "Quite so, madam." Billings was deftly removing the wet garment. "Up in the music room, if you please, madam." She suffered his ministrations in silence. Only as he turned to lead the way she shivered suddenly and uncontrollably. She followed him up the dim hall. They approached the rose-lit statue. Her eyes were drawn to it. She stopped as though involuntarily, stopped and caught her breath as if in sudden surprise or dismay. Then she quickly passed on. They ascended the grand staircase in solemn procession and reached the music room door. Again Billings stood back for her to enter, but when she had done so he closed the door, remaining within. The great room was dim and shadowy, heavy with some mysterious Eastern fragrance that hung in the air like incense. It was lighted by 2 red fires that burned without flame, and a red-shaded lamp that shed a mysterious arc of light far away by the piano. There was a small table by the further fire, and on this a silver coffee-pot hissed over a spirit lamp. A low divan, so low that it looked a mere pile of luxurious cushions, stood invitingly close. Billings deferentially led the way thither. "If you will be pleased to take a seat, madam," he said. "His lordship will not keep you waiting long." "Is he out?" Maud asked quickly. "He has been out, madam. He came in wet through and is changing. He begged very particularly that you would drink a cup of coffee while you awaited him." He indicated the divan, but Maud remained on her feet. The atmosphere of the place disturbed her. It seemed to be charged with subtleties that baffled her, making her vaguely uneasy. She had come in answer to a message accompanying a great bunch of violets that had reached her that morning. She had not wanted to come, but for this once it seemed imperative that she should meet him face to face, and explain that which she had felt no written words could ever express. She had sent him her rash summons, and he had replied by that bunch of violets and the request that she would come to him, since he did not wish to risk interruption from Madame la Mère. On this point she had been fully in accord with him, and she had sent back word that she would come in the afternoon just to speak to him for a few minutes. She had hoped that he would gather from that since the sending of her summons, she had repented of her madness. It would not be an easy interview, she was sure. But she was not afraid of Charlie. She hated the thought of hurting him all the more because she did not fear him. He would let her go. Oh, yes, he would let her go. He had never sought to hold her against her will. But that very fact would make the parting the more bitter. His half-whimsical chivalry was somehow harder to face than any fury of indignation. He had hurt her at their last interview, hurt and disappointed her. But yet the man's fascination overpowered all thought of his shortcomings. Already she had almost forgotten them. She stood before the fire, absently watching the servant as he busied himself over the coffee, till the aromatic scent of it suddenly brought her out of her reverie. "Oh, thank you," she said. "I don't think I will have any. I have only come for 5 minutes' talk with Lord Saltash." "His lordship particularly desired that you would take a cup, madam," the man replied. "It is a very special Egyptian brew." He turned round with a small silver cup on a salver, which he decorously presented. "It is supposed to be particularly pleasing to a lady's palate, madam," he said. She did not want the coffee, but it seemed ungracious to refuse it. She took the cup and set it on the mantelpiece. "It should be drunk very hot, madam," said Billings persuasively. "Will you be so very kind, madam, as to taste it, and tell me if it is to your liking?" She hesitated momentarily, but it was too small a matter to refuse. She took the cup by its slender handle and put it to her lips. Instantly it was as if a warm current of life went through her, a fine golden thread of delight. She looked at Billings and smiled. "It is delicious," she said. Billings looked gratified. "The second cup is generally considered even better than the first, madam," he said. "Oh, I won't take more than one, thank you," she said. And Billings retired, closing the door soundlessly behind him. Maud lifted the cup again to her lips. Its fragrance pervaded all her senses. It was unlike anything she knew, and in some subtle fashion it made her think of palms and orange groves and the strong sunshine of the East. It presented before her mind a vivid picture of beauties that she had never seen. She drank again, and again that strange sense of dawning bliss came to her. It was like the coming of a tropic morning after a long, black night. Her anxiety was magically lifted from her. A sensation of pure gladness, of warmth of soul and body began to possess her. It was like drinking in the pure essence of sunshine. All things seemed easy, all difficulties were smoothed away. She was sure that Charlie would understand and be content. Had he not promised to be to her whatever she wished? She drained the cup and set it down. It seemed a little strange to her that her hand should be trembling as she did so, for all her misgivings had vanished. She had stepped, as it were, into a garden of delight. A strange, unearthly happiness was hers. It was as if her life had been suddenly and mysteriously filled to the brim with all that she could desire. The only thing lacking was music. She looked across at the grand piano lighted with that one red lamp, and a haunting memory came to her. She saw the altar and the glow of the undying flame before it, but the flowers, the white lilies of purity, where were they? A vague distress came to her, filtering as it were through locked senses, dispelling the golden rapture, dimming her dream. She moved over the polished floor, drawn by that red arc of light. She reached the piano. She stood before it, and then her dream changed. The vision of the altar faded. She slipped down before the gleaming keys. She struck a soft, sweet chord, and with it the former magic took her. The sun and the orange groves were hers again, and a blue, blue gleam of sea came into the picture like the last touch of romance into a fairy tale. As one beneath a spell, she sat and wove her vision into such music as she had never contemplated before. As of old, she never knew quite when he came to her. She only realized very suddenly that he was there. His dark face gleamed down at her in the lamplight. His odd eyes sent a mocking invitation into hers. Again her vision was swept away. Her hands fell from the piano, and were caught in the same instant into his. "Oh, Charlie!" she gasped incoherently. He drew her close, laughing at her with half-teasing tenderness. "Oh, Maud," he said. "Oh, queen of all the roses!" But she hung back from him. It was almost as if something dragged her back. I have something to say to you," she faltered confusedly. "I came to say it." What was it? Oh, what was it? His swarthy face was bending nearer, nearer. She saw the humorous lift of his black brows. "You have said it," he told her softly. "There is nothing left to say. There will never again be any need for words between us two." He laughed at her again with a kind of kingly indulgence. His arms went round her, pressing her to him, ignoring her last quivering effort to resist. His lips suddenly found her own. And then it was that her eyes were opened, and her memory came back. In a flash of anguished understanding she was brought face to face with the realities of life. She knew that she had been enmeshed in a dream of evil delight, drawn unaccountably by some hidden, devilish strategy to the very edge of that precipice that she had striven so desperately to avoid. In that moment she would have torn herself free, but her strength was gone. Her body felt leaden and powerless, her throat too numb to utter any protest. Her visions had all fallen away from her, but she thought she heard the roar of the whirlpool below. And through all, she was madly conscious of the lips that pressed her own, the arms that drew her closer, always closer, to the gulf. She thought that her senses were leaving her, so utterly helpless had she become. An awful cloud seemed to be hanging over her, slowly, slowly descending. Faintly she tried to pray for deliverance, but his lips stilled the prayer. Against her will, as one horribly compelled, she knew that she returned his kiss. And then she was lying on the low divan with Charlie beside her, holding her, calling her his queen, his captured angel, his wife. She did not know exactly what happened afterwards, for a great darkness took her. She only knew that she was suddenly lifted and borne away. She only heard the rush of the whirlpool as it closed over her head. Part 2, Chapters 19 and 20 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 19. The Outer Darkness. Something was waking her. Someone seemed to be knocking on the outer door of her brain. She came back to consciousness as one returning from a far, far journey that yet had occupied but a very brief space of time. An inner sense of urgency awoke and responded to that outer knocking. As through a maze of disconnected impressions, she heard a voice. "I give you 10 seconds, my lord," it said. Just 10 seconds. The words were absolutely quiet. They sounded almost suave. But the deadly determination of them smote upon her like the call of a trumpet. She started up. The next instant she was staring about her in utter bewilderment. She was lying on a deep couch in a room she had never seen before, a strange conical chamber, oak-paneled, lighted by a domed skylight. It was furnished with bizarre Eastern luxury. The couch on which she lay was a nest of tiger skins. But she saw these details but vaguely. That voice she had heard had made all else of no importance. It had spoken close to her, but it was not in the room with her, and she could not for the moment tell whence it had come. She could only listen with caught breath for more, listen with starting eyes fixed on the stuffed skin of a cobra poised on a small table near as if ready to strike. She even fancied for a moment that the thing was alive, and then realized with a passing relief that it had been converted into the stem of a reading lamp. Again the voice came. It was counting slowly, with the utmost regularity. But it was not allowed to continue. Saltash's voice, quick and imperious, broke in upon it. "Be quiet, you damn fool! If you murder me you'll only be sorry afterwards. I have told you I don't know where she is. You have told me a lie, my lord." Grim as fate came the answer, and following it a movement that turned her sick with fear. She sprang to her feet with a wild cry. "Jake! Jake! I am here! Jake, come to me!" She threw herself against the paneling of the wall in a frenzy of terror and beat upon it fiercely, frantically. There was a door behind her, but instinct warned her that it did not lead whither she desired to go. It was through the paneling that those sinister words had reached her. But it resisted her wild efforts. She beat in vain. "Oh, Jake!" she cried, and broke into agonized sobbing. "Jake, where are you?" And then she heard his voice again, short this time, and commanding. "Let her out, my lord. The game is up." "Trust a woman to give it away," said Saltash, and laughed a cold hard laugh. The paneling against which she stood suddenly yielded, slid back. She found herself standing on the threshold of the music room, close to one of the carved fireplaces. And there, face to face with her, one hand thrust deep into his breeches pocket, stood her husband, stood Jake. All her life she was to remember the look he wore. Saltash was nearer still, but she scarcely saw him. She went past him, sobbing, inarticulate, unnerved. She stretched out trembling, beseeching hands to the man in whose eyes she read the lust of murder. She cried aloud to him in her agony. "Come away, oh, come away! Be merciful this once, only this once! Jake, Jake!" She reached him, she clung to him, she would have knelt to him. But he thrust his left arm around her, forcibly holding her up. He did not speak to her, did not, she believed, so much as look at her. His eyes were fixed with a terrible intensity upon the man beyond her. His attitude was strained and unyielding. The untamed ferocity of the wilds was in every line of him, in every tense muscle. Ruthlessness, lawlessness, savagery unshackled, fiercely eager, beat in every pulse, every sinew of his frame. She felt as if she were holding back a furious animal from his prey, as if at any moment he would burst free, and rend and tear till the demon that possessed him was satisfied. But she clung to him faster and faster, seeking to pinion the murderous right hand that was thrust so deeply away out of her reach. She heard another laugh from Saltash, but she did not dare to turn. And then came a sound like the click of a spring trap. The tension went suddenly out of Jake. He relaxed, and with a certain cowboy roughness took his hand from his pocket and grasped her by the shoulders. His eyes came from beyond her and looked straight into hers. And she knew without turning her head that her own hour of reckoning had come. They were alone. For many, many seconds he looked at her so, with a red-hot glow in his eyes that seemed as though it would burn its way to her most secret soul. She endured it with a desperate courage. If he had caught her by the throat she would not have flinched. But his hold, though insistent, was without violence. And at last, very, very slowly, he let her go. "I guess that ends it," he said. "What do you mean?" Through quivering lips she asked the question. She felt as if an icy wind had suddenly caught her. She was cold from head to foot. He made a slight gesture, as of one indicating the obvious, and turned away. She saw his square figure moving away from her, and a terrible fear went through her. Her very heart felt frozen within her. She tried to speak, to utter his name, but her throat only worked spasmodically, making no sound. He reached the door, opened it, and then, as if he could not help it, he looked back at her. And in that moment, with frantic effort, she burst the bonds that held her. She threw out her arms in wild entreaty. "Jake," she gasped, "Jake, don't leave me." He stopped, but he did not return. There was a curious look on his face. He seemed to stand irresolute. She began to move towards him, but found herself trembling too much to walk. She tottered to the mantelpiece for support. But still she looked towards him, still tremulously entreated him. "Jake, you don't understand. You never will understand if you leave me now. I'm going under. Jake, save me." She bowed her head suddenly upon her hands and stood quivering. She had made her last piteous effort to escape from the toils that held her. Nothing but a miracle could save her now. Nothing but the power of that love that dieth not. Seconds passed. She thought that he had gone, had abandoned her to her fate, left her to the mercy of a man who would compass her ruin. And she wondered in her agony if she could muster sufficient strength to flee from that evil place, and snatch her own deliverance down on the dark, lonely shore, where no one could ever drag her back again. And then, very suddenly, a hand touched her, closed upon her arm. It was as if a current of electricity ran through her. She turned with a great start. Jake's eyes, very level, quite inscrutable, looked straight into hers. "I guess we'll be getting along home," he said. His hand urged her steadily, indomitably. He led her speechless from the room, supporting her when she faltered, but never hesitating or suffering her to pause. They came out at the top of the great branching staircase. The hall below them was lighted only by the soft glow that surrounded Saltash's favorite statue. The hand that held Maud's arm tightened to a grip. They went down the stairs together, and passed the tragic figure by. As they moved down the long hall, a man stepped suddenly out from behind the statue, and looked after them with eyes that shone derisively. He did not utter a word, and his movements were without sound. Neither of the two was aware of his presence. Only as they paused at the outer door, Maud glanced back, and saw the arc of light about the statue vanish. She uttered a quick exclamation, for it was as if the marble itself had come to life and fled from her gaze. And then she was aware of Jake's hands fastening her waterproof about her, and she forgot all but her longing to escape. To escape. A few seconds more, and she heard the heavy door shut behind them. She was out in the gathering darkness with Jake, and the rain was beating in her face. It was then that her weakness came back to her. A sense of terrible exhaustion that gave her the feeling of dragging heavy chains. She fought against it desperately, dreading every instant lest he should misinterpret her dragging steps and leave her. An overwhelming drowsiness was creeping over her, numbing all her faculties. She struggled to cling it off, but could not. It crowded upon her like an evil dream. She staggered, stumbled, almost fell. Jake stopped. "Reckon you're tired," he said. She answered him with a rush of tears. "I can't help it. Really, I can't help it. I believe I must be ill." She tried to cling to his supporting arm, but her hand slipped weakly away. She felt herself sinking into a black sea of oblivion, and knew it was futile to struggle any longer. Yet a vague sense of comfort came to her with the consciousness of his arms tightening around her. She gave herself to him like a tired child. She even feebly thanked him as he lifted her. And then for a long, long space she knew nothing. Billows and billows of unfathomable nothingness were over her, under her, all about her. Sometimes her drugged brain stirred as if about to register an impression, but no actual impression reached it. The things of earth had faded utterly away. She was as one vaguely floating in a nebulous cloud, through which now and then, a dim star shone for a moment, and then went out. After a time even this slender link was snapped. She went into a deeper darkness, and there for a while her troubled wanderings were stayed. She slept as she had never slept before. It was as if for a long, long space she ceased to be. Out of the silence at last came a fearful dream. Out of a great emptiness she entered another world, a world of demon shapes and demon voices, of faces that jeered and vanished, a world of terrible outer darkness, in which she seemed to be bereft of all things, to stand as it were naked and alone. She dreamed that the statue had come to life indeed, and behold, it was herself. In horror unutterable, in shame that was agony, she went her appointed way, a fallen woman who could never rise again. And ever a voice within seemed urging her to soar, but she could not. Wings had been given her, but she could not use them. One wing had been broken, how she knew not. Perhaps it was in beating against the bars of a cage. Some such struggle hovered vaguely in her memory, but all struggling was over now. All hope of escape was dead. Again the demon faces came all about her, demon hands clutched at her, pulling her down. And every face was the face of Charlie Burchester, every hand wore the ring which twice over he had given to her. And still she heard his laugh, that cruel, bitter laugh with which he had left her alone in the music room with Jake. At last she knew that she cried aloud to die. But instantly she realized the futility of her prayer. There was no God to hear her in this awful place, and there was no death. Yet it was then that it seemed to her that a door was opened somewhere very far above her, and a gracious breath of purity came down. Crushed as she was, overwhelmed with evil, grossly besmirched and degraded, it came to her like a puff of morning wind from the clean open spaces of the earth. She turned her face upwards. She gasped and opened her eyes. And then, all in a moment, the dreadful vision passed away from her, and she saw Jake's eyes gazing into hers. 20. Deliverance. She stared at him vaguely for a space, half in wonder, half in fear. His look was very intent, but it was without anger. She wondered hazily what had happened, why he was watching her so. "Where am I?" she murmured at length. He made answer very quietly, as if he had expected the question. "You are here in the old parlor with me. I brought you here." "Oh." She gazed around her doubtfully. Her brain felt clogged and dull. "Have I been away, then?" she said. "Where is Bunny?" He rose and moved across the room to the fire. "Bunny is at school," he said, and stooped to lift off a saucepan. "Yes, you have been away. You came back from Liverpool yesterday." "Ah!" She gave a quick gasp. The mists were beginning to clear a little. She became dimly conscious that there was something terrible behind. She raised herself on her elbow, but was instantly assailed by a feeling of sickness so intense that she sank back again. She was lying with closed eyes when Jake came back to her. He bent over her with a steaming cup in his hand. "Try a little of this," he said. She looked up with an effort. I don't think I can. Jake, what has happened? Am I ill again?"
"Guess you'll remember presently if you drink this," he said. She drew back, shuddering.
"What is it? Not brandy?"
"No, it's beef tea." He sat down beside her with a resolute air, and she suddenly realized that resistance was useless.
He was very gentle with her, feeding her spoonful by spoonful, and gradually as she swallowed it she revived. Her brain stirred and seemed to awake. Memory came crowding back. Long ere the cup was finished, that last scene in the music room hung before her like a lurid picture from which she could not tear her gaze. Quietly Jake set aside the cup.
"Maybe you'll sleep better now," he said.
She lifted her heavy eyes to his. "No, I don't want to sleep any longer. Jake, you are not going away." He seemed on the point of rising. She stretched out a beseeching hand and laid it on his arm. "Jake, I want to tell you something. Will you listen to me? Please, will you listen to me?" His arm grew tense as stretched wire under her touch. She thought there was a glitter of hardness in the red-brown eyes as he said,
"There is no call for you to tell me anything unless you wish."
She sat up slowly, compelling herself to face him. "But I want you to understand," she said. He laid his hand abruptly upon hers, with a gesture that almost seemed as if he would restrain her.
"You needn't fret any about that," he said. "Reckon I do understand."
The vital force of the man was in that free grip of his. She looked to see the awful flare of savage passion leap back into his eyes. But she looked in vain. His eyes baffled her. They seemed to hold her back, like a sword in the hand of a practiced fencer. The words she had thought to utter died on her lips. There was to be no reckoning, then. And yet she could not feel reassured. He did not look like a man who would forego his revenge. What are you going to do?" she faltered at last.
"I shouldn't want to know too much if I were you," said Jake, softly drawling. "Not at this stage, anyway."
His hand still held hers. He looked her hard and straight in the face, and she was conscious of something fiery, something elementary, wholly uncivilized, behind his look. There was a suggestion of violence about him. She saw him as a man tracking his enemy through an endless wilderness, breasting mighty rivers, hewing his way through pathless forests, conquering every obstacle with fixed determination, mercilessly riding him down. She braced herself and rose, drawing her hand free. Her head still swam, but she controlled herself resolutely. She stood before him like a prisoner upon trial. "Jake," she said, "I am going to tell you something that will make you terribly angry. But it's something that you must know." She paused, but he sat in silence, grimly watching her. She found her resolution wavering, and gripped it with all her strength. "When I came back here from Liverpool, it was not to see my mother, as I gave you to understand. It was to She faltered under his look, found she could not continue, and suddenly threw out her hands in piteous appeal. "Jake, don't make it impossible for me to tell you." He rose also. They stood face to face.
"Are you going to tell me that you lied to me?" he said.
She drew back from him sharply. The question felt like a blow. "I am telling you the truth now," she said.
"And for whose sake?"
He flung the words brutally, as a man goaded beyond endurance. But the moment they were uttered he drew a hard breath, as though he would recall them. He came to her, took her by the shoulders.
"You take my advice," he said. "Leave the whole miserable business alone. You've been tricked, badly tricked. You have appealed to me to protect you, and that's enough. I don't want any more than that. I reckon I understand the situation better than you think. You are trying to tell me that it was your original intention to elope with Saltash. Well, maybe it was. But you had given up the notion before you went to him at the castle, and he knew you had given it up. If he hadn't known it, he wouldn't have taken the trouble to drug you. It's an old device, old as the hills. He's probably done it a score of times, and with more success than he had today. Yes, that makes you sick. I guessed it would. And that's what he's going to answer to me for. What he'll ask your pardon for on his knees before I've done with him." "Oh, no, Jake, no!" She broke in upon him with a cry of consternation. "For pity's sake, no! Jake, I can't bear it. I cannot bear it. Jake, I beseech you, leave him alone now. Oh, do leave him alone. You can punish me in any other way. I'll bear anything but that. Anything but that." Piteously she besought him, shaken to the soul by the grim purport of his speech. She did not flinch from him now. Rather she appealed to him as one in sore straits, pouring out her entreaty with all that remained of her quivering strength. And her words made an impression upon him of which he was instantly aware. His hands still held her, but the tension went out of his grasp. He looked at her with eyes that were no longer hard, eyes that held a dawning compassion. "Reckon you're the last person that deserves punishing," he said at length, and in his voice she fancied she caught an echo of the old frank kindliness. "You've been the victim all through. Reckon you've suffered more than enough already." She hid her face from him with a sudden rush of tears. Something in his words pierced straight to her heart. "You don't know me," she sobbed. "Oh, you don't know me." She drew herself away and sank down in the chair by the fire where once she had poured out all her troubles to him. He did not kneel beside her now. He stood in silence, and as he stood his hands slowly clenched and he thrust them into his pockets. He spoke at last, but with a restraint that made the words sound cold. "Maybe I know you better than you think. I know you've cared for the wrong man ever since I first met you. Guess I've known it all along, and it hasn't made things extra easy for either of us, more especially as he was utterly unworthy of you. But you're not to blame for that. It's just human nature. And you'd never have fallen in love with me anyway." He paused a moment. "I don't see you're to blame any for that either," he said, and she knew by his voice that he had turned away from her. "Anyway, I'm not blaming you. And if punishing Saltash means punishing you too, well, even though he's a skunk and a blackguard, I reckon I'll let him go." He was moving to the door with the words. They came half strangled, as if something within rebelled fiercely against their utterance. He reached the door and stopped with his back to her. "You'd better get your mother to join you here tomorrow," he said. "I'm sleepin' with the 100th Chance tonight. He's been below par lately, and I'm kind of worried about him." He opened the door. He was on the point of squarely passing through when quickly, tremulously, she stopped him. "Jake, please wait a moment. I must, Jake." He closed the door again and turned round, but he did not come back or even look at her. There was a hint of doggedness about him, almost as though he waited against his will. She stood up. Something in his attitude made it difficult, painfully difficult to speak. She strove for self-control. "You are going to forgive me?" she said quiveringly. He glanced up momentarily, a grim flicker as of a smile about his mouth. "For what you haven't done, and never could do. It would be mighty generous of me, wouldn't it?" he said. She moved a step towards him. "I might have done it. I so nearly did it," she said in distress. "I don't deserve any kindness from you, Jake. I don't know how to thank you for it." He made a sharp gesture with one hand. "If I've given you more than bare justice," he said, "put it to my credit. Make allowance for me next time." Something rose in her throat. She stood for a moment, battling with it. Bare justice! Had she ever given him so much as that? And he rewarded her with this blind generosity that would not even be aware of the weakness that had so nearly been her ruin. Trembling, she drew nearer to him. She stretched out a quivering hand. "Jake," she said, and the tears were running down her face, "I will try to be worthy of your goodness to me." He took her hand, gripping it with a force that made her wince. "Shucks, my girl," he said with a gruffness oddly uncharacteristic of him. "That's nothing. Be worthy of yourself." And with that abruptly he let her go, turned, and left her. She knew by the finality of his going that she would see him no more that night. Part 2, Chapters 21 and 22 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 21. The Poison Fruit. It was curiously like the old days to see Jake enter the parlor on the following morning with Chops the red setter at his heels. But for Chops' delighted welcome of her, Maud could almost have felt that the intervening weeks had been no more than a dream. She sat in her accustomed place and fondled him. Then, as Jake passed her, she put out a detaining hand. "Good morning, Jake." Her face was burning, yet she lifted it. He stood a second, only a second, behind her chair. Then bent and touched her forehead with his lips. "You're down early," he said. "Have you slept?" She nodded, feeling her agitation subside with thankfulness. "How is the 100th Chance?" Jake went to the fire. "I think he'll be all right, but I won't trust anyone else to look after him. By the way, here's a letter for you." He held it out to her behind his back. She took it. Her fingers closed upon a crest. She got up sharply, went to his side, and with a passionate movement dropped it straight into the flames. "Shall we have breakfast now?" she said. "Here's another letter," said Jake. The grim smile was hovering about his mouth, but he made no comment whatever upon her action. She took the second letter. "Is this all?" "That's all," said Jake. "It's from Uncle Edward." She opened it and began to read. Suddenly she glanced up and found his eyes upon her. They fell instantly. "You can read it, too," she said, and held the letter so that he might share it with her. He stood at her shoulder and read. It was a very brief epistle, written in evident distress of mind. "My dear grandniece, will you permit me to tender to you my very humble apology for the gross behavior by which I drove you from the shelter of my roof? The fact that you have returned to your husband's house convinces me of the base injustice of my suspicions. I ought to be old enough to know that a woman cannot be judged by her friends. If you find that you possess sufficient magnanimity to extend a free pardon to a very lonely and penitent old sinner, will you of your charity return, for however brief a period, and give him an opportunity to demonstrate his penitence? Yours humbly and hopefully, Edward Warren." "Oh, poor old man!" Maud looked up quickly. "But how did he know I was here?" "I wired to him of your safe arrival," said Jake, "in reply to a wire from him which I didn't read. I thought he might come posting down here if I didn't." "Poor old man," she said again. And after a moment, "Thank you, Jake." He looked at her. "For keeping my word. I generally do that. Say, what are you going to do?" "I'll write to him," she said. He moved round to his place at the breakfast table. "You're not wanting to go back, then?" She hesitated. "What is it?" he said. "Money? I can let you have some if you're short of it." She flushed. "No, Jake, no. I think I'll stay here for the present. I will make him understand." "Please yourself," said Jake, and opened the morning paper. A faint sense of disappointment went through her. She had fancied her decision would have evoked approval if not open pleasure from him. She poured out his coffee in silence. As she brought it to him he glanced up at her. "Don't stay on my account if you feel you'd sooner go," he said. "I get along very well alone." She stiffened ever so slightly. "Thank you," she said. "I'll think about it." Jake fell to work upon his breakfast with his usual businesslike rapidity. She did not attempt to keep pace with him. Somehow the idea that he really wished her to go had robbed her of all desire to eat. After a time he glanced across at her again. "Are you going down to see your mother?" She answered him somewhat listlessly. "Yes, I suppose so." "She'll have to decide on something soon," he observed. Maud bit her lip. The thought of going to her mother again was wholly repugnant to her. She marveled that he did not see it.
"I am sure she won't come and live in this place," she said after a moment.
"She can please herself," said Jake imperturbably. That was to be his attitude, then. They were to please themselves. He had withdrawn his control over her actions. An evil spirit suddenly whispered to her that he would even have left her in Saltash's keeping had she not called to him to deliver her. She shook off the poisonous thought, but it had been there. He had been kind, more than kind, to her. She forced herself to dwell upon his kindness. But his present indifference was even more obvious. He was engrossed in his work. He had thought only for his animals. Plainly it was a matter of small importance to him if she went or stayed. He finished his breakfast and got up. "Well, so long," he said. "I may not get back before nightfall. I have to go over to Greydown." She scarcely acknowledged his words, and he did not wait for any acknowledgment. He took up his riding whip and went out. Chops looked round at her doubtfully, and followed him. The door closed upon them. And suddenly Maud leaned upon the table and hid her face. This was to be her life, then? The unspeakable dreariness of a loveless home. She had thought he loved her. She had thought. And now she saw that it began and ended with mere kindness and possibly a sense of duty. His passion for her, that fiery all-mastering desire, had burnt itself out, and there was nothing left. An unutterable weariness came upon her. Oh, she was so tired. She was tired of life. It was then that in some mystic fashion that voice which she had once heard spoke again in her soul. The spark is ours for the kindling. The power to love, the power to create love. Was she indeed capable of kindling this lamp in the desert? Out of those dead ashes of passion could love the immortal indeed be made to rise? She sat for a long time, and pondered. When an hour later she went down the hill to the town, the day was brilliant and the sky without a cloud. The sea was one glorious sheet of blue that seemed to stretch away limitless into infinity. Down by the quay a white yacht rocked at her moorings. She marked it with a throbbing heart. Why, oh why did he linger? She yearned to trust him forever out of her life. She reached the Anchor Hotel and entered. The bareness of the place smote cold upon the senses. She passed through it quickly and went up to her mother's room. "Oh, my dear, at last!" Querulously Mrs. Shepherd greeted her. "Shut the door and come in. Charlie is watching for you. He will be over directly." She was clad in an old pink wrapper, and kneeling before a half-filled trunk. Maud stood still in the doorway, every spark of animation gone out of her. "Mother, what are you doing? What do you mean?" Her voice sounded frozen and devoid of all emotion. Her fingers were clenched rigidly upon the handle of the door. She stared at her mother with eyes that were suddenly stony. "What do you mean?" she repeated. Mrs. Shepherd looked up at her, smiling. "I mean, dear, that while you go for your Mediterranean cruise, I am going back to London. Dear me, why did I ever leave it? I have never been happy since. Fair Harbor never suited me. I was saying so to Charlie only last night. He told me all about it, dear. Poor child, I hope that horrible cowboy person wasn't very cruel to you. I couldn't help letting out where you had gone yesterday afternoon. He came in only a few minutes after you left and was so insistent. But thank goodness you've broken away. You had Charlie's letter, did you? I told him I was sure you would come directly you knew he was waiting. Dear Charlie, he really is very good. I quite see his point of view about the poor old Anchor, and I really think it is all for the best. Giles is gone anyway, and I am released from any obligations in that direction. Charlie hated Giles for some reason, though I can't discover that he ever met him. Come in, child. Why do you stand there looking so tragic? Surely all's well that ends well." Maud turned stiffly, as though her limbs had become automatic. "I am going," she said. "I am going."
Oh, wait till Charlie comes for you, dearest. Don't be too impetuous. I am sure he will come immediately. He would be watching the shore from the yacht. Such a lovely morning for a cruise, too. You will be wanting a few little necessaries, dear. I have put them up for you in that leather bag. I knew you would never think of that for yourself. I believe he means to take you straight to Paris, you lucky child. The yacht will go round and wait for you at Marseilles. Charlie always does things so royally, doesn't he? He has been most kind, most generous to me." Mrs. Shepherd was talking into the trunk, a smile of happy anticipation about her lips that made her almost comely again. "Really," she said, "it is quite wonderful how things always turn out for the best. I only wish I had known a year ago how happy you and dear little Bunny were going to be. It would have saved me so much anxiety. When you are Lady Saltash, of course you will make a home for him at the castle. And there may be just a corner sometimes for me too, darling. What a happy party we shall all be." She threw a smile over her shoulder, and then suddenly turned and stared. The door was closed, and she was alone. Down the wide staircase Maud ran like a wild thing seeking freedom, down into the bare echoing hall. But the moment she reached it, she stopped dead as one suddenly turned to stone. He was waiting for her, there in the sunny open doorway, a smile of arrogant satisfaction on his ugly face, and a triumph, open triumph in his eyes. He came to meet her like a king, carelessly gracious, royally self-assured. "Ah, Maud of the Roses," he said. "Free at last." He reached her where she stood, rigidly waiting. He opened his arms to take her. And then, as though there had been the flash of a dagger between them, he stopped. She had not moved. She did not move. But the blazing blue of her eyes gave him check. For the space of many seconds they stood, not breathing, not stirring, and in those seconds, as by the light of a piercing torch, each read the other's soul. It was Saltash who gave ground at last, but insolently, with a smile of bitter mockery. "This scene is called 'The Unmasking of the Villain,'" he observed. "The virtuous heroine, having descended from her pedestal to expose his many crimes, now gathers her mud-stained garments about her and climbs back again, in the confident hope that the worthy cow-puncher who owns her will conclude that she has never left her exalted position, and that the mud was all thrown by the villain. Now, I wonder if the worthy cow-puncher is quite such a fool as that?" Her face was quite colourless, but she heard his gibe without a sign of shrinking. Only as he ceased to speak, she lifted one hand and pointed to the open door. "Go," she said. Just the one word, spoken with a finality more crushing than any outburst of anger. If it expressed contempt, it was involuntary. She uttered only what was in her soul. He looked at her, and suddenly the derision in his eyes flamed into fierce malignancy. "Oh, I am going," he said. "You will never kick me from your path again. You shall tread it alone, quite alone except for the cow-puncher, who no doubt will see to it that you walk on the stony side of the way. And I warn you it will be very stony, especially when he comes to realize that his lady wife has been his ruin. A tramp across the world with Jake Bolton under those conditions will at least destroy all illusions as to the stuff of which he is made. And I wish you joy of the journey." He made her a deep ironical bow, and swung upon his heel. But as he went, she spoke, suddenly, passionately, as though the words leaped forth, compelling her. "Jake Bolton is a man. A white man." Saltash laughed aloud, lifting his shoulders as he sauntered away. "With the heart of a beast, chère reine," he said. "For that cause also, I wish you joy." He went. The sun smote through the empty doorway. She put up both hands to her eyes as though to blot out some evil vision. And presently, like a creature that has been sorely wounded, she also crept away, fleeing ashamed by another door that no one might observe her going. No, Jake was no fool. He saw only what he chose to see, believed only what he willed to believe. He had been generous to her. Ay, generous past all understanding. But he was no fool.
He had refused the mute offer of her lips only that morning. Wherefore? Wherefore? The answer lay in Saltash's mocking words, and all her life she would remember them. The poison plant had borne its bitter fruit indeed, and she had been forced to eat thereof. It burned her now with a cruel intensity, consuming her like a darting flame. But she knew by its very fierceness that it could not last. Very soon her heart, her soul, would all be burnt away, and there would be only dead ashes left, only dead ashes from which no living spark could ever be kindled again. No, Jake was no fool, no fool. He would not blame her, that was all. Because she was a woman. 22. The Loser. "Why doesn't Maud come back?" said Bunny discontentedly. "It's beastly mean of her to stay away over the holidays." "You can go to her if you like, my son," said Jake between whiffs of his pipe. "Oh, I know, but it isn't the same thing. And besides, I'm not going to leave you alone for Christmas, so there. Say, Jake, I wonder you put up with it. Why shouldn't we go, the two of us, and fetch her back?" "She's better where she is," said Jake. "And as to my going away, it's out of the question. I'm a fixture, so long as there's anything left to do." Something in the last words caught Bunny's attention. He looked at him with sudden shrewdness. "What do you mean, Jake? What's up?" Jake was silent. He sat moodily smoking and staring into the fire. His chin was sunk on his chest. He looked older than his years. Bunny on the other side of the hearth gazed at him for several seconds with close attention. Finally he got up, went to him, slipped down onto the arm of his chair. "What is it, Jake, old feller? Tell me." Jake looked up, met the warm sympathy in the boy's eyes, and in a moment thrust a kindly arm about the slim young figure. "Don't you worry about me, little pard," he said. "There ain't anything the matter that I can't face out by myself." "Oh, but that's rot, Jake." Bunny's cheek went down against the man's bronze head and pressed it hard. "What's the good of bottling it up? 'Sides, you know, Jake, I don't count. I'd die before I'd split." "Guess I know that," Jake said. He hugged Bunny to him as if there were comfort in mere contact, but he said no more. Bunny hugged him in return, and after a brief silence began to probe for the enlightenment he desired. "Why do you say Maud is better where she is, Jake? After all, she is your wife, and no one else's, isn't she?" Jake puffed at his pipe for a few seconds, as if considering his reply. At last, "I say it because it is so," he said. "Your Uncle Edward wanted her, and I reckon that's just the silver lining to my cloud. He's a rich man, I gather. He can look after the two of you if I go under." "Jake, you aren't going under." Horrified incredulity sounded in Bunny's voice. He leaned swiftly forward to look into Jake's face. A queer, dogged smile showed upon it for an instant and was gone. "Don't you worry any, sonny. I shall come up again," said Jake. "I've been under before, practically down and out, but it hasn't killed me. It ain't going to kill me this time. So long as you and Maud are provided for, I can fend for myself." "But, Jake, what's it mean? You haven't lost money?" urged Bunny in bewilderment. "No, I've got a little money. There are plenty of poor devils worse off than I." Jake leaned his head back against Bunny's wiry arm. There was a fighting gleam in his eyes. "But it ain't enough to keep me going. If it had been, I reckon I shouldn't have waited for notice to quit." "Is that what you've got? Jake, you aren't in earnest? Charlie wouldn't be such a blackguard." Jake uttered an abrupt laugh. His teeth were clenched on his lower lip. "Oh, Charlie's a blackguard, all right. Blackguard enough for anything. Don't you ever make any mistake about that. But I presume it's up to him to sell the studs if he feels so disposed. There ain't anything specially blackguardly in that. It's just his polite way of telling me to git." "Sell the stud? Is that what he's going to do? Oh, Jake, old feller, Jake." Shocked sympathy was in Bunny's voice. Jake hugged him harder. I hadn't meant to tell you on your first night, but you're such a shrewd little chap, and you've got to know sooner or later. Don't make an all-fired fuss about it, anyway." "All right, Jake." Bunny sounded a little breathless, but there was resolution in his voice. "It's you I'm thinking of. When's it going to be?" "The sale? Early in the year, I expect. I haven't any definite instructions as to that. I'm expecting 'em every day. All I've been told officially at present is to cancel all engagements. Of course I guessed what was in the wind then. I tackled old Bishop, the agent, about it the other day, and he had to confirm it. Ah, well." Jake heaved an abrupt sigh that seemed to catch him unawares, and became silent. "P'raps he won't sell 'em all, Jake," said Bunny, hesitatingly. "He couldn't, surely, sell the 100th Chance." Jake's pipe suddenly cracked between his teeth. He sat up sharply, and took it out of his mouth. It fell in twain between his fingers. He sat staring at it, then, with a curious reverence, he stooped forward and dropped the pieces into the heart of the fire. "Yes," he said heavily, "I reckon the 100th Chance will go with all the rest." He looked at Bunny, and there was desolation in his eyes, but he gave it no verbal expression. And Bunny also found that the subject demanded silence. It was beyond words. "Does Maud know?" he asked at length, speaking rather doubtfully, as if not quite sure of his ground. "No. I didn't want to worry her before I need." Jake's eyes went back to the fire, gazing into it, dumbly troubled. "I fancy there's no doubt that the old man will provide for her, for both of you. That's what I'm counting on, anyway." Bunny made an abrupt movement of impatience. "Oh, damn all that, Jake. What of you?" For the first time his strong language went unrebuked. Jake's eyes remained fixed upon the fire where burned the remains of his treasure. He spoke slowly, as one reading words but dimly discerned. "Reckon I shall go back to America. I shall find my feet again there. There's no call for you to be anxious about me. Guess I shan't starve." "Jake." Bunny's arm went round his shoulders, gripping them hard. He spoke into Jake's ear, a rapid, nervous whisper. "Jake, if you're going to America, I reckon I'm coming too. There's no one worth speaking to after you. I just won't be left behind. I'll work, Jake. I'll work like a nigger. I won't be a drag on you. But I can't stay behind. Not after all you've been to me. Jake, old feller. Say you'll have me. I'm as strong as a horse, and I'd sooner starve along with you than be left without you. Jake, old feller, please." He suddenly bowed his head upon Jake's shoulder with a hard sob. "Little pard," Jake said, and pulled him down beside him. "Don't act the fool now. That ain't like you." Bunny clung to him almost fiercely. "You shan't lose everything, Jake. First Maud, and then the animals, and then the home, and me too. You like me a bit, don't you, Jake?" "Just a bit," said Jake, ruffling the black head. "Then let me come with you, Jake. I'll do whatever you tell me. I'll black your boots for you every day. I'll do anything under the sun. Only don't leave me behind. I miss you badly enough at school. But I can't stick it without you altogether." "Shucks, shucks," said Jake very softly. He was holding Bunny in his arms in the old brotherly way. They were too close to one another for any boyish dignity to come between. The bond that linked them had been forged in the fires of adversity, and adversity served but to strengthen it. "I can't," Bunny reiterated. "You don't know what you are to me, Jake. You've just made me. And I feel as if I'll all come undone again if you go right away." "I haven't gone yet," said Jake, in a drawl that was slightly unsteady. "But if it is to be, Bunny lad, and God knows it's more than likely, you can do a bigger thing for me by staying back here, along with Maud, than if you came along and roughed it with me. You'll be the link between us, boy, when all the other links are gone." He became silent,
gently smoothing the hair that he had ruffled. Bunny was silent also for a space. It was as if something sacred had come into their communion. At last, with his head still pillowed on Jake's shoulder, he spoke. "Say, Jake." Jake's arm tightened almost as if he would silence him, but he said nothing. And Bunny persisted. "Jake, old chap, it doesn't take a prophet to see that things aren't as they should be between you two. I'm beastly sorry. I know jolly well it's not your fault." "It ain't hers," Jake said almost under his breath. "No, I guess it's that blackguard Charlie. I wish I were a man. I'd shoot him," said Bunny vindictively. "I guess you wouldn't," Jake said, faint humor in his voice. "Besides, there's nothing to shoot him for now. He's as much a loser as I am." "What, they've quarreled?" questioned Bunny. "Where is he? At the castle?" "No. Heaven knows where he is. He's been gone for the last 6 weeks and more." "It's twice that since Maud went away," observed Bunny uneasily. "Why on earth doesn't she come back, Jake? She's not afraid of you?" "She has been back once in that time," Jake said quietly. "She stayed one night with your mother at the Anchor. The place is shut up now, and your mother has gone back to London. I thought, possibly, that she would have settled down here a bit, with Maud. But she didn't quite see it. And it was as well, for the old uncle wrote asking Maud to go back to him, and she went." "Without consulting you?" asked Bunny quickly. "She didn't consult me, certainly, but she knew I was willing for her to go." Jake spoke with a touch of restraint. Bunny raised his head and looked at him with a sudden shrewdness. "Who did she want to get away from? You or Charlie?" A flicker that was scarcely humorous crossed Jake's face. "Maybe both," he said. "And you quarreled with Charlie?" "No. Seeing he was a loser, I let him go in peace. It was the only thing to do." "And he has got his knife into you on that account?" questioned Bunny. "Maybe," Jake admitted. "Then he's a low hound, and I'd love to tell him so." "Where's the use? Reckon he knows it all right," said Jake dryly. "I hope Maud knows it too." "She does," said Jake. Bunny looked slightly mollified. "That's something, anyway. Say, Jake." "What is it, my son?" Jake's red-brown eyes looked at him with a tenderness that only Bunny was ever allowed to see. Bunny's head went back to its resting place against his shoulder swiftly, endearingly. Jake, old man, why don't you go back to her? Maybe she's wanting you, and she hasn't the pluck to say so. Women are like that, you know." Jake was silent. "Give her the chance, Jake," Bunny urged. "You don't know her like I do. She was always shy. Lots of people thought her proud, but it was mostly shyness. Give her the chance, Jake, old feller. Just this one chance. It may make all the difference." "Think so?" said Jake. "Course I do. I know Maud. She'd sooner die than show you her feelings. But she's got 'em all the same. Maybe she's wanting you, quite a lot, Jake. You can't tell." "And maybe she's not," said Jake. "Oh, don't be an ass, Jake. Come along and find out anyway. It's up to you, Jake. And there's no one else in the running." A whimsical smile touched Jake's grim mouth. "Guess that's just what makes it so difficult," he said. "Is anyone at all in the running? I'd sooner draw a loser than a blank." Bunny lifted a hot, earnest face. "Don't be an ass, Jake," he urged again. "Go in, man. Go in and win. You love her, don't you?" It was a straight shot, and it found its mark. Something fiery, something wholly untamed leaped into Jake's eyes. They shone like a flame upon which spirit has been poured. Bunny pulled himself free with a sound that was almost a whoop of triumph. "You silly coon, go and tell her so," he said. "I'll bet you never have yet." And Jake uttered a laugh that was curiously broken. "You're getting too damn clever, my son," he said. Part 2, Chapters 23 and 24 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 23. The Storm Wind. "It'll be real sport to take her by surprise," said Bunny with a chuckle of anticipation. "But what a beast of a journey it's been!" They had been traveling practically all day, and a black night of streaming rain had been their welcome. They had found accommodation at the hotel in which Maud had once spent a night, and having dined there they splashed through the muddy streets in search of their goal. They found it, a tall gaunt house standing back in a dark dripping garden, unlighted, forsaken. "It can't be the place," said Bunny, for the first time feeling his ardor for the adventure slightly damped. "We'll soon find out," said Jake. They groped their way to a flight of steps, and with the aid of a match found the bell. It rang desolately through the building. "The house is empty," declared Bunny. But after a considerable pause a step sounded within, and a white-faced maidservant opened to them. "Come in," she said in a hollow voice. "You're very late." "Mrs. Bolton here?" asked Jake as he stepped on to the mat. She nodded as if in agitation. "Yes, I'll tell her." She shut the door behind them and went away, leaving them in the narrow, dimly lighted hall. "What a rum go," said Bunny. Jake said nothing. He was gazing into the shadows in front of him with intent, searching eyes. How would she greet him? Would she be glad? Would she be sorry? He watched for her face, and the first instinctive expression it would wear at sight of him. There came the rustle of a dress, a footfall that was light and yet somehow sounded weary. She came through the dim hall with a slow, tired gait. "Good evening," she said. "Will you come upstairs?" Bunny's fist suddenly prodded Jake in the back. He went forward a step almost involuntarily. "Maud," he said. "Jake." She stood as one transfixed. And in that moment he forgot to notice how she looked at him, forgot everything in the one overwhelming thought that he was with her. He strode forward, and somehow her two cold hands were in his before he knew whether he had taken or she had offered them. "My girl," he said, and again huskily, "my girl." She lifted a quivering face. "Jake, thank you for coming. I hardly thought you could have got here so soon." He drew her to him and kissed her. "You've been wanting me?" he said. She nodded. "I sent for you, yes. I didn't feel as if I could face it all by myself." His hold was warm, full of sustaining strength. "You'll have to tell me what has happened," he said. "I didn't get your message." "You didn't?" She looked momentarily startled. "Then why are you here?" "I came." He hesitated, glanced over his shoulder. "Bunny's here, too," he said. "Thought we'd just look you up," said Bunny, emerging from the background. "Hello, Maud. What's the matter? Is the old man ill?" She turned to greet him. "He died yesterday," she said. "Great Scott!" said Bunny. Jake said nothing. He was watching her closely, closely. She kissed Bunny lingeringly, but without emotion. "He was only ill 5 days," she said. "It was a chill, and then pneumonia. I nursed him right up to the last. He wouldn't have anyone else. In fact, he wouldn't let me out of his sight." Her face quivered again, and she paused. Then drearily, "I was expecting the undertaker when you came in," she said. "I've had to arrange everything. The funeral will be the day after tomorrow. Will you come into the dining room? There's a fire there." She led the way to that stiff and cheerless apartment. Bunny pressed close to her and pushed his hand through her arm. "Say, Maud, old girl, you're ill yourself," he said. She looked at him out of deeply shadowed eyes. "No, I'm not ill. Only tired. Too tired to sleep. There is some wine in that cupboard, dear. Do you mind getting it out? You and Jake must have some." She went over to the fire almost as one moving in a dream, and stood before it silently. Jake came to her, put a kindly arm about her. "You must go to bed, my dear," he said. "You're worn out." She shook her head with a rather piteous smile. "Oh, no. I can go for a long while yet. I must get some rooms ready for you and Bunny." "You won't need to do that," he said. "Bunny is putting up at the hotel round the corner,
and I can sleep just anywhere."
She let herself lean against him. "Thank you for coming, Jake," she said again. She was plainly worn out, and from that moment Jake took command. He made her sit in one of the stiff velvet chairs in front of the fire, made her drink some wine, and finally left her there with Bunny in charge. She was absolutely docile, gladly relinquishing all responsibility. To Bunny she gave a few halting details of the old man's death, but she could not talk much. The strain of those days and nights of constant watching had brought her very near to a complete breakdown. She was so tired, so piteously tired. She dozed presently, sitting there before the fire with him, holding his hand. It was so good to have him there, so good to feel that there was someone left to love her, to think for her, so good to know that Bunny, though he had ceased to be the one aim and end of her existence, had not drifted wholly out of her life. It must have been more than an hour later that she was aroused by a few whispered words over her head, and sat up to see Bunny on his feet, preparing to take his departure. She looked up in swift distress. "Oh, are you going? Must you go?"
"Yes, he must go," Jake said gently. "He'll get locked out if he doesn't. And the little chap's tired, you know, Maud. He's been traveling all day and wants a good night's rest." That moved her. Though Bunny disclaimed fatigue, she saw that he had been sleeping also. All the mother in her rose to the surface. "Yes, of course, dear. You must go," she said. "I wish you could have slept here, but perhaps it's better you shouldn't. Can you find your way alone? Jake, won't you go with him?" But Bunny strenuously refused Jake's escort. He bade her good night with warmth, and she saw that he hugged Jake at parting. And then the door closed upon him, and Jake's square figure came back alone. He came straight to her, and bent over her. "My dear," he said, "you're tired to death. You must go to bed." She shook her head, wanly smiling. "It's no good going to bed, Jake. I'm much happier here. Directly I lie down I am wide awake. Besides, I'm too tired to get there." "All right. I'll put you there," he said.
"No, no, Jake."
She stretched out a quick hand of protest, but there was no holding him off. His arm was already about her. He lifted her to her feet. His face wore the old dominant look, yet with a subtle difference. His eyes held naught but kindness. She yielded herself to him almost involuntarily. "I haven't been to bed for nearly a week," she said. "I've slept, of course, in snatches. I used to lie down in Uncle Edward's room. Poor dear old man. He wanted me so." Her eyes were full of tears. I was with him when he died," she whispered. "We had arranged to have a nurse this morning, but the end came rather quickly. We knew his heart was weak. The doctor said it was better for him, really, that he went like that." "Why didn't you send for me sooner?" Jake said.
Her pale face flushed. She turned it from him. "I didn't think you'd want to come. It wasn't till I got frightened at the dreadful emptiness that She broke off, fighting with herself.
"All right. Don't try to tell me. I understand," he said soothingly. He went up the long dim staircase with her, still strongly supporting her. He entered her room as one who had the right. The tears were running down her face, for she could not check them. She attempted no remonstrance, suffering him like a forlorn child. And as though she had been a child, he ministered to her, waiting upon her, helping her, with a womanly intuition that robbed the situation of all difficulty, meeting her utter need with a simplicity and singleness of purpose that could not but achieve its end. "You treat me as if I were Bunny," she said once, smiling faintly through her tears. And Jake smiled in answer. "A man ought to be able to valet his own wife," he said. The words were simply uttered, but they sent the blood to her cheeks. You are very good to me," she murmured confusedly. "I ought not to let you." "Don't you worry any about that," said Jake. "The main idea is to get you to bed." "I am sure I shall never sleep again," she said. Yet as she sank down at last upon the pillow, there was a measure of relief in her eyes. "Now you're going to lie quiet till morning," Jake said, tucking in the bedclothes with motherly care. "Good night, my girl. Is that comfortable?" He kissed her for the second time, lightly, caressingly, exactly as he might have kissed a child. She tried to answer him, to thank him, but could not. He smoothed the hair from her temples and turned away. But in that moment her hands came out to him with a gesture that was almost convulsive, caught and held his sleeve. "Oh, Jake," she said. "Jake, I'm so lonely," and suddenly began to sob. "I want you more than Bunny does. Don't go. Don't go." It was a cry of utter desolation. He turned back to her on the instant. He stooped over her, his face close to hers. "Do you mean that?" he said, and in his voice, low as it was, there sounded a deep note as of something forcibly suppressed. She clung to him, hiding her face against the rough tweed coat. "I've no one else," she sobbed. "Ah," Jake said. A very strange look came into his face. His mouth twitched a little, as if in self-ridicule. "But, my girl," he said, "I reckon you'd say that to anyone tonight." "No, no." Quiveringly she answered him. "I say it to you. To you. I'm so terribly alone. So empty. Uncle Edward used to tell me what it meant to be lonely. But I never knew it could be like this." "Poor girl," Jake murmured softly. "I know. I know." The look of faint irony still hovered about his lips, but his voice, his touch, conveyed nothing but tenderness. He was stroking the dark hair with a motherliness that was infinitely soothing. She was holding his other hand tightly, tightly against her breast, and it was wet with her tears. "I've been so miserable," she told him brokenly. "I know it's been no one's fault but my own. But life is so difficult, so difficult. I've treated you badly, badly. I haven't done my duty. I've always yearned for the things out of reach. And now, oh, Jake, my world is a desert. I haven't a friend left anywhere." "That's wrong," Jake said, in his voice of soft decision. "You've got me. I mayn't be the special kind of friend you're wanting. But, as you say, I reckon I'm better than nothing. And I'm your husband, anyway." "My husband, yes. That's why I sent for you. Jake," she hid her face lower, deeper into his coat, If I had had a child, would it have made you happy?" "Oh, that." Jake laid his head down suddenly on the pillow above hers. He spoke into the thick darkness of her hair. "My girl, don't cry so. I wanted it, yes." She moved slightly, stretching a hesitating hand upwards, touched his face, his neck. "Jake, it would make me happy, too." He put his arm about her as she lay, and gathered her close to him, not speaking. She was trembling all over, her face was still hidden. But she yielded to the drawing of his arm, clinging to him blindly, desperately. He held her so for a little space, then with steady insistence he moved his other hand, beginning to turn her face upwards to his own. She tried to resist him, but he would not be resisted. In the end, panting, quivering, she yielded very suddenly. She lifted her face voluntarily to his. She offered him her lips. But her eyes were closed. She palpitated like a trapped thing in his hold. Yet when his lips met hers, she returned his kiss. And it was for the first time in her life. She slept that night in the shelter of his arms, safeguarded from the desolate emptiness of her desert. And if she dreamed that she had gone back into the house of bondage for the sake of the fire that burned there, the dream did not distress her, nor did the fire scorch. Rather, the warmth of it filled her lonely spirit with such comfort as she had long ceased to hope for. And the steady beat of a man's heart lulled her to a deeper rest. When the dim dawnlight came filtering in, Jake's eyes turned to meet it with a lynx-like watchfulness as of an animal on guard. He had not slept all through the night. His face was grim and still, and there was a hint of savagery, or was it irony, about his mouth.
For the second time in their lives, fate had driven her to him for refuge. Like a bird out of the storm she had come to him, perchance but for that one night's shelter. Already a contrary wind was blowing that might sunder them forever. With the coming of the day they might drift apart and meet no more at all, so slender was the bond between them, so transient their union. For he knew that she loved him not, had never loved him. His eyes grew harder, brighter. They shone with a great and bitter hunger. He turned them upon her sleeping face. And then magically they softened, grew pitiful, grew tender. For though she slept, the veil was lifted, and he read the sadness of her soul. His lips suddenly trembled as he looked upon her, and the irony went out of him like an evil spirit. Whether she loved him or loved him not, she was his, till the storm wind drove her from him. And she needed him as she needed no one else on earth. His arm clasped her. He gathered her closer to his breast. 24. The Great Burden. "By Jove," said Bunny, in a voice of awe. "I never thought of that. Then Maud will be rich, will she? Rich as Croesus. Just think of it! Maud!" He drew a deep breath that ended in a whistle. "Puts a different complexion on things, eh, Jake, old feller?" he said. "Quite different," said Jake. He stood at the window gazing forth into the murky atmosphere with his brows drawn. He looked like a man searching the far distance. Bunny glanced at him questioningly. "What does she say to it? Was it a great shock?" "I don't know. I think it was. She said he once offered to provide for the two of you, and leave you provided for at his death. But that was before her marriage." "And now he's gone and left her the whole caboodle. Say, Jake, what's it come to? Did the lawyer chap give you any idea?" "No one knew what the old man was worth," Jake said, with his eyes still fixed steadily ahead. "He wasn't very great at spending money. But he owned a large factory, and had a vested interest in several others, besides some thousands in other concerns. The lawyer put it down at not less than $250,000. "Jake!" Bunny began to execute an ecstatic war dance behind him. Jake wheeled sharply. "Don't do that here, Bunny. It's not decent." Bunny stopped. "Oh, sorry, Jake. I forgot. But aren't you pleased, old feller? You don't look it. Or is it just decency on your part?" "I'm pleased she's got enough to live on, yes," Jake said. "I don't know that a whole pile is specially good for anyone. And now, look here, young chap. I'm going back directly after the funeral. I've got to go, and you're to stay and take care of her." Bunny's face fell. "Oh, I say, Jake, I'd sooner come with you." "That may be." Jake smiled momentarily. "But you've got to do as you're told, see?" Bunny looked mutinous. "But she won't want me, Jake. She'll be much too busy. And this is such a beastly hole. And there's the hunting. You promised I might hunt these holidays. Oh, I can't stick here. I shall only be in the way." His eyes flashed sudden rebellion. "Can't and won't, Jake," he said boldly. "So that's settled." He stood and defied Jake openly for an instant, then flung round with a dogged air and walked away. Jake remained motionless, watching him. "Say, Bunny," he said after a moment, his voice very soft and drawling. Bunny came to a stand before the fire, which he poked with considerable violence. He did not turn his head. "Put that thing down." The order came from the further end of the room, but he obeyed it. There fell a brief silence, then from his post by the window Jake spoke. "You can do as you like about it. You can come back with me to the stables, but you'll do all your riding on a leading string if you do. And if you hunt, it'll be on foot." Bunny's face flamed scarlet. "Jake, you're a beast," he said. "Oh, I can do beastlier things than that," Jake said. "I can give you one hell of a time, my son. I'm dashed ingenious in that respect when I give my mind to it." Bunny growled something deep in his throat and kicked the coals with a savage foot. Jake turned deliberately round and looked at him, watched him with the utmost patience, till he desisted. Then, "Come here now," he said, "and have your head punched. Bunny growled again, less articulately, more ferociously. Jake left the window. The boy wheeled to meet him with the glare of a tiger. "Touch me if you dare!" he exclaimed. There was a faint, relentless smile on Jake's face. He took Bunny by the shoulders and looked him full and straight in the eyes. Bunny stood before him for a space, with clenched hands. Then he dropped his own eyes sullenly before that stern regard, slowly lowered his head. There fell a tense silence, then, "Get on with it, Jake," he said in a voice half sulky, half submissive. And Jake abruptly moved, struck him twice lightly on the side of the head. "That's for using the forbidden language," he said. "And that's for general fooling around. A taste of the leather would do you good, only I can't leather a jolly little cock sparrow like you. Don't you think you're rather a fool, Bunny? I do." "I'm a damn cad," Bunny said with shaky vehemence, and pulled himself away with the words. "I can't help it. I don't see much of you now, and I do hate being left behind." He turned his back on Jake and leaned dejectedly against the high mantelpiece. But Jake's arm went round his shoulders, giving him a comforting squeeze. "Don't you know I'm trying to make a partner of you, my son?" he said in his soft voice. "You needn't be so mighty difficult to handle. What I'm on to now is more than a one-man job. I'm wanting all the help I can get." Bunny laid a hot cheek against his hand. "You know I'd do anything for you, Jake," he said. He swallowed once or twice hard and faced round. "Anything under the sun," he said. Jake's hand smote him the blow of good fellowship. "I'm counting on just that, sonny," he said. He turned round with the words. Someone was entering the room. "Hello," said Bunny. "Hello, Maud." He moved to meet his sister with a curious new shyness. She looked pale, aloof, very sad. "Jake has been telling you," she said. Bunny nodded. "It's rather great, isn't it?" he said. She came slowly forward, not looking at Jake. "It's too great," she said. "I might have been glad of it once. But now she broke off. Jake drew forward a chair. "Reckon you'll find it just as useful now as then," he said. She glanced at him quickly, and a tinge of color rose in her face. "Oh, I dare say we shall all find it useful," she said. Jake's expression was enigmatical. He stood up squarely, looking straight before him. "You'll be able to buy anything and everything you want," he said, "to live where and how you like. In short, you'll be in a position to create your own atmosphere. Money is freedom. Remember that. If you choose to buy a team of camels and trundle off into the desert, there's no one can prevent you." She shivered, as if a cold blast had struck her, and leaned towards the fire. "I'm not particularly fond of the desert," she said in a low voice. "Oh, you needn't go alone," Jake said. "You'll be able to buy your friends by the score, and populate all the lonely places." There was no sound of scoffing in his voice. It was not even without a hint of kindliness. But she shook her head in silence. And suddenly Bunny knelt down beside her, thrusting an impetuous arm about her waist. "Say, Maud, he's only rotting. We'll have a ripping time together presently. Don't be so down in the mouth, old girl. There's plenty of fun to be got out of life." She smiled with lips that trembled. "I'm afraid I'm getting rather old, Bunny," she said wistfully. "Old enough, anyhow, to know that money doesn't bring happiness." "Depends on how you spend it," maintained Bunny stoutly. "Of course it is a downright curse to the people who hoard it, like that beast who buried his talent. But you can make any amount of happiness out of it if you try. Think of the crowds you can reach with it. That's where the fun comes in. Why, you reap as fast as you sow." Maud made a sudden quick gesture. "Bunny, how curious that you should say that." "Why?" Bunny opened his eyes in surprise. "Oh, never mind. It reminded me of something rather big I once heard in a church here." Maud gently passed on, as though it were a matter too sacred for discussion. "Perhaps you're right, dear. Perhaps there is happiness to be got out of it. Anyhow, we'll try, won't we? Won't we, Jake?" There was almost a note of entreaty in her voice, but she received no answer. She turned sharply. Jake had gone. "Never mind," said Bunny, quick to console. "He's busy. Letters or something. But you've got me. Say, Maud, you'll be able to keep the mother above water now. That's rather a mercy, anyway." He almost forced her into the channel of his own cheery speculations, with the reflection that if it wasn't decent, at least it was wholesome. But when he looked back upon that talk with her later, he could not remember that she had made a single suggestion of her own, or displayed the smallest spark of enthusiasm in connection with the great fortune that had come to her. She was tired, of course, and sad. No doubt she would change her mind. But for the present, she seemed to regard it only in the light of a new and heavy burden that had been laid upon her. Bunny could not understand it, but an uneasy wonder awoke and stirred in his heart. Was it because she was married to Jake that she felt it had come too late? If so, poor old Jake. Part 2, Chapters 25 and 26 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 25. The Blow. "Home for Christmas. Motoring from Greydown. 3 cheers. Bunny." The ecstatic message stood on the mantelpiece in the old parlor above a roaring fire, and Jake stood in front of it, grimly patient, while the old grandfather clock ticked monotonously in the corner. It was Christmas Eve, still and frosty. The glass door into the garden was wide open, so that he could hear the first hoot of a motor, and he was listening for it with a lynx-like intensity, a concentration that had in it something almost terrible. It was nearly a fortnight since he had left her, and all his veins were on fire at the thought of having her again. He yearned for her with a fierce hunger that tore at the very soul of him, a hunger that he knew he must suppress, crush down out of sight ere he met her. Because in her desolation she had turned to him for comfort, he must not take it for granted that she needed him still. She had had time to recover, time possibly to be amazed, to be shocked at her own yielding. He dreaded to see that instinctive recoil from him which he had learned to know so cruelly well in the summer that was dead. Those words of hers, "I can't pretend to love you. You see, I don't," still haunted him. And he remembered how once, in bitterness of soul, she had told him that she hated him. He clenched his hands over the memory, cursing himself for the passion that even now leaped so fiercely within him. She had changed towards him since those days. That he knew. But even though she turned to him, she was half afraid of him still, and he dared not show her his heart. He must be calm and temperate, taking only what she offered, lest he should drive her away again. It might be she would never offer very much. Possibly it did not lie in her power. She had given her whole love to another man, and it had been crushed into the mud. It might be that it still lived there in quivering shame, a thing to be hidden, if it could not be utterly destroyed. He could not tell. But he did not feel that his chance of winning to the heart of her was very great. It might be that when she came to realize the practically boundless power with which this great fortune endowed her, it would vanish altogether. True, he might put up a fight for his rights. He might insist upon his ownership. But had he not already done that? And what had it brought him? Nothing but emptiness. The desire of the flesh was nothing to the aching longing of the spirit, and that could never be satisfied by such means. And she did not so much as know that it existed. He had once dreamed that a child might draw them together. But now, a curiously wistful smile drew his mouth. Poor girl! She wanted a child to comfort her desolation. But if she had her wish, he knew that she would never turn to him again for comfort. His last chance would be gone. Someone knocked at the open door that led into the garden. He turned sharply, and saw Sam Vickers' good-humored countenance looking up at him. "Post just in, sir," he remarked. "I was coming round, so brought your letter along." "Oh, thanks. Come in." Jake remained before the fire, and after an instant's hesitation, Sam mounted the steps and entered. He was carrying a huge bunch of mistletoe in one hand.
"Thought you'd like a bit, sir," he said with a cheery smile. "You haven't got any decorations, I see." "Thanks," Jake said again. "I don't know where you'll fix it." "Over the front door, sir, if you ask me," said Sam promptly. "Oh, no, not there, Sam. It's a bit too public. Over this door, if you like." Jake smiled a little and began to open his letter. "All right, sir, I'll get a nail," said Sam. He departed, and Jake, with a face grown stern, proceeded to read his letter. When Sam returned, the letter had disappeared, and Jake was grinding at the fire with the poker with his head down and a deep red flush on his face. Sam noticed nothing. He was too much engrossed with the matter in hand. Mounted on a wooden chair and whistling softly, he applied himself to the task of hanging the mistletoe at the most inviting angle. "Like a bit for your cap, sir?" he inquired with an impudent grin when he had finished. Jake made no reply. Sam threw him a glance, and found that he had turned and was standing with his back to the fire, gazing out before him with eyes that shone like two pieces of red quartz. Sam was momentarily disconcerted. "No offense meant, sir," he said, picking up his own cap and hastening somewhat clumsily to conceal the decoration it bore. Jake's eyes came to him, regarded him for a moment fiercely without seeing him, then abruptly softened and took him in. "Sam," he said, "I trust you, and I'm going to tell you something. Shut the door." Sam obeyed. He looked straight at Jake with sunny, honest eyes. "Hadn't you better think it over first, sir?" he suggested. "No." Jake held out his hand suddenly. "I trust you," he repeated, a dogged note in his voice. Sam's hand gripped his like a vice. "Right you are, sir," he said cheerily. Jake went on as if impelled. "You remember what happened in the summer at the Graydown meeting, when I thrashed young Stevens?" "Quite well, sir." Sam's reply came brisk and smart. He held himself like a soldier on parade. "You know why I thrashed him?" Jake proceeded. "Yes, sir. Thrashed him and kicked him out, sir. I was never more pleased in my life," said Sam. "He's been employed at the castle stables ever since," Jake said very bitterly. "I was a fool, a damn fool, not to expose him. But Lord Saltash knew that he pulled the albatross. I told him so. He now says that he has proof that I aided and abetted, proof enough to get me warned off the turf." "Proof be damned, sir," said Sam warmly. "That ain't a good enough story for anyone with a head on his shoulders to swallow." "No, Sam, you're right. And Lord Saltash knows it. I can't go to him and demand to see his proof because he's on the other side of the world. But there's no scotching a lie of that sort. It'll have spread like the plague long before he gets back. And meantime, he has decided that horse racing and breeding are no longer his fancy, and he is going to sell the stud, and me along with it." Jake's mouth took a bitter downward curve with the last words. Sam's jaw dropped. "Going to sell the stud, sir?" Jake nodded. "Yes, before the spring meetings. You'll be all right, Sam. Anyone would be glad to get you. The stewards know you all right." "Oh, I wasn't thinking of that, sir. I was thinking of you." Sam's blue eyes were gravely troubled. "You've got a wife, sir." "My wife inherits her uncle's money. She is not dependent upon me, fortunately for her." Jake was speaking through set teeth. "I knew it was coming," he added. "I've known it for some weeks." His eyes suddenly glittered afresh. "It ain't a knock-out blow, Sam," he said. "Don't you make any mistake as to that." Sam's eyes sparkled in response. "It's you that's the knockout, sir," he said with eager partisanship. "He hits below the belt, but he won't down you that way. You're better known than I am. And no one will believe as you're not straight. Why, if I was to hear any chap say a single word against you, I'd crack his skull for him. I would that, if it was Saltash himself." Jake uttered a brief laugh. "No, you steer clear of Saltash. He's one too many for honest men." "He's a dirty swab," said Sam, and spat into the fire with fervor. He ain't fit to employ anyone except Dick Stevens and the likes of him. I often wondered who squared Dick that time, but it wouldn't surprise me now if—" He paused, looking at Jake interrogatively. But the latter's face had changed magically, as though some transforming hand had touched it, wiping all the bitterness away. He looked at Sam with a dawning smile in his eyes. "Good night, my lad," he said. "I must go." He went to the door with the words and opened it. There came the sound of a motor horn without, the gay whoop of a boyish voice. Jake's spurs went jingling down the passage. And Sam turned to leave by the garden door by which he had entered. He crammed his cap down over his eyes as he did. "Poor old boss," he said. "Poor old boss." 26. The Deed of Gift. "Oh, isn't it good to be home again?" said Bunny. "Isn't it just good?" They sat before the blazing fire in the parlor after a late supper, drinking Mrs. Lovelace's rhubarb wine and enjoying the glow. Maud's cheeks were flushed and her eyes very bright. She did not look at her husband very often, and there was that about her manner that seemed to suggest that she was striving against considerable odds to appear at her ease. "How are the animals, Jake?" she asked. "How is the 100th Chance?" Jake, on the other side of the fire, was lying back in his chair with a cigarette between his lips. His gaitered legs were stretched out before him, and his eyes fixed downwards as if he were half asleep. He did not stir from this attitude as he made reply. "They're all going strong. You must see them for yourself in the morning." His words did not seem to invite any further development of the subject. Perhaps he really was sleepy. Maud bent to fondle Chops, who lay on the hearth at her feet, and asked no more. But Bunny at once plunged into the silence. He had not permitted any silences during supper, having plainly determined that the evening should not drag. He also was a little fevered in his animation, a fact which made Jake's absolute calmness of demeanor all the more marked. He had been quieter and quieter ever since the removal of the supper things. Bunny fought against this quietness, talking with a nervous excitement that elicited only occasional low replies from Maud, and none at all from Jake. But it was Jake who finally, at the striking of the clock, broke in upon his insistent chatter. "Time you went to bed, my son. Say good night and go." A quick word sprang at once to Bunny's lips, but Jake's hand abruptly gripped his knee hard, and he swallowed it unspoken. He got up with a somewhat wry smile. "Yes, all right, I'll go. But I don't generally clear out before 11, do I, Maud?" "You do in my house, whatever you do in Maud's," said Jake imperturbably. "Good night, my son. Pleasant dreams to you." He looked up at Bunny with a sudden kindly smile, and Bunny bent impulsively to him. "Say, Jake, come and see me presently when you come up yourself." The request was preferred in an undertone with unmistakable nervousness. Jake looked him straight in the eyes. "All right," he said. The door closed upon Bunny, and there fell a silence. Maud sat very still, her hands clasped in her lap. But there was no repose in her attitude, only a dumb tension that seemed to indicate suspense. Jake leaned forward slowly at length, took the cigarette from his mouth, and dropped it into the heart of the fire. Then, without looking at her, he spoke. "What's the matter with the little chap?" She looked across at him quickly from beneath eyelids that slightly fluttered. "Is there anything the matter with him? I didn't notice." "He was nearly crying when he said good night, anyway," said Jake. "Oh, was he? Perhaps he thought you were vexed with him," murmured Maud. "Why should he think that?" Jake's eyes, piercingly bright, suddenly met hers. She winced involuntarily, as one might wince from the glare of a searchlight. Then, with a visible effort, she met them. "Jake," she said, "I want to talk to you." Jake's eyes fell away from her. They went with a somber directness to the fire, and became fixed. "About your affairs, my girl?" he said. She hesitated momentarily, then, "Our affairs, Jake," she said, her voice very low. He jerked his head as if to indicate attention, but he said nothing further. It remained for her to proceed, and she did so slowly, as if carefully weighing each word.
You have left me a free hand in the settling of Uncle Edward's affairs, and Mr. Craven is a very clever businessman. I know Uncle Edward trusted him implicitly. But I should like you to know everything that has been done, that is, if you care to know." She paused a moment. "You do care, don't you, Jake?" she said. "I do care for your welfare, my girl," he made answer. "Not being your trustee, it's not essential that I should be told every detail." "I wish you were a trustee," she said. He bent his head. "Thanks, but I don't know that I'm especially well suited to be. It's better for you, I reckon, to have a free hand. And it's a mighty lot better that you should have a man of education to attend to your business affairs." "Jake!" There was quick pain in her voice, pain that he could not fail to note. She leaned forward, stretching a hand to him across the hearth. "Jake," she said again, very earnestly, "do you think that I shall ever forget that I owe you everything?" He took her hand, but with a curious doggedness he kept his eyes averted. "I guess we're quits," he said. "You don't owe me anything. I took my payment for all I ever gave you." There was no bitterness in his voice, no emotion of any sort. The clasp of his fingers was no more than kind. His mouth looked stubborn. But a strange sort of stubbornness seemed to have entered into Maud also. She kept her hand in his. "I take another view," she said. "I don't think any man has ever done more for a woman than you have done for me." Haltingly the words came, but she spoke them bravely. "It's a big, big debt, Jake, immeasurably big, a personal debt that can never be repaid. I feel contemptible whenever I think of it." Her voice shook. Jake's fingers closed upon hers with a quiet strength. "You've no call to feel like that," he said. Her hand clung to his suddenly, desperately. "You believe in me, Jake?" she whispered. His face did not vary. "I guess I've proved that," he said very steadily. She uttered a sharp, catching sigh. "Yes, yes, that is another debt. But till that night you came to me at Uncle Edward's, I was never quite sure." "Why weren't you sure?" He put the question abruptly, with an insistence that demanded an instant reply. But still he did not look at her. His eyes gazed ever straight into the fire. Tremulously she answered him. "I met Charlie, Lord Saltash, the morning after, down at the Anchor. He said you wouldn't be such a fool. That was why I went away." "Damn him!" The words burst from Jake with terrific violence. He sprang to his feet as a man goaded beyond all bearing. "Curse him!" he said, his face gone white with passion. "May his soul rot in—" "Jake!" The name was a cry, breaking through the fierce rush of his fury. Maud was on her feet also. She held him by the shoulders in a vital, quivering hold. "You're not to say it," she said, and her face was close to his, compelling him to silence. "You are not to curse him. A curse comes back. She put one hand on his mouth, for he seemed on the verge of breaking forth afresh. She looked him full in the eyes. "You're not to, Jake," she said. "I won't have it. You, who have been so splendidly generous, can afford to leave a beaten enemy alone. Ah, Jake!" For his arms were round her, gripping her. The naked soul of the man was looking into hers. With a supreme impulse, she took her hand away and gave her lips to his, surrendered herself wholly to the fiery passion that had suddenly blazed forth upon her. But in a moment his arms were loosened. He went back against the mantelpiece, as though he had been struck a blow between the eyes. He stood motionless, his mouth working but uttering no word. She stood before him, pale to the lips, but not without a certain strength. She had offered, and he had not taken. But yet her doubts were set at rest. Perhaps for the first time in her life she faced him wholly unafraid. "So we will leave him out of it," she said, breathing fast. "He has ceased to count." Jake moved, pulled himself together. "You must forgive me," he said. "Maybe you'd be wise to leave me. I shall be saner presently." She put one hand against his breast. "No, Jake, no. You're going to be sane now. Sit down again. Let us finish our talk." He looked at her with the red light still smoldering in his eyes. After a moment he took her wrist with a grip in which passion lingered. "I'm trying to act fair by you, my girl," he said with a faint smile that somehow touched her heart. "It seems to me you've never had a chance, not a real chance, all your life. What with Bunny, and me, and Saltash," his mouth twisted over the name, "you've been handicapped left and right. That's why I've sworn to myself that I won't interfere with you any more. You shall have a free hand. A free hand. This money of yours makes it possible. Play with it, spend it, enjoy yourself. Be happy, my girl, be happy. I won't step in to prevent it." Maud's eyes were suddenly full of tears, yet she laughed. "You've sworn to give me a free hand," she said. He nodded. "Sure." Her other hand clasped his quickly, pleadingly. "Then, Jake, you won't be angry if I decide to do something that you may not altogether like?" "It's your money," said Jake doggedly. Yes. And I have your permission, your unreserved consent to do what I like with it." Her voice quivered. She was clinging to him almost unconsciously. He stood stiffly facing her. He had forced his passion down again, but there was tension about him still. "My girl," he said, "if you want to turn it all into paper and make a bonfire of it, I shan't object." "Oh, I don't want to do that," she said, and again she faintly laughed, though in her laughter there was a sound of tears. "I felt just at first, that I didn't want it. But I've got over that, though I've come to the conclusion that there's no fun to be got out of money unless there's someone to enjoy it with you. And so," she became a little breathless, and her hands pressed his in agitation, "I'm making over half of it to you, by deed of gift. Please, Jake, please, you don't mind?" "What?" said Jake. He raised his tawny brows, staring at her for an instant in sheer overwhelming amazement. Then they came down uncompromisingly in a thick straight line above his eyes. He put her hands away from him, gently but with the utmost decision. He turned himself from her and bent to pick up the poker. Then, as he stirred the fire, with his face in the glow, he spoke briefly, almost roughly. "I don't know if you're joking or in earnest, but that's the one thing that I can't and won't consent to. So I reckon that's all there is to it." "Jake!" There was consternation in her voice, bitter disappointment, keen pain. "Oh, Jake," she said, "you can't mean to refuse like that." "How did you expect me to refuse?" said Jake, without turning. She answered him chokingly. "Not as if I had insulted you." He dropped the poker and straightened himself. "Maybe you didn't intend any insult," he said. "But you don't credit me with an over-allowance of self-respect, do you?" She did not answer him, for she could not. She stood fighting for self-control, striving to collect her scattered forces, but so overwhelmingly distressed that she could not attempt to withstand him. He turned round to her slowly at length. "Say, Maud," he said something of the old kindliness in his tone. "We won't talk any more about it. Guess it's an impossible subject. You'll know me better next time." She struggled for utterance with lips that trembled piteously. Her eyes were brimming with tears. Finally, with a small hopeless gesture, she turned away, moved across the room blindly, found the door, and fumblingly opened it. "Good night," she whispered then, in a voice that was scarcely audible, and in another moment the door closed without sound behind her. She was gone. Jake's mouth set itself in a hard straight line. He squared his shoulders with the instinctive movement of a man facing odds. He began to feel with brutal deliberation for his cigarette case. The rasp of his match made a short indignant sound in the quiet room. It was like a sharp protest. The smell of his tobacco began to dominate the atmosphere. He smoked furiously. Suddenly there came a check. The cigarette had ceased to draw. He ground his teeth on it, turned and spat it into the flames. It hissed and vanished.
Then Jake abruptly lifted his clenched hands above his head, and swore a frightful oath that comprehended himself, the world, and all things in it, in one vast anathema.
This audiobook is brought to you by Full Audiobooks. Please like, subscribe, and click the bell icon if you love audiobooks.
Part 2, Chapters 27 and 28 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 27. The Impossible. "Say, Jake, are you going to spend the night downstairs?" Bunny's thin, eager face peered round the door with the words. He slipped into the room, clad in pajamas, his hair all ruffled on his forehead. Jake was sitting before a burnt-out fire. He looked round at Bunny with heavy eyes. "Were you asleep?" said Bunny. "No." He got up stiffly. "Just thinking. What have you come down for?" Bunny glanced at the clock. "Why, you said you'd come and see me in bed, and it's long past midnight. I've been lying awake for ages." He pressed close to Jake, reproach mingling with a touch of apprehension in his eyes. "Fact is, I wanted to tell you something. But I've got cold now. I don't know that I shall after all." Jake put a hand on his shoulder. "I shouldn't, my son," he said. "I should cut back to bed if I were you. I give you a free pardon, whatever it is. There. Good night." But Bunny refused to be dismissed thus perfunctorily. "You treat me like a child, Jake," he grumbled. "It's not fair. I'd sooner be pitched into than that." Jake smiled faintly. "Well, what's the matter?" he said. Bunny's eyes gleamed a little. "It's just this. I expect you'll be savage, but you've got to know. Maud knows all about the stud and everything. She was bound to know sooner or later, so I don't see that it greatly matters. But I'd no right to tell her, and I did." He ended on a note of defiance. His penitence had plainly not survived his long-drawn-out suspense. But Jake heard him without any sign of displeasure. "Betrayed my confidence, eh?" he said. "Well, I reckon that's a matter for your conscience, not mine." Bunny bit his lip. "You ought to have told her yourself, Jake." Jake nodded. He seemed to be past all feeling that night. "I know that. But she had plenty to think of without worrying herself about my affairs. Anyway, she knows now." "Yes, knows you're thinking of going to America, Jake." Eagerly Bunny broke in. "And she's jolly sick about it, I can tell you. She doesn't want you to go." "Oh, doesn't she?" said Jake. Bunny seized his arm and shook it. "Jake, surely you won't go. She's rich enough to keep us all. She wants to share everything with you." "Oh, yes." Jake's voice was dead level. His eyes looked at Bunny, but they saw beyond him. "I know all about that. I know just what she wants. She wants a watchdog, one that'll fetch and carry and accept all benefits with humility. She's lonely now, but she won't be lonely long. She'll have a crowd round her, a set of fashionable gibbering monkeys who will sneer at the watchdog, the meek and patient hanger-on, the adjunct at every party, who lives on his mistress's smile and doesn't object to her kick. That's what she wants. And that, my son, is the one thing she's not going to get." "But what on earth do you want, Jake?" burst from Bunny, half startled, half exasperated. "You needn't be that. You never could be that. Her idea was to make you independent." "Oh, yes, I know." Jake's mouth twisted a little. "She's mighty generous. She figured to hand over half her fortune by deed of gift." "And you wouldn't have it?" Bunny almost gasped. "I wouldn't touch it," Jake said, with a sound that was oddly like a suppressed laugh in his throat. "But why in wonder not?" Bunny stared at him as if he thought he had gone suddenly mad. "We've taken oceans of things from you." "That's different," said Jake. "How different? Make me understand, Jake. I have a right to understand." Bunny's voice was imperious. Jake looked at him. There was actually a smile in his eyes, but it was a smile of self-ridicule. "You asked me just now what I wanted," he said. "I'll tell you. I want a woman who loves me well enough to chuck up everything, mind you, and follow me barefoot to the other end of the world." He broke into a laugh that seemed to hurt him. "And that," he said, "is the one thing I'm not going to get. Now, do you understand?" "Not quite, Jake, not quite." Bunny spoke almost diffidently. He looked back at Jake with awe in his eyes. "You think she doesn't love you well enough? Is that it?" Jake nodded, still with that smile of self-mockery about his mouth. "You've hit it, my son," he said. "We're not a pair. That's the trouble. She means to be kind, but I'd sooner go empty than be fed on husks. I didn't offer either of you that. It was the real thing I gave you. But she hasn't the real thing to offer. And so I'll do without." He turned squarely to put out the waning lamp, as though the discussion were ended. But Bunny stayed him with a nervous hand. "Jake, suppose you're wrong, old boy. Suppose she does care. Care badly." His voice quivered with earnestness. "Women are queer fishes, you know, Jake. Suppose you've made a mistake." "Where's the use of supposing the impossible?" asked Jake somberly. Yet he paused, his hand rubbing the boy's rough head caressingly. "Ah, but just for a moment," Bunny insisted. "If she loved you, Jake, you wouldn't refuse then to do what she wanted?" "If she loved me," Jake said, and stopped suddenly. He moved abruptly to the lamp and extinguished it. Then, in the dim light that filtered through the blinds from a full moon of frosty radiance, he spoke, deeply, slowly, solemnly. "If she loved me, I would accept anything under the sun from her. Everything she had would be mine. Everything of mine would be hers. And before God, I would make her happy, if she loved me." He drew a deep breath that seemed to burst from the very heart of him. Then in a moment he turned aside. "But that's the impossible, Bunny," he said. "And now, good night." They went upstairs together, and parted in the passage. Bunny seemed too awed for speech. Only he hugged Jake hard for a moment before he went to his own room. Jake passed on to his. Utter silence reigned there. He lighted a candle and went softly to the door that led into his wife's room. It was shut. Softly he turned the handle, pressed a little. Softly he turned it back. The door was locked. Then he threw off his clothes, blew out the candle, and lay down alone. And all through the night he was listening to words uttered over and over above his head, like evil spirits whispering together. "I can't pretend to love you. You see, I don't." He realized now that she had been right. It was better not to pretend. It was better not to pretend. 28. The First of the Vultures. Christmas Day was a farce in which Jake, Maud, and Bunny each played their appointed parts with somewhat dreary zest. The brother and sister had drawn much closer to each other during the past fortnight in which they had been thrown together. The old quick understanding, the old comradeship had revived between them, and on Bunny's part there was added to it a certain protectiveness that created a new and even more intimate element in their intercourse. In a fashion their positions were reversed. Maud leaned upon him, as he once had leaned upon her, and his sturdy support comforted her sick heart. As for Jake, he went his way among his animals, spending his time almost exclusively with them during that day and the days that followed. He was very quiet, invariably kind, but there was about him a suggestion of strain behind his composure, a hint of something terrible, as of a man hiding a mortal wound. He never talked about the animals now, and he did not welcome even Bunny in the stables. "He's fretting his heart out over them," the boy said, and Maud knew that he spoke the truth. The thought of the coming parting with them hurt him to the soul. Sam Vickers knew this also, and watched him in mute sympathy. He would have given all he had to avert this bitter blow from the boss, but he could only stand and look on.
It was on the last day in the year, a biting sunless day, that he sought him late in the afternoon with a visiting card in his hand. Jake was leaning on the half door of the loose box in which was lodged the black colt of his dreams, the 100th Chance. The animal's head was nuzzled against his shoulder. There seemed to be a perfect understanding between them. But at sight of Sam the colt started back. He was suspicious of all the world but Jake. Jake looked round, his face gray in the failing light. "Hello, what is it?" Sam came forward and gave him the card. "Mrs. Bolton was out, sir, and he asked for you. Said he'd wait in the yard, sir." Jake bent his brows over the card. It bore a name that seemed vaguely familiar to him, though in what connection he could not for the moment recall. Monterey W. Rafford. He looked up. "He's no friend of mine. Do you know what he wants?" "Said he was a friend of Dr. Capper, sir," said Sam. "Oh, that American chap. I remember now. All right, Sam. I'll see him." Jake gently pushed back the colt's inquiring nose, closed the upper half of the door, and strode off down the stone passage that led to the yard. The visitor was standing under a lamp, a slim young man with a dark, keen face that broke into a smile at Jake's approach. He moved to meet him, speaking in a voice that betrayed his nationality at the first word. "I am very pleased to meet you again, sir, though no doubt you have forgotten me." They shook hands. Jake was looking at him with steady eyes. "No," he said in his slow way. "I think you are the sort of man that doesn't get forgotten very easily." Rafford laughed. He had an easy, well-bred laugh. "Capper doesn't believe in me," he said. "He declares I'll never get there. Perhaps he's right. It doesn't concern me very much either way. Anyway, I've given up sending sick people to sleep for the present. I'm out on my own this journey. How is your young brother-in-law? Cure complete?" "Absolutely." Jake was still looking at him hard. "If it's not a rude question," he said deliberately, "is that what brought you?" The American met his look with a flicker of the eyes that betrayed a hint of wariness. "It's not a rude question, Mr. Bolton," he said, "and it is not what brought me. I'm after art treasures at the present moment. To be particular, I'm after Saltash's wonder in marble, the Fallen Woman. We did a deal over that marble, he and I, in New York the other day. He was showing me a card trick, and I spotted the knave." Rafford suddenly drawled, and Jake's eyes grew brighter. "Come inside," he said. But Rafford shook his head. "No, not right away, if you don't mind. There's a little light left. Will you show me the animals?" Jake's right hand clenched on his whip. "Have you done a deal over them, too?" he said, sinking his voice very low. "No, but I've got an idea," Rafford said. "I'll tell you what it is presently. You've got some valuable stock here, I'm told. Say, Mr. Bolton, you don't object to showing me round?" His smile was disarming. Jake swung round on his heel without another word. They went from stable to stable, inspecting one after another of Jake's treasures, Jake himself reciting the record of each. He began the tour almost in silence, speaking only words of bare necessity, but in some magnetic fashion Rafford broke through his reserve. His quiet enthusiasm reached and fired Jake. Gradually the glow kindled, the bitterness passed from him, he became himself in his own element, he opened his heart to the stranger because it seemed that he understood. It was a long inspection, and darkness was upon them before it ended. They came last of all to the home of the 100th Chance, and here, with his favourite's nose tucked confidingly into his arm, Jake told his hopes, his dreams. Rafford listened with a sympathy that was scarcely perceptible in his speech, yet of which Jake was very strongly aware, for he had not so expanded. Later he marvelled himself at his own candour, but at the time it seemed wholly natural, even inevitable. By that mysterious force which makes men know each other as comrades even from afar, he recognized in Rafford the one quality that his soul demanded. Circumstance had flung them together for an hour, circumstance would part them again,
but for that hour the bond of sympathy between them was complete. In the end he remembered again the coming loss, the crushing failure of all his plans, and the bitterness came down upon him afresh, an overwhelming burden forcing him down. He fondled the colt, and with a gentle hand closed the door upon him. "Yes," he said heavily, "given fair treatment he'll turn out a winner, but I shan't be here to see it." "What's come to Saltash?" Rafford questioned. "He seems ready to throw up everything." "Yes, that's him," Jake said. "But then he hasn't had the working up of the stud as I have. It's nothing to him to part with the animals. They were no more than a pastime." "And not always a creditable pastime at that," suggested Rafford. "I guess you're too straight for him, Mr. Bolton. He's a crooked devil, but a curiously likable one." He smiled as if at some reminiscence. "Well, what's your opinion? Do you think he could be persuaded to sell this show privately if he got a good offer?" Jake's reserve came down upon him like a mask. "I can't say. You'd better go to his agent, Bishop." Rafford was still faintly smiling. "I've just come from him. He practically sent me to you. I've just paid him Saltash's price for the statue. She will be on her way to America with me in a fortnight. But I'd like to bring off this deal before we go." "It doesn't rest with me," Jake said, doggedness in every line. "No, I know, but I'd like to feel that I've got you behind me. My patron would like to know that." "Who is your patron?" Jake asked. "His name is Roos. You mayn't have heard of him, but he's quite well known in a good many circles, especially on our side. He has taken a fancy for horse racing, and he will probably drop a lot of money over it before he's done. That is, unless he's lucky enough to retain you for his trainer." A hot gleam suddenly kindled in Jake's eyes, and as suddenly died. "I reckon that won't be possible," he said. "Lord Saltash will see to that." "Saltash may not be able to prevent it," Rafford observed quietly. "Roos will want a trainer, and when I tell him how your heart's in the job, it wouldn't surprise me if he persuaded you to keep it on. You wouldn't be very hard to persuade, I take it." Jake hesitated momentarily, then passed the question by. "Is your friend in England?" he asked. "He will be in England very soon after the deal is completed, if it is completed," Rafford answered. "Won't he want to see the stud first?" Jake's voice was quietly businesslike. He seemed to have put all personal considerations away. "I doubt it," Rafford said. "The value of the stud is well known, and, to let you into a secret, he is mad keen on securing it. You won't tell Saltash that, of course, or Bishop, who I understand is empowered to act on his behalf. But I think Saltash will get his price without much haggling. My patron is particularly anxious to prevent the stud coming on the market. He is prepared to offer something better than a market price to make sure of it." "He must be a very remarkable man," observed Jake. "He is, sir. A very remarkable man. A man who never misses his opportunities. And in consequence he is on the whole very seldom a loser. It would be a great mistake to let him slip through your fingers. A very great mistake." Rafford spoke with earnestness. His dark face was alight with eagerness. Jake looked at him, faintly smiling. "You have an interest at stake?" he suggested. "Only the interest that makes me want to push a thing to success. I have full powers, though." Rafford's face reflected his smile. "When my patron got news of this thing, shall I tell you what he said to me?" "Just clinch." "I shall go to Bishop to-morrow and carry out those instructions, if I can, to the letter." "You won't do it in a day," Jake said. "Maybe you'd like to put up at my place pending negotiations." Rafford's hand came out to him with impulsive friendliness. "No, sir.
You're more than kind, but I won't do that. I've seen the animals, and I've seen you. That's enough. You and I mustn't get too intimate over this deal. You know what saltash is. When we've pulled it off, I'll be delighted, if there's still time." He gripped Jake's hand hard, looking him straight in the face. "You've given me a real happy hour, Mr. Bolton," he said, "and I shan't forget it. It was mighty generous of you, considering you regarded me as the first of the vultures. Well, I hope I shall be the last. So long." "So long," Jake said. "I hope you will." He accompanied the young man to the gate and watched him go. Then squarely he came back again, walked straight up the middle of the yard, looking neither to the right nor left, went into his own house and shut the door. Late that night, when Maud rose to go upstairs, he came out of what had apparently been a heavy doze before the fire, and spoke for the first time of his own affairs. "Bunny told you some time ago that the stud was to be sold, I believe," he said. Maud stood still on the hearth, looking down at him. The question evidently startled her, for her breath came suddenly faster. "Yes, he told me," she said. "Why didn't you tell me you knew?" said Jake. And then he saw that his abruptness had agitated her, and leaned forward to take her hand. She suffered him to take it, but she was trembling from head to foot. "I didn't think you wished me to know," she said. He bent his head slightly, so that only the shining copper of his hair met her look. "It wasn't that," he said slowly. "At least, not at first. Just at first I didn't want to bother you. Afterwards, well, I guess I'm an independent sort of cuss, and I was afraid you'd want to finance me when you knew I was to be kicked out." "I did want to, Jake," she said quickly. He nodded. "I know. I was mighty ungracious over it. I've been sorry ever since." "Jake," she stooped a little, a quick dawning of hope in her pale face, but he kept his head bent. "No," he said. "The answer is still no. I don't want to hurt your feelings any, but I can't live on anyone's charity. If there's anything under the sun that I can do to serve you, I'll do it. But I can't do the pet dog business. For one thing, I'm not ornamental enough. And for another, it ain't my nature." He paused a moment, but Maud made no attempt to speak. Only the hope had all died out of her face, and she looked unutterably tired. Jake went on. "Just when your uncle died, you were feeling extra lonely, and—" his voice sank a little. "You turned to me for comfort. But I didn't flatter myself that I had become permanently necessary to you. I knew you never intended me to think that. I saw it directly we met again. You fancied yourself under an obligation to me. You were willing, because of that, to give me anything I wanted. But it's come to this. What I really want is not in your power to give, and I can't accept less. For that reason, I've got to live in my own house, not in yours. I don't want you to feel bound to live with me. I know my setting never was good enough for you either. You can come to me just sometimes, and I shall be honored to receive you. But I'd like you to know that you are absolutely free to come or go. I'm not insisting on my rights, just because I've learnt that it doesn't make for happiness on either side." Again he paused, but still she did not speak. Quietly he resumed. "That brings me to what I set out to tell you about the stud. There is a chance, I think it's a good one, that it may be kept together after all. There is also a chance, a less promising one, that I may be retained as trainer. If I am offered the post, I shall accept it. If I am not offered the post, well, I shall have to start again at the beginning. I shall have to rough it. So if that happens, you will have to go your way and I mine." He ceased to speak, and his hand relinquished hers. Maud stood up. She was no longer trembling, but she was very pale. "I hope you will get the post," she said after a moment. I think you would feel it if you had to part with the horses. They mean so much to you." "I belong to 'em," Jake said simply. She smiled a little with lips that quivered. "Then I hope you will have them always," she said. "Good night, and thank you for being so explicit." She looked at his bent head, stretched a hand above it, almost as if she would touch it, then drew it swiftly back and turned to go. A few seconds later she was ascending the stairs, still piteously smiling, with the tears running down her face. Part 2, Chapters 29 through 31 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 29. The Dutiful Wife.
"Well, my dearie, this is the biggest treat I've had for I don't know how long. Sit you down and tell me all your news. Is it true, what my Tom tells me, as you've come into a pot of money? Well, there now, I am pleased. Put your feet in the fender, my dear. There's a cruel wind blowing to-day. We'll have some hot buttered toast for tea."
"I hope you're not busy, Mrs. Wright." Maud clasped the round, dumpy form very closely for a minute.
"Lor, no, my dear, not a bit. It's early closing to-day. Fancy you're thinking of that now. And fancy you're coming to see me, of all people. Why, I feel just as if a princess had stepped out of a fairy tale."
"I don't feel a bit like a princess," Maud said. She sat down before the cheery little fire in Mrs. Wright's back parlor, and stretched out her hands to the blaze. The old woman hovered over her tenderly.
"You look like one, my dear," she said. "I think it's just wonderful that you should condescend to be friendly with the likes of me."
"Oh, Mrs. Wright, don't, please, put it like that." Maud leaned quickly back, turning up a face of flushed protest. "I don't like that aspect of myself at all," she said. "I don't think I am that sort of person, indeed."
"I always think of you as Jake's princess, dear," Mrs. Wright maintained. "I don't see why it should distress you. I like to think of you so."
Maud laughed a little. "I wish you wouldn't. And I wish Jake wouldn't either. Perhaps once I was foolish and proud, but really, I have got over that now. I am very humble nowadays." "Are you happy, dearie? That's the great thing," said Mrs. Wright. Maud stooped again over the fire. "I'm trying to be," she said. "I don't succeed perhaps all the time, but—" She stopped. "Don't let us talk about my affairs till I have heard all yours," she said. "How is Tom? When is he going to be married?" It was the signal for Mrs. Wright to plunge into personal gossip, and she did so with zest. But she kept a motherly eye upon her visitor notwithstanding, missing no detail of her appearance and general demeanor. There was plenty to be said. Mrs. Wright was always voluble, but she was not a selfish talker. She did not monopolize the conversation, and she never lost sight of her listener. Maud's sympathy was quite unfeigned. She liked to hear about Mrs. Wright's various interests, and there was a genial warmth in the atmosphere that did her good. "Let me come into the kitchen with you and help you make the toast," she begged at length. And after a brief demur Mrs. Wright consented. Tom was out, and there would be no one to disturb them. She would not have dreamed of permitting Tom to sit down in the kitchen with Jake's princess. So to the kitchen they went, and finding it cozier than the parlor, decided to remain there to partake of the meal they had prepared, Mrs. Wright, albeit sorely against her will, occupying the wooden armchair of state, while Maud sat close to her knees on the fender.
"You're looking very thin, dear,"
Mrs. Wright checked her chatter to observe as she put down her final cup of tea. "It's my nature to be thin," Maud said. Mrs. Wright permitted herself a more critical survey.
"I wonder what Jake thinks," she said. "I shouldn't feel happy about you if I were Jake."
Maud smiled faintly into the fire and said nothing. Mrs. Wright's plump hand stole down to her shoulder.
"I hope as he's being good to you, dearie," she murmured.
Maud leaned back against her knee.
"He is trying to be," she said. "You know that the stud has been sold?" "It really has," said Mrs. Wright. "Yes, it really has. The animals were to have been sent to Tattersall's, but a man we know, an American, came at the very beginning of the year and made an offer on behalf of a friend of his that Lord Saltash's agent thought too good to refuse. He has gone back to America now, and no doubt his principal will make his appearance soon. The idea is to build new stables near to Greydown. Jake is negotiating about some land there. It's such a pretty part, and there will have to be a house for him, too. We shall probably be allowed to stay on at the Birchester stables till it is all ready. Jake is hoping that it may be all done in a year. I think," she smiled again with a hint of wistfulness, "I think Jake is going to enjoy himself." "And you, dearie," whispered Mrs. Wright, tenderly persistent. Maud reached up a hand to clasp hers. "I have been lost in the desert for a long, long time, dear Mrs. Wright," she said. "But I am just beginning to find myself." Mrs. Wright stooped impulsively and carried the soft hand to her lips. "May it please the dear Lord to guide you, dear," she said. "He is guiding me," Maud said with simplicity. "But I've some way to travel yet before I reach my goal. And it's very sandy traveling sometimes, Mother Wright." She lifted her face with its sweet, quivering smile. "And there are stones, too, sometimes," she said. "But I'd like you to know that I've passed the worst. I've left off yearning for the mirage. It doesn't draw me any more, at all. I've left it all behind me, like an evil dream, and I can never, never, never be deceived by it again." "My darling," murmured Mrs. Wright very tenderly. "My darling." Maud suddenly clung to her closely. "I'm beginning to find out," she whispered tremulously, "that the thing I took for a rank weed growing beside my path is the one flower I have always wanted in my garden. I've tried for ever so long to uproot it, but now I'm trying to make it grow. I want it, but this is a secret, more than anything else on earth." Mrs. Wright's own eyes were full of tears. "I am sure you will have it, darling," she said. "I am sure, quite sure, your want will be satisfied." She kissed the quivering face on her bosom and fondled the soft, dark hair. They remained so for a space, not speaking. Then, very gently, Maud withdrew herself. "Did I tell you that Bunny is allowed to play hockey this term? It is horribly dangerous. I went up to watch it last Saturday. But he enjoys it tremendously. And they say it will do him good. He is growing fast, getting quite a man." "I am very pleased to hear it," Mrs. Wright said warmly. "Dearie me! Just to think of the poor little weakly thing he was a year ago. Do you remember that day I first looked in on you, and how you gave me them violets? I've never forgotten it." Maud flushed a little. "You were so good to me, and I had been so ungracious. I wonder you ever forgave me." "What rubbish, dear, what rubbish!" softly interpolated Mrs. Wright. "I loved you from the first moment I set eyes on you that night at Giles Shepherd's. And that reminds me. How is your mother doing now?" "She is living in London," Maud said. "I believe Giles Shepherd went to Canada. She doesn't seem to trouble about him, but has settled down quite happily in a boarding house in Bayswater. I invested some of Uncle Edward's money in an annuity for her. It seemed the best plan." "I am so glad you have got that money, dear," said Mrs. Wright simply. "Thank you," Maud said. "But, you know, I could have been quite happy without it. At least I think I could. We should have had to immigrate, and she smiled momentarily, "I suppose I should have been a cowpuncher's wife in earnest." "You wouldn't have liked that," said Mrs. Wright with conviction. "Shouldn't I? I wonder. I am beginning to think that external circumstances haven't much to do with happiness." Maud spoke thoughtfully. "Still, now I am used to the idea, I am glad to have the money. Uncle Edward left all his affairs in such perfect order that they will probably be wound up very soon now. Mr. Craven, the solicitor, said it was one of the simplest matters he had ever had to deal with, which is all the better for me. He is in a position to raise almost any amount for me even now."
Maud was smiling again, that faint half-wistful smile that had become hers.
"It will be useful when it comes to furnishing the new house, won't it?" she said. "My dear, you will just love that," said Mrs. Wright. "And what does Jake say to it all? Isn't he pleased to know as you and little Sir Bernard are provided for as befits your rank and station?"
Maud's smile became a laugh.
"Dear Mother Wright, you are incorrigible," she declared. "No, Jake is not over and above pleased. I think he has a lurking fear that I want to take him away from his horses and make him lead a life of elegant idleness. He doesn't guess how thankful I was to know that he would not have to give them up after all. For he loves his animals as he loves nothing else on earth." "Oh, tut, tut, dearie," remonstrated Mrs. Wright. "And it really is settled for him to keep on in his present position?" "Practically settled. He says he must wait and see his boss before he regards it as a sure thing. Meantime, he is carrying out Mr. Rafford's instructions as far as possible. He has gone over to Greydown to-day about the building site for the new stables. I hope he will secure it. It is on the southern slope. It would be splendid for the animals." "Why, you are getting quite enthusiastic," said Mrs. Wright with a chuckle. "I believe I am," Maud admitted. "I never thought so much of them till it seemed that we were going to lose them. I think it would almost have broken Jake's heart."
"He don't keep his heart in the stables," said Mrs. Wright wisely, "nor yet in the training field."
"What, my dear, you're not thinking of going yet? Why, it's quite early."
"Yes, I ought to be going," Maud said. "I like to be in first, to give him his tea and so on. He is much too polite to say so, but I fancy he likes it."
"Of course he likes it, dear. And I think he's a very, very lucky man."
Mrs. Wright spoke with great emphasis. Maud was on her feet. She looked down at her, half laughing.
"Oh, do you?
I wonder why."
"To have such a dutiful wife, dear," said Mrs. Wright. "I hope you're not going to spoil him now. It would be a pity to do that."
Maud uttered a funny little sigh.
"Oh, no, I shan't spoil him. He is most careful not to take anything for granted. In fact, I sometimes wonder—" She paused. "What, darling?"
Mrs. Wright looked up at her with loving admiration. Maud's face was flushed.
"Oh, nothing very much. I was only going to say that I sometimes wonder if he has any real use for the dutiful wife after all. I try to please him, but all he seems really to want me to do is to please myself."
Mrs. Wright rose up in her own resilient fashion.
"Oh, there now! How like a man!" she said. "They're as cussed as mules, my dear. But never you mind. You'll catch him off his guard one of these days if you keep on. And then'll be your time. You step in and take possession before he can turn round and stop you. It's only a question of patience, dear. It'll come. It'll come."
Maud smiled again as she bent to kiss her. "You're such a good friend to me," she said. "I'll be sure to take your advice, if I can."
"God bless you, my darling,"
said Mrs. Wright with great fervor. 30. The Lane of Fire. An icy wind was blowing as Maud climbed the steep road by the church. It whirled down on her with a fierceness that made quick progress out of the question. Nevertheless, she fought valiantly against it, fearing that Jake would have returned before her. It was not dark. The tearing wind had chased all clouds from the sky, and the daylight still lingered. Ahead of her the North Star hung like a beacon, marvelously bright. There was a smell of smoke in the air that seemed to accentuate the bitter coldness. The church clock struck 6 as she passed it, and she sought to quicken her steps. She did not want Jake to come in search of her. For some reason she did not greatly want to tell him how she had been spending the afternoon. Round the bend of the road the wind caught her mercilessly. She had to battle against it with all her might to make any progress at all. It was while she was struggling round this bend that there suddenly came to her the sound of galloping hoofs and a man's voice wildly shouting. She drew to one side and stood against the hedge, and in a moment a horseman dashed into view and thundered past her. He was lying forward on the animal's neck, urging him like a jockey. He was gone like a whirlwind in the dusk, and Maud was left with a throbbing heart that seemed to have been touched by a hand that was icy cold. She was nearly sure that the animal had come from the stables, and that the man was Sam Vickers. He was not a furious rider as a rule. What had induced him to ride like that tonight? Something was wrong. Something was wrong. The certainty of it stabbed her like a knife. What could it be? What? Had Jake met with an accident? Was Sam tearing thus madly down to Fair Harbor to find the doctor? The strength of a great fear entered into her. She began to run up the hill in the teeth of the wind. She had only half a mile to go. She would soon know the worst. But she had not gone 20 yards before her progress was checked. She became aware of a drifting mist all about her, a mist that made her gasp and choke. She ran on in the face of it, but it was with failing progress, for the further she went the more it enveloped her, like the smoke of a vast bonfire. The coldness at her heart became a tangible and ever-growing fear. She tried to tell herself that the suffocating vapor blowing down on her came from a group of ricks that stood not far from the entrance of the stables. Some mischievous person had fired them, and Sam had discovered it and gone to raise the alarm. But deep within her there clamored an insistent something that refused to be reassured. Struggling on through the blinding, ever-thickening smoke, the conviction forced itself upon her that no hayricks were responsible for that headlong gallop of Sam's. He had gone as a man going for his life. His progress had been winged by tragedy. Gasping, stumbling with terror in her soul, she fought her way on till a further bend in the road revealed to her the driving smoke all lurid with the glare of flames behind. By that curve she escaped from the direct drift of it, and found herself able to breathe more freely. The shoulder of the hill protected her at this point in some degree from the wind also. She covered the ground more quickly and with less effort. It was here that there first came to her that awful sound as of a rending, devouring monster, the fierce crackling and roaring of fire. The horror of it set all her pulses leaping, but its effect upon her senses was curiously stimulating. Where another might have been paralyzed by fear, she was driven forward, as though goaded irresistibly. It came to her, whence she knew not, that something immense lay before her. A task of such magnitude as she had never before contemplated had been laid upon her, and strength, such strength as had never before been hers, had been given to her for its accomplishment. She did not know exactly when her fear became certainty, but when that happened all personal fear passed utterly away from her. She forgot herself completely. All her being leapt to the fulfillment of the unknown task. The last curve in the uphill road brought her within a view of the red flames rushing skyward and curling over like fiery waves before the wind. Through the roar of the furnace there came to her the shouting of men's voices and the wild stampeding of horses. And twice ere she reached the gates she heard the terrible cry of a horse. Then, as though she moved on wings, she was there in the stable yard, in the thick of the confusion, with the fire roaring ahead of her and the red glare all around. The whole stone-paved space seemed crowded with men and horses, and for the first few seconds the noise and movement bewildered her. Then she grasped the fact that only one side of the double row of stables was alight, and that in consequence of the driving north wind, the other side was in comparative safety. They were leading the terrified animals out through a passage that led to further buildings on this safe side. But the task was no light one, for they were all maddened by fear and almost beyond control. As she drew nearer, however, Maud saw that the men themselves were grappling with the situation with energy and resolution, and there was no panic among them. One, a mere lad, gripping a plunging horse by the forelock, recognized her and shouted a warning through the din. She came to him, unheeding the trampling hoofs. "Is Mr. Bolton back?" she cried. He shook his head, striving to back the animal away from her. He had a halter flung over his shoulder which he had not stopped to adjust. Maud took it from him, and between them with difficulty they slipped it over the terrified creature's head. Then, obtaining a firmer hold, the boy shouted further information. "No, the boss ain't back yet. He'll be in any minute now. Sam's gone for the fire engine. He thinks the house'll be safe if the wind don't veer. But the other side'll be burnt out before he gets back at this rate. We've got most all the animals out now, though." "Not all?" Maud cried the words with a momentary wild misgiving. The boy yelled back again, still wrestling with the struggling horse.
"All but the 100th Chance. He's gone by this time. We couldn't save him. It's like an open furnace along there."
Then she knew what it was that lay before her, the task for which this great new strength had been bestowed. She left the boy and ran up the yard in the rear of that raging fire. She did not feel the stones under her feet. The seething crowd of men and horses became no more than shadows on the wall. Twice as she went she narrowly escaped death from the plunging hoofs, and knew it not. The heat was terrific, but the smoke was all blown away from her. She felt no suffocation. But when she reached the stone passage that led to the group of loose boxes, where once she had stood horror-stricken, and listened to Jake reprimanding Dick Stevens in the language of the stables, she realized the truth of what the boy had said. It was like an open furnace. Yet there seemed a chance, the faintest chance, that one loose box at the southern corner, the best loose box in the whole of the stables, might yet be untouched by the devouring flames. The block of buildings was alight and burning fiercely, but it was not yet alight from end to end. It looked like a lane of fire at the end of that stone passage, but she could see the line of loose boxes beyond, fitfully through wreaths of smoke. All the doors stood open as far as she could see. They had evidently taken the animals in order, and it had been the fate of the 100th Chance to be left till last. And how to reach him? It had baffled his rescuers. For the moment it baffled her also. She stood at the entrance to the stone passage, looking through, feeling the stones under her feet hot like a grid, seeing the red flames leaping from roof to roof. Then the driving wind came swirling behind her, and she felt as if a hand had pushed her. She plunged into the passage and ran before it. She emerged in that lane of fire. It roared all around her. She felt the heat envelop her with a fiery, blistering intensity, but ever that unseen hand seemed to urge her. She hesitated no more, though she rushed into a seething cauldron of flame. And ever the thought of Jake was with her, Jake who loved his animals as he loved nothing else on earth. She reached that line of boxes, how she knew not. The roof was burning now from end to end, but as she tore past the open doors there came to her an awful cry, and she knew that the colt still lived. The smoke came down on her here, blinding her, but though it stopped her breath it could not stop her progress. It seemed as though no power on earth could do that now, until she had reached her goal. Crouching, with lungs that felt like bursting, she forced a way over those last desperate yards. Every door was open save that one, and against that one there came a maddened wild tattoo. The 100th Chance was fighting for life. She reached the door through swirling smoke. The flames were shooting over her head. She caught at the bolt. It was burning hot as the door of an oven, but she knew no pain. She dragged it back. Again there came that fearful shriek and the battering of heels against the wood. The animal was plunging about his prison like a mad thing. She mustered all her strength, and pushed upper and lower doors inwards at the same moment. Instantly there came the rush of hoofs. She was flung violently backwards, falling headlong on the stones. The 100th Chance galloped free, and she was left shattered, inert, with the fire raging all around her. But the deed was done, the great task accomplished. And nothing mattered any more. Jake loved his animals as he loved nothing else on earth. 31. The New Boss. What was that red light burning? Symbol of undying love? Symbol of the immortal? The lamp that burns forever before the high altar of heaven? Over the wide sandy desert it shone, the only light in leagues and leagues of darkness. A great many wayfarers were drawing towards it, but they were very far away from it and from each other. Billows and billows of sandy waste stretched between. But they could all see the lamp. It shone like a red still beacon, giving light to the outcast, guiding the feet of the wanderers. Ah, the long sandy ridges! How weary for the feet! Who could have faced the journey if God had not lifted up that lamp in the desert? Who could ever have hoped to reach the goal? Even as it was, the journey was long, so long, and the light so far away. Who was that speaking? Was it the voice that had not sounded in tempest or fire,
but only at the very last, when all other things were past. Love is only gained by love, by the complete renunciation of self. Love is a joyful sacrifice, to give and give without measure, not counting the cost, rejoicing only in the power to give, till it all comes back 1,000-fold. Love, the invincible. Love, the divine. Love, the perfect gift. Surely it was love itself that spoke those words. Love that had raised that eternal beacon. Love that drew the pilgrims out of the long dark night. And the sandy desert faded, and became a garden where white lilies bloomed. Lilies that faded not, such lilies as decked the high altar of heaven. There were no wayfarers here. There was no journeying for tired feet. Only a peace ineffable, beyond the power of words to describe. The lilies grew tall and white, unspeakably pure, fairer than any earthly flowers, dazzling in splendor, decked in holiness. Very peaceful was that quiet garden, with no song of birds to break the stillness, no whisper of fountains, no faintest echo of voices. Perfect rest was there, a calm as the calm of still waters, a hush that was divine. Like a veil the solitude lay spread, stretching into the great spaces of eternity. And the lilies stood waiting, waiting, to be laid upon the altar of God. How long had they stood waiting thus? Were they yet not pure enough? How long had they still to wait? Would the gates of that garden never open, and the angel that served the altar come to gather the flowers? Ah! Surely they were opening now. There came a waft of air, the scent and sound of the earth. But no one entered, and the lilies never stirred. Only the gates remained open, and the peace that wrapped the garden quivered like a filmy veil. Very far away from that quiet place someone was calling, calling. At first it was suggestion rather than sound, a vague murmur from the old sad world so many millions of miles away. But gradually it grew till it seemed the echo of a cry, and at last the cry itself became articulate, a cry of anguish rising from the void. Come back, come back. Oh God, send her back to me. Send her back. The lilies were moving now. They seemed to be listening, whispering together. The wind that blew through the open gates rustled among their ranks. Someone was lost, then. Someone was wanted. Someone was being sought through the great spaces of eternity. Was it a soul that had drifted free too soon? Would the searcher ever find that drifting soul? Did the one great bond that naught could ever sever hang between them, linking each to each? It was only by the drawing closer of this bond that they would ever find each other. And the way back was long and dark and stormy. Other worlds were there, other worlds and other voices. And once there came a great sound of singing as of men and angels praising God before the high altar of heaven. Then the darkness of earth rushed upwards like the smoke from a mighty furnace, and all was blotted out. Someone was holding her. Someone was whispering her name. She opened her eyes upon the old world of cloud and sunshine, and knew that the bond had brought her back. Through all the great spaces of eternity he had drawn her to his side. She looked into his face, and it was the face of a man who had suffered agony. "Thank God," he said. "Oh, thank God." Then she remembered in what cause she had spent herself. "What of the 100th chance?" she said. He caught his breath. His lips were quivering. "He's safe enough. But, my girl, what made you do it?" She looked at him wonderingly. "But it was all I could do," she said. He bent his head over something that he was holding, and it came to her with a little start of surprise that it was her own hand swathed in bandages. "Oh, Jake," she said, "am I ill? Have I been hurt?" He did not look at her. "Thank God, not seriously," he said, speaking with an odd jerkiness. "The colt knocked you down. You were stunned. You scorched your hands over that infernal bolt. But the wind blew the fire away from you. You weren't actually burnt. Is the fire out?" she asked anxiously. "Tell me what happened."
Jake's head was still bent. She thought that he suppressed a shudder. "Yes, they soon got it under. There wasn't much left to burn that side. It was a good thing the wind held, or the whole show might have been gutted. It's all safe now." Maud's eyes wandered round the paneled parlor and came back to his bent head.
"I feel so strange," she said, "as if I had been on a long, long journey, and as if it had all happened ages and ages ago. Is it so very long ago, Jake?"
"About 4 hours," said Jake. "Dr. Burrows has been in. He chanced to be passing in his dog cart. He was on his way to a case and couldn't stay except to give you first aid. He is coming back presently."
"And you have been here with me ever since?" she said, with a touch of shyness. "Didn't you want to be looking after the animals?"
He shook his head, gazing steadily downwards.
"Have you been anxious about me, Jake?" she whispered.
"Yes." Just the one word spoken with an almost savage emphasis.
"But Dr. Burrows must have known if I were in any danger," she said.
He answered her with what she felt to be a great effort. "Burrows was anxious, too. He was afraid of the shock for you. He thought there was danger." She moved her hand a little, and in a moment, as though he feared to hurt her, he laid it gently down.
"I am so sorry you have been worried about me," she said.
"It doesn't matter now," said Jake. He reached out for a glass that stood on the table. "Burrows left this for you. Can you manage to drink it?" He held it to her lips with a hand that was not so steady as usual. She drank and felt revived. Her brain was becoming more active. There was something in Jake's attitude that required explanation.
"I am better now," she said. "Tell me a little more. How did I get here? Who found me?"
"I found you. The 100th Chance came tearing out. We had some trouble to catch him. And then one of the boys suddenly said—" Jake stopped and swallowed hard. Said you had been in the yard and must have set him free. I got to you just in time."
"You saved me," she said swiftly. He nodded.
She raised herself, leaning towards him.
"Jake, were you hurt?"
"No." He kept his eyes stubbornly lowered.
"No one has been hurt?" she persisted.
"No one but you." His tone was almost surly. But something urged her on.
"Jake," she said wistfully, "aren't you glad your animals are all safe?"
"They belong to the new boss," he said doggedly. "They don't belong to me."
Her face changed a little. "I think they belong to you first, Jake," she said. "You love them so."
He made a sharp gesture. "It isn't quite likely the new boss will tell me to shunt."
"Oh, he won't do that, Jake," she protested quickly. "I'm sure he won't do that. You are one of the best trainers in England."
His mouth twitched a little. She thought he wryly smiled. "One of the best blackguards, too, my girl," he said grimly. She opened her eyes in surprise.
"Jake, what do you mean? Are people saying hateful things against you?"
He gripped his hands between his knees. "It ain't that I meant. People can say what they damn please. No, it's just my own estimate of myself. I'm going to chuck the animals. They've come near costing me too dear. I'm going to give in to you now. You can do what you like with me. I'll serve you to the best of my ability, fetch and carry and generally wait around on you till you're tired of me. Then I'll go."
"Jake, Jake!" She was half laughing, but there was remonstrance in her voice. "But I never wanted you to give up the animals. Why, I don't believe you could live without them. Could you?"
He gave himself an odd, half-angry shake. "I've done with 'em," he declared almost fiercely. "I can't serve two masters. If the new boss don't chuck me, I shall chuck him."
"But the horses, Jake," she urged. "And the 100th Chance. You can't be in earnest. You have always loved them better than anything else in the world."
He winced sharply. "You're wrong. And I am in earnest. If you had lost your life over the colt, I'd have shot him first and myself after. What sort of a brute do you take me for? Do you think I'm without any heart at all? All animal and no heart?" The question was passionate, but yet he did not look at her as he uttered it. He was gazing downwards at his clenched hands. He was formidable at that moment, but she did not shrink from him. Rather, she drew nearer. "Of course I don't think so," she said. But am I first with you, Jake? Am I really first?" He made a choked sound in his throat, as if many emotions struggled for utterance. Then, almost under his breath, "An easy first," he muttered. "An easy first." Her bandaged hand slipped onto his arm. Her eyes were shining. "Oh, Jake, thank you for telling me that," she said. I know you didn't want to tell me. And now I've got to tell you something that I don't want to tell you either, that I don't know how to tell you. Oh, Jake, do help me. Don't be angry." He turned towards her, but he did not lift his eyes. He seemed almost afraid to look her in the face. "My girl, you've no call to be afraid of me," he said. But there was constraint in his tone, constraint in his attitude, and her heart sank. "I'm so horribly afraid of hurting you," she said. A faint gleam of humor crossed his face. "Oh, I guess I'm down," he said. "You needn't be afraid of that, either." She tried to clasp his arm. "Jake, if I really come first with you, perhaps you'll be able to forgive me. It's because you came first with me, too, a very, very long way first," her voice shook, "that I was able to do it. It's because I wanted you to have what you wanted without feeling under an obligation to me or anyone. It's because your happiness is more to me, 1,000 times more, than anything else in the world." Her breast began to heave. Jake's eyes were suddenly upon her, but it was she who could not, dared not, meet their look. "I haven't told you yet," she said brokenly. "How shall I tell you? It's the animals, Jake. It's the stud." "What about the stud?" he said. His voice was sunk very low. It sounded stern. With a great effort she mastered her agitation, and answered him. "It's yours, Jake. All yours. The new boss is just an invention of Mr. Rafford's. You are the new boss." "What?" he said. He got up suddenly with a movement that verged upon violence, and stood over her, she felt almost threateningly. Through quivering distress she answered him again. "I've played a double game. I met Mr. Rafford first at Liverpool, and then I chanced to meet him again here after you had refused to have my money, and he was kind and sympathetic and offered to help me. I wanted you so to have the horses, and I couldn't bear to think that you should lose them through me. Oh, Jake, don't look so terrible." She sank back, panting, on her cushions. That one brief glimpse of his face had appalled her. He had the look of a man hard pressed and nearing the end of his strength. She saw that his hands were clenched. He spoke after several tense seconds. "Why have you done this thing?" She made a piteous gesture. "Oh, Jake, only because I loved you." "Only?" he said, and with the word she saw his hands unclench. For a moment a wild uncertainty possessed her, and then it was gone. Jake dropped down on his knees beside her, and took her into his arms. "Maud," he said, and again, "Maud." But no further words would come. His voice broke. He hid his face against her breast with a great sob. Her arms were round his neck in an instant, her cheek was pressed against his hair. All doubts were gone forever. "My darling," she whispered, "my darling." And through the great storm of emotion that shook Jake, she said the soft words over and over, holding his head against her heart, kissing the cropped hair above his temple, drawing him nearer, ever nearer, to the inner sanctuary of her soul,
till at length by the shattering of her own reserve she broke down the last of his also. He lifted his face to her with no attempt to hide his tears, and in the long, long kiss that passed between them they found each other at last, where the sand of the desert turns to gold. Part 2